Leveled Up Love, a gamelit romantic comedy. Written by Tao Wong and A.G. Marshall. Narrated by Natalie Naudis. Chapter 31. Zack sprinted into Gord's, once again late for his date with Ashley. He always seemed to be running late these days, as he tried to squeeze dates, Star Fury training, and workouts into his schedule. It had taken a few weeks, hours of grinding, mining with his alt whenever he had a chance, but he'd managed to get enough credits to buy the team their improvements. It had helped a bit to assuage his guilt and their anger. Now it was all about the team PvP fights, and he pitied any Armada scum that got in his way. At least sprinting was easier now. Much as Zack hated to admit it, the working out and healthy eating was finally paying off. He ached a lot less every day, and even if he had to return a lot of clothing because he'd lost weight and bulked up, it was worth it. He grinned at Ashley and held up the bags of food. This was part of his routine. Morning workout, lunch date with Ashley when she was available, afternoon training, evening date with Kayla when she was in town, late night training, full night's sleep for physique points. Neither woman was available enough to satisfy DaEvo and keep their love meters full, but so far Zack's careful balancing act was working. He had yet to run out of gaming time since the cleaning incident. Ashley waved from the counter, then turned her attention back to her customer. Steve. Zack forced himself to stay back and not confront the Armada scum. Steve and his team had also progressed to the next round, and Zack was hoping to take his revenge on the battlefield. Unless, of course, Steve gave him a reason to act now. Zack narrowed his eyes, ready and eager to step in if the jerk gave Ashley any trouble, but she had the situation under control. She had proved a quick study and interested in Zack's rambling about Star Fury. She knew enough now to hold her own with the Gord's customers, and she used that knowledge to keep them in line. She wasn't the only one who had learned something at their lunch dates. While helping Ashley study for her upcoming exams, Zack had picked up a lot of information about hospital management. He was saving the knowledge, looking forward to pulling it out at the next Foundation meeting he attended. How far would Phil's eyes bug out of his head? Zack couldn't wait to find out. "Ready?" Ashley asked, nudging Zack's shoulder to bring him back to the present. "Yeah." Zack wrapped an arm around Ashley's shoulder as they walked to their usual picnic table under the tree. An arm that, while not exactly muscular, was significantly less flabby than it had been when they first met. He wondered if Ashley noticed. If she did, she didn't say anything. Out of idle curiosity, Zack pulled up his stats as they crossed the road to the park. Physique, 48.45. Style, 63.5. Reputation, -12.74. Occupation, 0. Social level, 24.80. He smiled as he saw the improvements, and Ashley returned the smile, probably thinking it was for her. Seeing her smile, he returned it further, the pair of them sharing goofy grins as he set out their lunch. All healthy options, thanks to DaEvo. Today he had gone with a selection of Mediterranean salads. Ashley selected a container, sprinkled some feta over the salad, and ate. "Hey, I have something for you," Zack said. He spun his fork in his fingers, not sure why he suddenly felt so nervous. Ashley shook her head. "You don't have to give me a gift every time we hang out. I mean, I appreciate it, but you don't have to." "Yeah, I know." He didn't have to, but the bonus he got from DaEvo at the end of a date was well worth it. Besides, it was fun to surprise her. But today's gift was a little different from the trinkets he usually brought. Zack had spent hours working on this since their first date, and now he was rethinking his plan. What if she didn't like it? DaEvo had sent several prompts warning him that this wasn't exactly a romantic gesture. "Hey, are you okay?" Ashley set down her fork, looking concerned. Zack swallowed. Maybe he shouldn't have brought it up. Or he should have saved it for after they ate so things wouldn't be awkward if she hated it. But Ashley's lunch breaks were short. There might not be time left if he waited. Yeah, I'm great. Anyway, I made you a spreadsheet. The words burst out of his mouth before he could stop them. Ashley tilted her head. A spreadsheet? Yeah, but it's probably lame. I mean, if you don't want to look at it, we can just finish eating. What does it do? She looked genuinely interested, so Zack wiped his sweaty hands on his legs under the table and pulled a tablet out of his bag. It's to help with hospital management. I adapted it from the one I used to track Star Fury updates for my ship. I made tables so you can calculate stats for new hospital equipment and figure out which items would add the most value to each department. Really? Ashley's eyes sparkled with interest. She leaned close against him and stared at the screen. DaEvo chimed bonus points for physical contact. How does it work? She ate her salad while Zack explained his design and walked her through the basic functions of the spreadsheet. DaEvo chimed to warn him that he was boring his date by talking too much about himself, but he swiped away the notification. Ashley didn't look bored. She was leaning close, asking questions about the formulas he had used to calculate stats for the equipment and how to customize the spreadsheet for each department. This is amazing, she said when Zack finished his walkthrough. Yeah? Yeah. Zack felt his face going red and looked at the table to hide his blush. DaEvo chimed. Relationship milestone. You've managed to impress your date with your thoughtful gift. Keep this up and you'll be in a real relationship soon. Reward, +10 to Ashley Barnes' love meter level. So yeah, I'll just email it to you then. Perfect. Ashley's phone chimed, and she made a face. Break's over. Sorry, I have to go. She really did look sorry, and Zack's mind raced. A real relationship. Wasn't that what he needed to finish DaEvo? And she looked really happy. He spoke in a rush before she left. Hey, do you want to go out for real sometime? To dinner or something? Ashley's grin widened. I'd love to. Really? Yeah, I'm free next Friday night. Okay. Yeah, great. Where was DaEvo when you needed it to suggest some kind of smooth comeback? But Ashley didn't seem to mind. And thanks again for the spreadsheet. This is awesome. Before Zack quite knew what was happening, Ashley kissed his cheek. Then she grabbed her bag and hurried back to work. DaEvo chimed, offering a wave of points for the kiss and the date, but Zack hardly noticed. He was too busy watching Ashley retreat with a huge grin on his face. Chapter 32. Watch out! Zack pulled back and flushed his missiles, watching them arc from his ship, thrusters burning as they flashed toward his target. He was already switching targets, aiming for the next of the drones which were busy bothering Greg. His friend was tanking the majority of the drone fighters, but it was Zack's job to take them out. They were floating in the middle of null space, just another random spawned location in the great big galaxy with some pretty graphics, a warp gate, and a mini-station. The Brawtree Pirate Station run was one of the more common raid locations for people at their level, with decent rewards and a high variety of opponent types. Great for training. In the corner of his vision, Zack noted their raid completion rate. Stage 3 of 5 in an hour and 13 minutes. Not bad at all. If they kept up this rate, they'd beat their best time. He triggered his lasers again, watching the combined fire between him and Foz burn through their target's shielding. At the same time, Jenny and Greg took out another drone fighter, leaving only 4 opponents. All right, I'm going for the objective, Zack informed the others, twisting his ship around and hitting the afterburners. If they took too long, the station would spawn another wave of ads. DaEvo chimed. Reputation, -24.2. Zack, watch out! Foz sent a blast of laser fire to destroy a drone closing in on Zack. Zack swore and set a course away from the objective. Sorry, guys. Let's try that again. Reputation, -1.2. What the hell? Everything okay, Zack? Greg asked. Reputation, -1.15. Notice, due to significantly lower social status levels, love meter will decrease at a higher rate for 𝙬𝙧𝙀 and Ashley Barnes. Hang on, Zack said. He swiped open DaEvo, checked his reputation stats, and swore under his breath. Cassie's blog post about him had been picked up by a news outlet and was apparently in the process of going viral. Crap. "Zack, focus," Jenny said. "We're on track to break our record." "I know that," Zack growled. "Reputation, minus 0.7. That article was causing a major debuff. Zack groaned as DaEvo ticked down for 𝙤𝙤, and he saw a partially filled heart drop off entirely. "Notice, due to lost love meter relationship points with 𝙤𝙤 Taylor, your unlimited internet privileges have been revoked once again. Increase your love meter levels to improve your relationship with 𝙤𝙤 Taylor." Zack scrolled through his stats. He had lost unlimited game time with 𝙤𝙤, and Ashley's love meter had dropped as well. But the bonus he'd gotten from Ashley had her love meter at a much higher level than 𝙤𝙤's, and hers was dropping slower too, especially if their next date went well. "Sorry, trouble with Phil's app. You said you fixed that thing," Foz said. "I thought I had. Okay, let's double down on the objective. Foz, you come in with me. Greg and Jenny, give us some cover." "You got it," Jenny said. She flew beside Greg and activated an army of drones. They hovered around her in a cloud of blinking lights. The opti-glasses chimed. "𝙤𝙤, hey, I'm back in town. There's a Western Neon party tonight at Royal Texas. You in?" That was accompanied by a picture of 𝙤𝙤 in a fringed mini dress, the same brilliant orange color as Zack's Western Neon jacket. Apparently, she had finally convinced David Davidson to make a few items for ladies. Zack shook his head. It was tempting, but he had training tonight with the team. "Zack, can't. Sorry." "Zack, watch out!" Zack swiped away the picture of 𝙤𝙤 and realized he was about to fly into a cloud of enemy drones. He swerved, and Jenny sent a swarm of her own drones to dispatch the enemies. "Thanks," Zack said. "Dude, can you focus?" Foz said. "Reputation, minus 2.1. Why is that blog post causing so much damage? DaEvo chimed and brought up an image. Not the blog post, but a social media post of 𝙤𝙤 pouting in her Western Neon dress. "When you're all dressed up, but he's busy. Frowny face." She had tagged Zack's account in the post, and KT's fans were not happy with him for ditching her. The post was already getting a flood of comments about what a jerk he was. Zack sighed. He couldn't afford 2 reputation debuffs right now. Besides, going to the party with 𝙤𝙤 might boost his reputation enough to counteract some of the damage caused by Cassie's blog post. After all of his recent gains in that area had been from his, rather public, dates with her. "1 second, guys." His teammates groaned as Zack pulled back from the battle to text 𝙤𝙤. "Zack, you're right. Let's go out tonight. Pick you up in 2 hours?" 𝙤𝙤, "I thought you'd never ask. Winky face." A few seconds later, DaEvo chimed. "Reputation, plus 3.3. 𝙤𝙤 had deleted the sad post and replaced it with the picture of her in the mini dress and text saying how excited she was to go out with her man tonight. Zack grinned and turned his attention back to Starfury. "Okay, I'm back and I fixed it. Let's finish this." He swooped forward, then pulled back with a curse as the base spawned a wave of new drones. They had taken too long to defeat the first wave. "Back to reverse diamond formation," Zack said with a sigh. "So much for the new record," Foz said. "Reputation, plus 0.1. They dispatched the new drones and continued toward the objective. Retreading the same ground was frustrating, but Zack took advantage of the situation and tried a series of new strategies. They finished the quest in decent time, but nowhere near their record. Zack sighed as they flew away from the explosions to a quiet quadrant to debrief the mission. 𝙤𝙤, "See you in 15 minutes. Zack looked at the clock. Crap, he was going to be late. "Gotta go, guys." "What?" Foz said. "You can't leave now. We need to debrief." "We'll have to do it tomorrow. I'm sorry." Zack logged off and hurried to his closet to retrieve the Western Neon outfit from its place next to Giacomo's slacks, jackets, and button-up shirts. He briefly considered wearing a suit, but 𝙤𝙤 had said this was a Western Neon party. Hopefully that meant he'd get extra style points for wearing Western neon. DaEvo chimed to let him know that a shower would improve his olfactory stats, and Zack swiped away the notification. Doubtless the app was right, but he didn't have time for that. Hopefully the cologne Kayla had given him would be good enough. Jenny. You said you'd figured out that app. You said you had unlimited game time now. Zack. I do, but I still have to earn it. Something came up. Foz. Emergency load of laundry. Greg. Oh my gosh, Foz, please stop. This is serious. That app cost us a record. Zack. They updated the app, and the calculations are a little different now, but a few more quests should take care of it. Jenny. You mean like the last few quests took care of it? Zack, you have to fix this. Zack. I am fixing it. He just wasn't willing to admit how. It was better to let them think he was doing laundry and making his bed. Anyway, he was doing laundry and making his bed since they were tied into his physique quests. Something about good hygiene? Truthfully, he had skipped the explanation. Well, he was having someone else do the cleaning, but DaEvo didn't seem to notice the difference. Zack's apartment was sparkling clean now, and that was what the app cared about. Zack pulled on the Western neon jeans and studied his reflection. The pants that had fit perfectly when he bought them were now a little loose. He dug through his closet, looking for a belt to hold up the green jeans. Jenny. Okay, we can make this work. We can still debrief if you aren't online. Greg. Yeah, that's true. I found out a few more things about that Easter egg build that might be useful. Foz. Sweet. Zack. I'll check in when I can, but I'm going to be busy tonight. I think our current setups should be fine. Foz. You think? Greg. What happened to inputting everything into your mega spreadsheet and knowing for sure? Zack pulled off his t-shirt and sighed as he looked at the orange-fringed monstrosity draped across his bed. Zack. I can't input things into the spreadsheet if I don't have the numbers. It's more important that I complete this quest so I don't have to worry about getting locked out before the next tournament round. Jenny. What's the quest? Maybe we can help. Zack swallowed as he spritzed himself with the cologne, and DaEvo chimed to confirm that his olfactory stats had improved. He hated lying to his team, but he still refused to admit to them that he was trapped in a dating sim. Besides, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Zack. Fitness. I have to go to an extra workout class to meet my quota. Greg. Man, Phil is not messing around. So you'll be buff by the time we see you in Vegas? Zack. Sure thing. You won't even recognize me. He paused, then glanced at his bare arm and flexed. It made his biceps, which were now beginning to actually show, pop. A quick command sent the mini video to his friends, with a smirk emoticon along with it. Foz. Dude, you weren't kidding. Jenny. Just get to your workout class and leave us to debrief. Zack waited for more texts to come in, but his OptiGlass screen remained blank. Apparently they had moved their conversation to the Starfury comms. He pushed aside his disappointment that he couldn't join them and muted his texting app so he wouldn't be distracted by the flood of teasing that was sure to follow as soon as they finished training for the evening. Then he pulled on the orange jacket and set the cowboy hat on his head. DaEvo chimed. Style, 93.4. Very stylish. You have reached 90 points in style. It's not just dressing well, but looking good in what you're dressed in that will have the women swooning. You stud? Zack couldn't help smirking as he hurried out the door. His leveling up kept paying off. Yes, he had to leave training early, but he had a date with a model at an exclusive nightclub. On top of that, since he was dressed in the Western neon outfit, his social level had bumped back up, and the love meter wasn't dropping anymore. If he could get some good photos with Kayla, his reputation points might go up a little too. He'd still be in the negatives, but he was on a date with a hot model. Was that really something to complain about? There were certainly worse things Phil could have done. The jacket's orange fringe swished as he sprinted down the hall, determined not to be any later than he already was. It was a good thing Kayla lived so close. Chapter 33. At DaEvo's prompting, Zack hurried around to open the limo door for 𝙤𝙤. She stuck out her legs first, giving everyone a good view of her stiletto cowboy boots before she took Zack's hand and let him pull her up. She kept hold of Zack's hand as they approached Royal Texas. The club was busy on a normal night, but it was an absolute madhouse now. A neon pink carpet covered with the Western Neon logo led up to the door. Velvet ropes and bouncers held back the cheering crowd and reporters with flashing cameras. Zack swallowed and wiped away the sweat trickling down his forehead. This was next level for sure. "We love you, 𝙤𝙤!" A group of fans screamed in unison, so their voices rose above the chaos. 𝙤𝙤 blew a kiss at them and spun in a circle, so her fringe swished. Her outfit was a strange mix of flapper dress and cowboy vest that Zack didn't quite think worked, but clearly he had no idea what was trendy. They posed for pictures with reporters, took a few selfies with the crowd, then walked up the pink carpet. Well, Zack walked. 𝙤𝙤 strutted as if it were a runway, her fringe swishing with each step. The bouncer at the door glanced at the guest list on his tablet, then opened the door so they could enter. Zack's opti-glasses chimed as the Royal Texas app prompted him to pay the cover charge and start a tab. He swiped permission and followed 𝙤𝙤 into the club. Music blasted through the room. It was that same mix of country and techno that had played at the Western Neon store, but the DJ on the stage was remixing it into more of a dance rhythm. 𝙤𝙤 swayed with the beat as she pulled Zack to the center of the room. "Katie!" David Davidson spotted them and pushed through the crowd. He kissed 𝙤𝙤 on both cheeks, then did the same to Zack. The designer wore Western Neon but had traded the fringed jacket for a vest and added hot pink chaps. Zack really hoped DaEvo wouldn't prompt him to wear those any time in the future. They looked both uncomfortable and ridiculous. Fashion or not, he had limits, and apparently pink chaps were where he drew the line. "Reputation, plus 0.3. Zack grinned. It looked as though someone had already posted a picture of him from the event. It might have been 𝙤𝙤 herself. She seemed capable of posting selfies while doing other things. Multitasking at its finest. "I told you the collection would look fabulous as women's wear," 𝙤𝙤 said. "Don't you agree?" She twirled again. She seemed to really enjoy the fringe on her dress. David Davidson nodded. "You were right, and you wear it beautifully. Now, grab yourself a drink, and let's celebrate." 𝙤𝙤 took Zack's arm and dragged him to the bar. He tried not to gape at the prices. This was an exclusive fashion industry event. Exorbitantly overpriced drinks were probably normal. The bartender, who was dressed in a variation of the outfit that the clerk at the Western Neon store had worn, smiled at them. "Tonight we have a special menu, designed to go with David Davidson's collection. We've used all natural ingredients to create cocktails that match Western Neon's signature colors." Zack seriously doubted that those colors could be achieved with all natural ingredients. DaEvo seemed to agree with him. It rejected most of the menu as unhealthy and offered him a few options. "Available beverage options. Get your hand off my butt, I'm trying to leave. How do I get rid of you if you won't go away? Missing you is horrible. It's almost as bad as when you were here. A couple more whiskeys and you'll be good looking." Great. Just great. Zack wasn't sure how he could say any of those names with a straight face. The menu informed him that they were the names of popular songs David Davidson had featured in his runway shows. Somehow, that only made it worse. "The one with the whiskey, I guess," he finally said. 𝙤𝙤 raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. She considered the menu a moment longer, then smiled at the bartender. "I'll have whichever one matches my dress." "An excellent choice." The bartender busied himself fixing their drinks, and 𝙤𝙤 took that as an opportunity to take more pictures. She pulled her phone out of a garter on her thigh that looked like an old-fashioned gun holster and photographed Zack, the room, and the bartender in rapid succession. Then she pulled Zack in and kissed his cheek as she took a picture of them. DaEvo chimed for the physical contact, then chimed again as Kayla posted the pictures. Reputation, plus 0.4. When their drinks were ready, Kayla handed her phone to Zack and sat at the bar. Take some pictures of me. These color-coordinating drinks are genius. She posed with the drink, changing positions and expressions after every shot, like the professional model she was. Then she scrolled through them while Zack finally took a drink of his own. He made a face and set it back on the counter. Whatever natural ingredients they'd used to turn the drink neon blue were extremely sour and didn't mix well with whiskey. Kayla looked at her phone with increasing disappointment as she scrolled through Zack's pictures. Then she turned to the bartender. Would you mind taking some pictures of me? Of course, miss. Kayla worked through the exact same poses she had done before. Then she pulled Zack in for a few shots together, instructing him how to pose and what expression to make for each shot. Apparently, the bartender was an acceptable photographer because Kayla nodded with approval at his pictures and started typing captions and posting them. Reputation, plus 0.1. Zack sipped the blue drink, gagged again, and set it on the counter with a sigh. Kayla sipped her own orange cocktail. Apparently, it was more palatable because she seemed to be enjoying it. Zack supposed that made sense. There were plenty of orange things in nature. Too bad that drink wasn't DaEvo approved. They sat at the bar, watching the pulsing lights and dancing couples. Zack wondered if any of the other approved drinks were any good. He wasn't sure it was worth sorting through the ridiculous names to find out. DaEvo chimed. To level up your date and receive bonus points, compliment your lady. Give her a gift. Ask her to dance. Why was DaEvo so obsessed with giving people gifts? Zack wished the app had offered that suggestion before he was actually out on the date. Still, it was nothing that drone shipping couldn't fix. He scrolled through the jewelry DaEvo suggested as suitable for Kayla's style and level, selected a diamond bracelet, and ordered it shipped to Royal Texas as soon as possible. That resulted in an enormous shipping fee, but the app assured him it would be delivered by the end of the party. Zack wasn't sure if the bouncer would let a drone through the door, but he could always go out to meet it. He would do whatever it took to get the maximum points out of this date. Now he needed to fulfill the other two suggestions. Zack looked at Kayla, trying to form the perfect compliment. The longer he looked at it, the less Zack liked the fringed flapper dress. But his opinion didn't matter with this sort of thing, and even if he didn't like the dress, Kayla looked hot in it. She leaned against the bar and stretched out her legs as if determined to show them off to best advantage. She was focused on her phone and didn't notice his staring. Zack let his gaze linger a little longer before he spoke. Hey, you look amazing tonight. Not quite the truth, but close enough. Kayla looked up from her phone and smiled at him. Sorry, did you say something? You look amazing tonight. I know, we're trending. She grinned and waved the phone in front of Zack to show him her social media dashboard. Zack had to agree, the numbers were good. It would do wonders for his reputation. Now he just needed to complete DaEvo's bonus quests to get extra points for this date and slow down the love meter's depletion. Do you want to dance? Kayla shook her head. Not yet. We need to wait for my assistant to get here so she can take pictures. We can dance now and still take pictures later. And get all sweaty for the shots? Kayla laughed as if Zack had said something extremely funny and turned her attention back to her phone. Zack sighed and turned away as well. He knew by now what she was like when she got focused. In some ways, it reminded him of how he was when he was playing Star Fury, blocking out everything as she watched her stats and responded to the flood of compliments from her fans with practiced efficiency. Maybe this was for the best. If he danced, it would raise his heart rate, and DaEvo would offer a physique quest. No need to exercise if he didn't have to. He swiped his eyes across his opti-glasses and pulled up his Star Fury spreadsheet and the blueprint information on the latest updates. Zack skimmed blogs and official release updates, inputting relevant data into his spreadsheet while the party raged around him. He could have done it automatically. gotten a script set up, or even purchased some of the preset inputs others created and just copied it over. But this way, Zack got a chance to read the stats themselves. More than once he'd seen a wrong input, a line missed by others. Better to do it himself, so he knew the data inside and out. He kept a careful eye out for any information about cloaking devices or drones, but saw nothing. There hadn't been any official new releases that explained the Armada's mysterious new builds. Online chatter was filled with rumors, including the Easter egg find, but nothing substantial. Whatever they found, they were keeping it to themselves. Occasionally, Kayla pulled on his arm, dragging him into a pose or greeting as she spoke with another acquaintance. Zack would grunt and nod, even trying to say something nice to get further bonus points. He almost felt disappointed when Kayla's assistant arrived to photograph them dancing. He'd been making progress with his analysis and hated to be interrupted. But DaEvo offered bonus points for the dance, and Zack managed to move slowly enough that he didn't raise his heart rate and trigger the physique quests. He counted that as a win. Chapter 34. Zack awoke to multiple notifications from his bank. He swiped them away, not really wanting to know how much money he had spent at the Western Neon Party or in the week after. Spending time with Kayla was expensive, but his reputation had finally recovered from Cassie's blog post. He checked his stats to make sure nothing had happened overnight to wreck them and deplete his love meter. He wouldn't call himself paranoid, but... Physique, 51.45. Style, 50.2. Reputation, minus 15.67. Occupation, 0. Social level, 21.50. Sweet. He was now fitter than the average male, which was kind of cool, and he could easily boost his social level if he dressed in high style, but pajama bottoms and a t-shirt didn't do much for him. He did wonder if they were ever going to adjust the style stats so that it didn't bounce around so much, but that wasn't his problem. He just had to game the system. Yawning, Zack dressed in his Fit Life clothes and hurried to the gym, eager to finish his workout so he could get in some Star Fury training. Now that Kayla was back in town, his evenings hadn't had much time for gaming. Zack's suggestion that they play together had made her laugh so hard she'd cried. Then she had complained about ruining her makeup and rushed to the bathroom to fix it. Zack ran hard on the elliptical, releasing pent-up frustration and earning a compliment from DaEvo. He was even on track to get a higher bonus to his physique. His frustrations came from normal relationship stuff. He had checked forums and seen countless men complaining that their girlfriends cut into their gaming time. Progressing the relationship with Kayla was a struggle, though. Even with all the dates, her love meter rankings kept dropping. But it was only temporary. He just needed to play along and keep the love meter full until he beat DaEvo. Zack let that happy thought push him through the rest of the workout. Freedom from DaEvo. No more pink heart notifications. No more fitness quests or healthy eating prompts. It would be like the first day of summer, free from school and teachers and responsibilities. He could play video games all day and eat whatever he wanted. He could cancel the cleaning service. Actually, he might keep that. He was getting used to the lemony fresh scent in his apartment once again. He could still enjoy that, even if he wasn't worried about maintaining his olfactory stats. And being able to walk around his apartment without tripping over pizza boxes or old plates was nice. He finished his final set and wiped down the machine. DaEvo prompted him to order a healthy breakfast, and Zack swiped to have it delivered to his room. He skimmed through Star Fury blogs while he ate the veggie omelet that had become his go-to breakfast and downed the green juice. A new wave of surprise releases had dropped, and it would take a while to go through them. Worse, some idiot had stumbled upon an alien artifact cache and, rather than keep the blueprints, had sold them off, which had then flooded the market with copies, so now it had become a thing. Idiot noobs. Zack even saw some side swipes by the customer service and developer accounts in the main forums. It seemed that no one had expected the cache to be found or revealed so soon. It also didn't seem to be related to the drone Easter egg. These newly released blueprints were all marginal improvements on various systems, with the major addition being a type of seeker missile. On the other hand, whoever had found the drone Easter egg was keeping information on those under wraps. Zack hadn't seen any sign of them since his last run-in with Steve. And Steve had been gaming in private rooms since qualifying for the tournament, so spying on him in person had become a lost cause. Zack sighed. He just finished inputting and running the calculations on all the old new releases, and now he'd have to do it all over again. Worse, some of the new lasers in particular might change the game. Lower power draw, higher penetration, but rate of fire took a small hit. That was balanced by the greater speed the turrets tracked. They'd still need to test them out, see how much of a difference it actually made. Stats were one thing, but seeing how it actually affected their formations was another. Foz, you see the new releases? Zack, yeah, just going through them now. You guys want to meet up tonight to test them out? Jenny, definitely. There's some good stuff in here. They have this new swarm drone that might make things interesting. Greg? Greg, I'm in. The afternoon passed in a blur of stats and spreadsheets. Worse than the spreadsheets, Zack had to figure out how to acquire everything. Some of the necessary components for the new guns were only found in Armada space. Not a big issue normally, since the free market saw the materials transfer over eventually. But eventually wasn't good enough. Not now. It looked like a raid was in order, but Zack wasn't eager to get caught in another trap. He didn't have the credits to rebuild his ship, not with all the time he'd spent actually training. He wouldn't be able to review all of the new releases before training tonight, so he turned his focus to the weapons that seemed most likely to suit his style. His teammates would do the same. Then they could brief each other on what they'd discovered. At DaEvo's prompting, Zack ordered a healthy lunch and made his final purchases while he ate it, moving with a well-practiced efficiency and complete disregard for budget. He winced at the total cost, but he even paid for a fast courier to deliver the goods to his station so that it'd be ready when he logged in. Zack logged into Starfury and flew to his local contested quadrant of space. A rematch with Armada scum would be just what he needed to test out some of these weapons and get his revenge. Steve's ship was nowhere in sight, but Zack's sensors picked up a decently leveled Armada player in the neighboring quadrant of space that belonged to Texas. He set a course toward it and hailed the ship with the Corsair logo and an emoji sticking out its tongue. The Armada scum ignored the emoji and sent a wave of the new seeker missiles instead. Apparently not all Armada players were as easily taunted as Steve. Did this ship have the newly cloaked drones? Zack kept a careful eye on his newly upgraded sensors just in case. Sure enough, the jerk had sent a wave of drones circling around. They weren't cloaked, though. At least, not with the same setup Steve and his buddies used, and this one was a lot less effective. Zack blasted them with a new laser, made a mental note about the laser's drain and how fast it took down the drones, then launched a proper offensive. Hours passed as he fell into the familiar rhythm of PvP combat. Once he beat the Armada scum the first time around, and they returned for a few more thrashings, he had to find more people to play with. Some, unfortunately, did not have the new seeker missiles or the drones. Those he finished as fast as he could before moving on. Others were just as bad at using the new tech. His latest opponent wasn't bad, but he seemed to be using some of the swarm drones that Jenny had mentioned, and was just not very good at it. Zack waited for his opponent to launch a new set of drones. Then Zack began evasive maneuvers. They swerved after him, always a few steps behind. Zack lured them away and let them land a few hits to lull the other player into a false sense of security. Then he executed a full 180 turn and blasted the Armada ship with his main laser cannon. The EMP disabled the drones, and Zack flew closer to the ship as he fired targeted blasts at vital systems. The ship tried to dodge, but Zack had caught him off guard. There wasn't enough time to recover. Zack alternated quickly between the different laser cannons he had purchased, testing how they did against the Armada ship's shields so he would have data to look through later. He scowled when the Armada ship exploded before he had a chance to test all the weapons. Just his luck. Now the data would be incomplete. He'd have to do even more math to balance out ship regeneration for the other ships he'd fought. At least he had blasted some Armada scum into oblivion. He put himself on autopilot while he scanned for more opponents, while he pulled up the damage log and exported it out of Starfury. He then started inputting them into his spreadsheet. That would give him some great data to discuss with his team tonight. His optiglasses chimed with a notification from the condo app. "There has been a problem with your payment to our pet sitting service. Please come retrieve your pet or update your payment information." Pet sitting service? Why on earth was he paying the condo's pet sitting service? Oh, right, the hamster. Zack had completely forgotten about it. He hoped they were taking good care of 𝙬𝙧𝙀. They were probably taking better care of the creature than Zack would have, since he had completely forgotten the hamster existed. Zack opened the condo app and skimmed through the payment information. His credentials had been entered correctly, probably just a bug in the system. DaEvo chimed, and Zack rolled his eyes. Speaking of bugs, it's almost time for your date with Ashley Barnes. Take your relationship to the next level and earn love meter bonuses by fulfilling one of these relationship milestones. Relationship milestones. First significant physical contact. In-depth exchange of history. Your first kiss. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. Your first dev note. Are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become select variable, relationship type, exclusive, primary, secondary, pair bonded, metamor. Get engaged. Crap, that's tonight? Zack opened the calendar app and stared at it. His date with Ashley was tonight, and he didn't have anything planned. The exciting and memorable event seemed like the easiest milestone to complete, but that meant he needed to find an exciting and memorable event in a matter of hours. Vaz. Dude, these new releases are awesome. You try out the new missiles yet? Jenny. The new drones are really cool. Greg. There's more to life than drones, Jenny. Jenny. Tongue out emoji. Zack stared at the messages. Training. He was supposed to train. Why hadn't he checked his calendar before promising to train with his team tonight? Because Kayla had a photo shoot and had made sure to tell him she wasn't available. And his dates to Ashley thus far had stayed during the day or early mornings, due to her school schedule. He'd sent flowers to the photo studio at DaEvo's prompting and forgotten all about it. He should cancel the date. He needed to train, and all the high-profile events with Kayla had given him plenty of points. His reputation was better than ever, and Kayla's love meter was nearly full. Ashley's was almost empty, and her lower level gave him fewer points. Yeah, it made sense to cancel. Zack opened the phone app on his optiglasses to text Ashley and cancel. He stopped, his gaze wavering from the texting app to the picture that his optiglasses had pulled from Ashley's social media to be her contact photo. She smiled at the camera, squinting a little from the bright sun. Her curls were chaotic as the wind swept through them. Zack swallowed, unsettled by the realization that he didn't want to cancel the date. He was looking forward to spending time with Ashley. He wanted to hear her thoughts about the hospital spreadsheet and if it had helped with any of her classes. Maybe he could run some of the new Starfury stats by her to see if she caught something he missed. But he didn't want to cancel training with his team either. And he could always reschedule with Ashley for another night. That was the logical decision. How much would it hurt my stats to cancel the date? He said. Thankfully, DaEvo answered. Canceling a date at the last minute? A gentleman doesn't cancel a date, not at the last minute. You'll have to make it up to your lady. Penalty. Make-up quest. Dev note. Get it? Dev note 2. We need a ruling on puns in our quests. Dev note 3. They're awesome. Dev note 4. No, they're not. Dev note 5. Ask marketing. Penalty. Reputation. Minus 0.5. Penalty. Love meter. Minus 10. 1 heart. Penalty. Increased love meter depletion for 2 weeks. What about rescheduling for later? Rescheduling a date at the last minute? A gentleman doesn't reschedule a date, not at the last minute. You'll have to make the new date worth her while and will still incur a penalty. Penalty, reputation, minus zero point 0.4. Penalty, love meter, minus 10, 1 heart. Penalty, increased love meter depletion until next date. Okay, think. There had to be a way around this. He was smart, a strategist. The team always needed him to pull them out of the hardest situations, to help their builds. This was just another problem to solve. And the first thing he needed was more information. How long does the date need to be? Zack asked. A date is a meeting of minds and hearts. As such, a date can be as long or as short as the participants in the date require it to be. Note: increase in love meter levels dependent upon final thermometer level at end of date and overall average of level during your date. Perfect. Zack did some quick calculations. He could pick Ashley up from work, take her somewhere memorable for dinner, and make it back in plenty of time to train with his team. The late night might cause a physique debuff, but surely that wouldn't be enough to cause Phil to cut him off. He had done every other quest DaEvo suggested. He could make this work. Zack opened his app and texted Ashley. Maybe she had forgotten as well. That would let him off the hook, and they could reschedule for another night. Zack. Hey, are we still on for tonight? Ashley. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Crap. Zack. Great, I can pick you up after work. Ashley. I'll need some time to go home and get ready, unless you want to take me out in my Gord's uniform, winky face. Other than the time they met at the hospital, Zack had only ever seen Ashley in her Gord's uniform. He swore softly. It hadn't occurred to him that she would want to change after work. That might throw off his entire plan. Kayla took hours to get ready for their dates, or for anything, really. Ashley. I won't take long. I can meet you at the restaurant if you give me the address. The address, Zack swore again. He had been so busy with Starfury and Kayla that he hadn't even picked a restaurant yet. Zack. Yeah, I'll send it to you. And he would, as soon as he knew what it was. Chapter 35. Pizza. Zack stared, the word alone enough to make his mouth water. He hadn't had pizza in over a month. While his waistline thanked him for it, his soul was starving for cheesy goodness. But why was it here? Zack had asked DaEvo to suggest restaurants near his condo with options healthy enough to satisfy the fitness quests, and the word pizza stood out like an oasis in a desert of salads. He selected Howie's Pizza and browsed the suggested menu options. Howie's Pizza, house salad with grilled chicken and balsamic vinaigrette dressing, veggie wrap with fresh mozzarella, cauliflower crust pizza with veggie toppings. Cauliflower pizza? Since when did they make pizza out of cauliflower? A quick search showed Zack that it was a popular option for calorie-conscious and gluten-free diners. Comments on forums showed a range of opinions from can't taste the difference to worst idea ever. Zack stared at the picture on the online menu. Pizza. He really missed pizza, but the idea of eating one made from cauliflower seemed wrong somehow. He returned to the list of restaurants near him that had options healthy enough to satisfy DaEvo. Salads, salads, and more salads. A few seafood places. The Mediterranean place where he got lunches to bring to Ashley most days, but it would be lame to take her to the place where they always got takeout. Zack pushed aside his prejudices against cauliflower and texted the address for Howie's Pizza to Ashley. Then he tried to make a reservation with his opti-glasses, but apparently Howie's wasn't classy enough to do reservations. Zack swallowed. Maybe he should have picked one of the seafood restaurants and gone for pizza by himself another night. This was supposed to be a special date, and he had suggested pizza. If his experiences with Kayla had taught him anything, it was that women expected you to spend money on them during dates. Zack opened his texting app to let Ashley know he had changed his mind, but she texted him before he could type the words. Ashley. Sounds great. See you at 6? Zack. Perfect. 6? That meant Ashley was only giving herself an hour to leave work, get ready, and meet him at the restaurant. That gave Zack way more time than he had planned on. He might be able to squeeze in a few more relationship milestones after dinner and fill the love meter further. It wouldn't take them that long to eat pizza. "Show me some exciting and memorable events happening near me tonight," Zack said. DaEvo populated a list, and Zack scrolled through them. "Exciting and memorable events. Level up your relationship by treating your lady to one of these unique experiences. Rodeo at the stockyards. Czech Society dance class and social. River walk, whitewater rafting. Museum of Osteology. Carriage ride downtown. Oklahoma City Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Oklahoma City Museum of Art." Zack raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't have considered any of those as date options if left to his own devices. Frankly, he hadn't known any of them existed. "Which ones are near my condo?" "Events near you. Czech Society dance class and social. Oklahoma City Museum of Art." Not great options. Zack dismissed the art museum. It might take hours to get through it, and it didn't exactly sound memorable. At least, not in a good way. He had taken field trips to the Metropolitan Museum of Art for school and wasn't eager to repeat the experience. That left the dance class. Zack selected it and browsed the description. "Czech Society dance class and social. Learn traditional Czechoslovakian dances in a friendly, supportive environment. No experience needed. The 30-minute dance class will be followed by a social dance with light refreshments." DaEvo chimed. "The event Czech Society dance class and social meets the following quest requirements. Fitness. 30 minutes of elevated heart rate. Style. Learn to dance. Choose dance type." Sweet. The class started at 7, which would give them plenty of time to eat and walk the few blocks to the nearby building where the class was being held. Then they would dance for 30 minutes. Zack would receive points for another relationship milestone and 2 additional quests, and still be home in time to train with his team. He reserved 2 places in the dance class and paid for the tickets. His bank sent a notification marked with a red exclamation point, but Zack swiped it away. The dance tickets had been cheap, especially compared to the cover charges for the clubs Kayla liked to frequent. His bank had absolutely no reason to complain about this evening. And he had a few hours before the date. Time to check out more Star Fury releases. Chapter 36. Zack sat at the table at Howie's Pizza, fidgeting with the bouquet of flowers he had brought and wondering if he should throw them in the trash instead. DaEvo had prompted him to bring a gift, but Ashley had said gifts weren't necessary. But he wanted the bonus points for the quest. The flowers had seemed like a nice compromise when he bought them, but now they seemed a little silly. Maybe he should have brought jewelry again. Kayla always liked jewelry. Well, she usually liked jewelry. She had refused to wear the bracelet he'd had delivered to Royal Texas because it clashed with her Western neon outfit. Zack was still trying to figure out how diamonds could clash with anything. They were clear. Shouldn't they go with anything? The door chimed as someone entered. Zack looked up and forgot all about diamonds as Ashley walked into the restaurant. She looked completely different than she did when dressed for work. Her hair was down and framed her face in a riot of auburn curls. She wore a dark green dress that showed how much the Guards uniform had been hiding. It was criminal, Zack decided, making someone so shapely wear such unflattering clothes. DaEvo concurred, flashing her latest social information. There were minor changes, but her higher style bumped up her social level even more. Ashley Barnes, social level 57, physique 72, style 68, reputation 62, occupation 25. Ashley walked slowly across the restaurant, looking a little uncertain, and Zack became aware of how hard he had been staring. He blinked, trying to gather some sort of sense so he could say something clever. "Wow," he said. "You look amazing." Not exactly brilliant, but he was feeling a little tongue-tied. DaEvo chimed for delivering the compliment, and Ashley grinned. "Thanks. You clean up pretty nicely yourself. No fringed jacket today? Zack laughed. He had gone with his usual dark jeans, but dressed them up with one of Giacomo's shirts, a gray button-up with thin silver stripes. DaEvo had awarded him decent style points when he put it on, but it had also suggested that at the first opportunity, he purchase clothes that actually fit. For once, Zack agreed with the app. He had lost enough weight that his clothes were getting baggy. Phil wouldn't be pleased to see invoices from another shopping trip on Zack's bank statements. DaEvo chimed. Treat your date like a lady to win her over. Try the following. Open doors for her. Pull out her chair. Oh. Zack belatedly realized Ashley was still standing, although she didn't seem to be waiting for him to do anything. How long had he been staring into space? He was acting like a complete idiot. He jumped up and pulled out her chair for her. My lady? Ashley rolled her eyes playfully as she sat down, but Zack thought she looked a little pleased. The thermometer bumped up. Then a reminder about the gift flashed up. Right, these are for you. He offered her the bouquet, feeling completely lame. He should have gone with diamonds, even though they didn't go with everything, or asked what color she was wearing and picked something that matched. Emeralds were green, right? Maybe he could have some emeralds delivered. Before he could search for nearby jewelers with drone delivery, Ashley took the flowers with a smile, brushing her fingers against his as she did so. DaEvo's thermometer flickered again for physical contact as Ashley pulled a daisy from the bouquet and tucked it into her hair. Thanks. This is nice. She gestured to the flowers and the restaurant. Zack released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. She didn't hate it, thank goodness. Ashley smiled at him, looking a little sheepish. I actually have a present for you too. Really? Zack didn't bother trying to hide his surprise, and Ashley laughed. Gift-giving goes both ways, you know. It's probably lame, but, well, she stammered out a few more excuses before pulling an official-looking envelope from her purse and handing it to Zack. He turned it over in his hands, trying to guess what it might be. It was sealed with a Star Fury sticker. He realized Ashley was waiting for him to open it and broke the seal. Curiosity built up as he pulled out a single sheet of paper and unfolded it. What on earth had Ashley given him? The top of the paper looked like the official stationery Phil always sent letters on, except instead of a company logo, it had the Corsair crossbones. Official Viridian Report. Zack read the heading aloud. Then he skimmed ahead, reading silently. The letter was short, just a string of numbers and a list of a few materials. Zack looked at Ashley, who was blushing in embarrassment. It's probably stupid, but I overheard Steve and his buddies talking about a drone Easter egg build they found. Those are all the materials they mentioned, and some of the sensor settings they used to compensate for the cloaking. What? Really? Zack dropped the paper and leaped to his feet in excitement. Ashley laughed in relief. Oh, good. I'm glad you like it. Like it? This is... you... Zack realized he was drawing the attention of the other diners and quickly sat back down. No need to lose reputation points over this. Even if it was the answer to a problem that had been plaguing him and his team for months. This is amazing, Zack said. You're amazing. Ashley brushed her hair back and smiled before looking aside at Zack's fixed gaze. They were interrupted by a waiter bringing them menus. Ashley seemed a little grateful for the interruption, focusing her attention on the waiter. Zack scanned the note with his opti-glasses to make sure the information was safe, then tucked it in his pocket. The waiter took their drink orders, then left them alone. Have you eaten here before? Ashley asked. She picked up a menu, browsing casually. Zack did the same, although he already knew what he was getting. The only pizza approved by DaEvo. No, I think it's new. Oh, pizza made from cauliflower. I wonder what that's like. He said it casually, as if he were just curious. He really hoped Ashley wouldn't make fun of him for ordering it. A few months ago, Zack would have mocked anyone who even considered eating such a thing, but DaEvo and Phil had left him with no other options. Ashley pulled the menu a little closer, apparently reading up on the cauliflower pizza. Only one way to find out. It's way healthier, so worth a shot. Really? Yeah, let's try it. The waiter came and took their orders. Zack chose the DaEvo-approved cauliflower pizza with veggie toppings. Ashley ordered one with pepperoni and sausage. "You've really been eating healthy lately," Ashley said. Zack waited for the follow-up insult, but it didn't come. She just seemed to be making an observation. It just seemed like a good idea, you know? Fortunately, Ashley accepted that explanation. They chatted until their food arrived, discussing everything from Star Fury to the hospital spreadsheet to Ashley's latest exam. "So, you're done with classes?" Zack asked. "We're on break for a few weeks. It'll be nice to have some time off, although I had to pick up a side job with a caterer to help cover the cost of books for next term, so it won't be quite as leisurely as it sounds." She made a face. Zack laughed, fighting back the uncomfortable feeling he always had when money came up. The trust had covered his college tuition and all the ancillary costs, including the books. He had no idea how much they cost, but apparently it was quite a bit. Enough that Ashley had had to pick up another job to afford them. "Hey, it's fine," Ashley said, noticing his discomfort. "It's a little crazy, but it's temporary. Everybody struggles while they're in school." "Sure," Zack said, trying to sound as if he had experienced that struggle firsthand. "So, what do you do for work?" Ashley asked. "I just realized I've never actually asked. Sorry about that." "What? No, it's fine. Zack's mind raced. He couldn't admit he'd never worked a full-time job after Ashley just said she was working 2 while going to school. He would sound like a complete slacker, even if it was the truth. "I'm a professional gamer." He kept talking, trying to soften the lie. "Well, more like semi-pro, but I'll get a spot in the pro league if I place well enough in the tournament." "Really? Wow, that's awesome. No wonder you spend so much time playing Star Fury." "Yeah, just trying to be the best." "And your parents are cool with that?" Ashley asked. Zack felt the blood drain from his face, and Ashley looked at him with concern. "I'm sorry. Sensitive topic? I was just joking. You don't have to—" They've passed away," Zack said, fighting to contain the flood of emotions the topic always brought up. He was pretty sure crying on a date would lead to a major debuff. "Oh, gosh, Zack, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring that up." She offered her hand, and Zack took it. He smiled a little too brightly, his usual way to push the negative feelings back down where they belonged. "It's fine. What about your parents? They must be really proud of how hard you work." Now Ashley looked uncomfortable, and Zack wished he could take back the words. He had meant them as a compliment. Before he could find a way to backtrack, Ashley sighed. "They're divorced," she said finally. "My mom moved to Texas, and my dad travels a lot for work. My grandma raised Amber and me, but it's hard for her to get around now that she's older." "Oh." No wonder Ashley had been spending so much time at the hospital with Amber. She was the only one available. Zack searched for something to say that would make it better, but he was no good at this sort of thing. DaEvo chimed, and Zack opened the notification as fast as he could, hoping for a prompt that would show him what to say to make all these awkward problems go away. "Relationship milestone achieved. In-depth exchange of history." Zack swiped away the notification. He would rather not have had that particular exchange, although maybe DaEvo had a point. He did feel as though he understood Ashley better after that conversation. It was strange, but he'd never had that kind of conversation with Kayla. It was mostly about fashion, or occasionally, gossip about other models or celebrities she knew. The waiter brought their pizzas, and Zack realized he was still holding Ashley's hand. He hastily let go so the waiter could set their food on the table. The man grinned at them like a proud father, and Zack felt his face going red. "Would you like anything else?" the waiter asked. There seemed to be some extra meaning to his words, and Ashley laughed. "No, we're good." She picked up a slice of her pizza and nodded to Zack. "Ready to try some cauliflower?" Zack grinned at the challenge in her tone and picked up his own slice. Let's do this. He took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. Ashley did the same. After she swallowed, she said, "Not bad." "Yeah," Zack said, smiling at her. "Not bad at all." Chapter 37. They finished the pizza and chatted a little more. Zack did his best not to sigh in disappointment when the waiter offered the dessert menu. There was no way DaEvo was letting him have anything sweet. Ashley noticed his expression and shook her head. "No thanks. We'll have the check, please." The waiter nodded and hurried away. Zack checked the time on his optic glasses and winced. "Wow, is it really that late already?" "Oh, do you need to go?" Ashley said. She sounded disappointed and brightened when Zack shook his head. Yes, he needed to go soon, but not before he received full bonus points for stacking his quests. "No, it's not that. I have something else planned for us tonight." "Really? What is it?" Ashley grinned, and Zack found himself smiling back. Her excitement was contagious. "A surprise." He really hoped she didn't hate it. But girls liked dancing, right? DaEvo had suggested it as an exciting and memorable event. Then again, DaEvo had also suggested wearing Western neon. Crap, what if she hated it? The waiter brought the check and Zack took it, ignoring Ashley's protests. It was an old-fashioned paper receipt with a barcode for him to scan, rather than an automatic OptiGlass integration. Damn Luddites. Zack focused on the barcode until his OptiGlasses scanned it. "Error. Insufficient funds." "What?" Zack scanned it again and received the same message. "Is there a problem, sir?" the waiter said. "I'm not sure." Zack frowned. The waiter walked off and returned with a small pad that showed the payment method Zack had been trying. "I'm sorry," the waiter said as he looked at the tablet. "There seems to be a problem with your payment." "That's impossible. There must be a problem with your system." It had to be their outdated system, their stupid old-fashioned technology. But the waiter made a few taps on his tablet and shook his head. "Our system is fine. It says your card has insufficient funds." Zack remembered the notification from his bank and winced. Had Phil cut him off after all? Had he missed a physique quest notification? He had been trying so hard to do them all. I just need to call my bank," Zack stammered, feeling his face go red. The waiter raised an eyebrow. He had seemed to approve of the couple before, but now he looked like a father questioning if Zack was good enough for his little girl. "Don't worry, I've got it," Ashley said. She pulled an old-fashioned credit card from her purse and handed it to the waiter with a smile. Zack sputtered something about paying her back, and she shook her head. "Don't. You've bought lunch every time we've met. It's my turn to pay, all right?" Zack waited for the trap to spring, for her to add something to pile on the guilt. If this had happened while he was out with Kayla. But Ashley wasn't Kayla, and she truly didn't seem to mind. "You're sure?" She laughed. "Yeah, it's only fair. I was going to suggest going Dutch for our lunches anyway. It's not fair for you to be spending all your money on me." "All my money?" Zack sputtered, not quite understanding. "Look, I've been overdrawn before. It sucks. We'll split costs from now on, all right? No big deal." She thought he was spending all his money on her, that bringing her a few lunches had somehow contributed to his financial downfall. The girl who was working an extra job so she could buy a book was trying to save him. Zack blinked, not sure what to say, but desperate to fix this so Ashley didn't think he was broke and she had to spend all her money on him. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, he watched her sign the paper receipt. He needed to come clean. But how? Maybe he could have Phil make it look as if she won the lottery, but she was probably smart enough to see through that. Zack swallowed. "Ashley, You're not going to be old-fashioned and stubborn about this, are you? It's fine for women to pay for things on dates. I ate just as much pizza as you did." Her eyes had a steely glint that Zack hadn't seen before, and her face was stern. He wasn't going to win this argument. "Nope, no stubbornness here." Zack raised his hands in the air. Ashley laughed. "Good. Now, where's the surprise you mentioned?" "Not far. We can walk. Zack gathered his composure and offered his arm. Ashley took it. DaEvo chimed bonus points for physical contact, and they walked as Zack followed pale purple arrows that his opti-glasses overlaid on the sidewalk to lead them to the dance. It was a nice night, with stars and streetlights sparkling overhead. Zack looked at Ashley and smiled. She caught him staring and winked. Foz. Dude, these new releases are insane. Jenny. I'll say. See you guys soon. Zack. Be there in 40. Then he swiped away the notifications and muted his messaging app. He hoped Ashley hadn't noticed that he had sent the text and was checking the time fairly often. They should be right on time for the dance class, and once that was over, he'd make the short walk back to his apartment and share the information his Viridian had recovered for him. Ashley studied the building curiously when Zack stopped in front of it. The new Czech dance hall, she read. Yeah, I signed us up for a dance class. Really? That sounds cool. Zack smiled. His initial impression had been correct. Girls liked to dance. He pushed open the door for Ashley and received bonus points from DaEvo for acting like a gentleman. He was finally getting the hang of this. The sound of tuba music assaulted his ears as soon as he entered the room. Zack listened to the oompa oompa with growing dread, his heart beating in time with the low brass. This was memorable, all right, but not quite what he had pictured for a romantic moment. Ashley pressed her lips together, clearly trying not to laugh at his expression. You're here for the dance lessons? A woman asked. Zack nodded and managed to say his name. She checked her reservations and ushered them through a door into the dance hall. The tuba music intensified as they entered the room. A brass band sat on a stage at the far end. They were dressed in black pants, white shirts, and red vests, and playing what Zack considered to be the uncoolest music in the history of music. Tubas. Why hadn't DaEvo warned him that traditional Czech music involved tubas? The room was filled with couples and singles of all ages. Some were dressed in traditional clothes like the band, some wore nicer dress clothes like Zack and Ashley, and a few wore jeans and t-shirts. Everyone onto the dance floor, one of the women in traditional dress called, waving to silence the band. Grab your partner, and we'll start with the polka. Zack looked at Ashley in horror. I am so sorry. I thought a dance class would be, not this. He gestured around, looking from the tuba players to the other couples to the dance floor where he was expected to stand. At least the room itself was pretty. White walls decorated with painted murals of red flowers. It looks fun, Ashley said. Really? Yeah, I don't know anything about Czech culture. Let's try it out. She grabbed Zack's arm and pulled him onto the dance floor, where the instructor instructed them to clasp one set of hands and wrap their arms around each other's waists. Zack suddenly found himself in very close quarters with Ashley, and thinking that maybe she was right and the polka wasn't so bad after all. The instructor showed them the basic steps, a sort of double skip that didn't look too challenging. Easy enough, Zack said, suddenly grateful for all the fitness quests he had completed. He was much lighter on his feet than he might otherwise have been. Then the music began, and Zack found himself cursing the tuba for an entirely different reason. Did the blasted thing have to play so fast? He stepped on Ashley's foot and offered a quick apology. Before she could respond, she stepped on his toe. Zack stumbled and nearly fell over. Ashley caught him, but nearly fell over herself. Sorry. They skidded to a stop and stood in the middle of the dance floor, laughing, while the other couples, who were obviously not beginners, swirled around them in time with the rollicking music. Zack caught Ashley's gaze and was suddenly very aware of his arm on her waist. He leaned closer and she did the same, until their faces were almost touching. I see we need to go a little slower, the dance instructor said, rushing over and ruining the moment. You two come with me. I'll show you the steps. She pulled them to a corner of the room and walked them through the steps again, dancing with each of them in turn to make sure they understood before turning them loose to dance with each other. Zack smiled with surprise as he and Ashley skipped and twirled with the other couples in the room. The booming bass of the tuba made it easy to keep time and stay together. He grinned, and Ashley grinned back as they moved across the dance floor. DaEvo chimed. Relationship milestone achieved. First significant physical contact. This wasn't exactly what Zack had pictured for that quest, but holding Ashley for 30 minutes certainly did seem significant. By the time the class ended, Zack knew how to dance the Czech polka, Czech waltz, and a line dance whose name he couldn't quite pronounce. He reluctantly let go of Ashley as the dancers cleared the floor to give everyone a chance to rest before the social dance began. That was more of a workout than I thought it would be, Zack said. He wiped the sweat off his brow and grabbed a glass of water for himself as well as one for Ashley. Yeah. Ashley was breathing heavily and also sweating a bit. She didn't seem to mind, though. Ashley collapsed into the nearest chair, pulled a fan out of her purse, and waved it at her face. Zack sat next to her, and she fanned him for a bit as well before returning to herself. He looked more closely at the fan. Is that the one I gave you? Yeah, it comes in handy more often than you'd think. Huh. Maybe DaEvo knew what it was doing with those gifts after all. As if on cue, DaEvo chimed. Physique quest complete. Reward. Plus 0.1 physique. Style quest complete. Reward. Plus 0.1 style. Zack stared at it. He still didn't get how dancing was a style quest, but he'd take it. Maybe there was a baseline or something for grace. Either way, he had completed the bonus quests for learning how to dance and had gotten 2 relationship milestones at the same time for exchanging history and significant physical contact. The class was over. He could call a ride to take Ashley home and get back to his apartment in plenty of time to train with his team. He could see from the way the thermometer was glowing, he'd score a ton of love meter points if he called the date done. Except the band was playing again, and somehow the oompa of the tuba had become rather endearing. Probably something to do with the way Ashley's eyes glittered when she smiled. She held her hand out to Zack. May I have this polka? Of course. Zack wrapped his arm around Ashley's waist and swept her onto the dance floor. They joined the other couples, losing themselves in the music and each other. Zack learned quickly to keep his eyes on the dance floor so he didn't run into other couples, but he also sneaked glances at Ashley whenever he could. She seemed to be doing the same, and winked whenever she caught his eye. The evening passed in a blur of auburn curls, sparkling eyes, and tubas. By the time the band leader called for the last dance, Zack was drenched in sweat. He needed to step up his fitness routine, he decided. Maybe add some cardio. Then again, maybe not. Everyone around the room seemed to be equally sweaty and didn't care a bit about it. The last dance was a waltz, a slower one, as if the band leader knew everyone was tired. The more relaxed tempo gave Zack a chance to catch his breath and speak. Sorry, this was kind of weird, he said. I liked it, Ashley said. It was different. I've never done anything like this before. Yeah, neither have I, Zack said. They were drifting to one of the corners of the room, away from the other couples. Zack wasn't sure if he was leading them that way, or Ashley was, or if they were moving by some sort of unspoken agreement. Whichever it was, they ended up in the darkest corner of the room, not dancing anymore, but still holding each other close. Hey, Zack couldn't remember what he had been going to say, but it probably wasn't important. He was tilting his head toward Ashley, and she was lifting her head toward his, and then they were kissing. DaEvo chimed, and the tubas played, but Zack was too caught up in the moment to notice. Chapter 38. Zack woke to the full afternoon sun glaring through his window. He rolled over to grab the glasses and groaned as his muscles protested. Why was he so sore? His trainer hadn't added any new weights to his routine. Physique quest failed. Get sufficient sleep. Physique minus 0.1. Crap. Hopefully Phil would let that one slide. Why had he been out so late? Right, the dance class. Zack grinned as he remembered the evening. Apparently, polka people knew how to party. The dance had lasted until after midnight, although they hadn't exactly been dancing at the end. Then he and Ashley had walked in a park until she remembered that she had to be up early to take Amber to a doctor's appointment, and had reluctantly said goodbye. The opti-glasses chimed again. Zack slid them onto his face to check his messages. Kayla. Hey, wanna go out tonight? I've missed you. That was followed by a picture of her pouting for the camera, and another of her staring wistfully into the distance. It would have meant more, but Zack had seen the pictures before. He had subscribed to all her social media feeds to make sure DaEvo saw all the pictures of them together and gave him reputation points, which had worked well over the past few weeks. These particular shots were part of Kayla's latest advertising campaign for perfume, a perfume that Zack hated the scent of, but Kayla insisted she had to wear as part of her contract. Zack, sorry, can't. I need to train for the tournament. Specifically, he needed to deliver Ashley's information to his teammates and see what they could do with it. Zack grinned. Ashley. He still couldn't believe she had managed to get that information for him. She was like a real-life Viridian. She was amazing. She was… Kayla. Training? Yawn. Sure you don't want to skip? There's a sale at the mall. Winky face. That was accompanied by a picture Zack hadn't seen on any of Kayla's social media feeds. Kayla leaned toward the camera, smiling seductively and showing quite a bit of cleavage. Zack stared at it, feeling tempted to skip training after all. Except he had already missed multiple rounds of training in his quests to keep the love meters full. He was running out of time. His teammates… Crap. He had missed training with his teammates last night. Zack checked the conversation he had muted and groaned out loud. He had over 100 messages from his teammates wondering where he was. They had even debated calling the police to check on him before remembering they didn't know his address. Zack, guys, I am so sorry. Phil sprung another quest on me out of nowhere last night. But good news, I found information about the Easter egg. When can everyone meet today? They didn't answer. Zack hoped they were still asleep and not ignoring him. Kayla, or we could skip shopping. Maybe go to the pool. She sent a picture of herself in a bikini and a link to buy tickets to a swanky spa located just outside the city. Zack wasn't sure which photo shoot had led to this particular photo of Kayla, but he was prepared to buy everything the advertisement was selling. He opened the link without thinking and clicked on the button to buy tickets. Error. Insufficient funds. Please contact your bank. Right. His card had been denied last night. Zack called Phil and started talking as soon as his trustee answered. Look, I've done all your stupid fitness quests, every single one. Well, I missed one night of sleep, but that's nothing, and that happened afterward, so why isn't my card working? You said you wouldn't cut me off. I haven't. Phil sounded calm. Too calm. Zack narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Then what's going on? Why do you sound so smug? Phil laughed. You reached your credit limit. Your account is set to automatically pay the balance every month. But you reached your limit, so your card is rejecting new purchases until you pay it off. My limit? Zack hadn't realized his card had a limit, or that it wasn't tied directly to his bank account. Apparently it did, and he had never spent enough for it to matter. So how do I fix it? Go into the credit app and give it permission to pay the balance early. I'm sure your bank has sent you notifications about this. Didn't they cover that in your finance classes in college? They probably had. Zack had skipped all the lectures in that class. They hadn't seemed relevant to him. Thanks, Zack said. So how are your dates going? You meet anyone special yet? Zack hung up. Then he opened the credit app, digging around in the menu until he found the button needed to pay his balance. He gulped at the number. Had he really spent that much in a month? Maybe Phil had a point about his spending after all. His opti-glasses chimed with the message before he could go back to buy the tickets. Greg. We agreed last night to train PvP this afternoon at 2. Zack waited for more, but nothing else came. He sighed. Much as he would love to spend the afternoon with a swimsuit model actually wearing a swimsuit, he really needed to train. He opened the spa's website again, purchased a single ticket, and forwarded it to Kayla. Zack, I have to train, but have a good time. Kayla responded with an emoji of a kissing face. Reputation, plus 0.1. Kayla had already posted about his gift on her social media. Comments from her fans poured in, saying how lucky she was to have a boyfriend who spoiled her. Zack rolled his eyes. Those were the same fans prepared to attack him at the first sign of inattentiveness. Kayla's popularity was a double-edged sword. Zack congratulated himself on avoiding a disaster and rolled out of bed. DaEvo chimed, reminding him to work out and eat a healthy breakfast, and he settled into his now familiar morning routine. After he ate, he put his dishes in the sink and changed into his FitLife clothes. At DaEvo's prompting, Zack had bought real dishes, and the cleaning service came every few days to wash them and tidy up the apartment. Zack looked around, appreciating how clean it was. The granite countertops sparkled. The floor was clean. His laundry was washed and put away. His gaming system gleamed. It even smelled nice. Perfect for inviting his lady over, as DaEvo constantly reminded him. Except Kayla never wanted to come over. She either needed beauty rest or had to be out late for an industry event, or she was out of town. In truth, it was getting rather frustrating. So much so that he occasionally hit the gym in the evenings after a night out with her. And Ashley? Zack grinned. He had actually considered inviting Ashley over last night, before she had remembered that she had to be home in the morning for Amber. He glanced around the apartment again, wondering how he would explain this place to her when she saw it. She thought he was broke. He shrugged. He would think of something. Maybe say he was house-sitting for a friend. Zack walked to the gym, settled into his first weight machine, and began his reps. His breathing settled into a steady rhythm as he pulled the bar down and let it back up. He increased his speed a little, eager to finish this and log into Starfury so he could put Ashley's information to work. The condo app chimed. Based on your rep speed and heart rate, it's time to adjust your weights. Congratulations. Crap. Zack tried to swipe the notification away before DaEvo sensed it, but the dating app was too fast for him. Physique quest alert. You've leveled up your physique. Congratulations. Accept your personal trainer's new routine to receive additional physique points. Zack sighed as he accepted the quest and gave the condo app permission to raise the weight on the machines. This deal with Phil was a pain. Literally a pain. The weight machine clicked, and suddenly the bar was more difficult to move. Zack grunted as he pulled it down. DaEvo chimed and showed his latest stats. Physique, 52.1. Style, 63.2. Reputation, minus 15.54. Occupation, 0. Social level, 24.94. It amused Zack once again how some stats, like reputation, could keep going up or down as public posts like Cassie's blog or Kayla's incessant social feeds affected them, and how physique could inch up a little at a time before taking a sudden jump as it decided he'd made enough progress to show, like the first time he'd taken a proper look in the mirror with his opti-glasses on. As he mused, Zack realized that DaEvo had another notification for him. Relationship hint. Make sure to follow up with your date to keep the good impression going. Zack grinned and texted Ashley as he moved to the next machine. Zack, hey, I had a great time last night, and thanks again for the info. I'm putting it into practice today. Ashley usually texted back pretty quickly. Zack watched his opti-glasses as he worked his way through the machines, but the only notifications that came in were a selfie of Kayla at the spa and a few reputation points once she posted the selfie to her social media. Zack had worked up a sweat by the time he finished the workout. He followed DaEvo's prompting to make a recovery smoothie at the bar, nodding at the other gym users as he blended his potion. He had figured out a more palatable recipe, thanks to some of the bodybuilders. They were actually decent guys once you got to know them. Sometimes he hung around to chat with them, But today he made the smoothie to go and hurried back to his apartment to shower and get started with training. He tossed his dirty clothes into the laundry hamper the cleaning service had placed for him, toweled his hair dry, and considered the clothes in his closet. He now had a collection of high-end suits, Western neon apparel, and other clothes by up-and-coming designers 𝙬𝙤 had assured him were both stylish and worth the investment. So far, DaEvo had agreed and given Zack significant points for wearing them, so he had gone with it. But he wasn't going out with 𝙬𝙤 today. He was gaming. Zack slid into some sweats and a t-shirt and settled into his gaming chair. He logged in and smiled when the Star Fury music filled his apartment. He opened up his ship's map system and marked all the coordinates that contained the materials on Ashley's list. Calculating the properties that resulted in combining those materials could provide some valuable clues in how to get around the drones. "Dude, you found something about the Easter egg?" Foz's voice echoed through the speakers. He sounded as if he had drunk a few too many coffees and was bouncing off the walls. "Yeah, I have materials and some sensor settings. I'll send them over." Foz let out a low whistle as he read through the list. "You're sure about this info? Could be a trap. If we use these settings and they're wrong." "No, I trust the source." Their sensors pinged as Jenny came online. "Nice of you to join us, Zack." "Look, guys, I'm so sorry about last night. Save it," Foz said. "You'll be fine as long as you read the notes I typed for you. We figured out some cool stuff last night." Zack opened his email and groaned. His teammates had indeed sent him notes last night. Pages and pages of notes. Unfortunately, he had no time to review them now. "Yeah, thanks." They couldn't have discovered anything too radical in one training session, right? He could wing it for today, then review the notes later. "Whoa," Greg said as he came online. "That's a lot of materials. Whose shopping list is this?" "Ours, apparently," Jenny said. "Where did you get this info, Zack?" "Oh, a friend gave it to me." "A friend?" Jenny sounded skeptical. That was fair. "It was Zoe Cross, wasn't it?" Foz said. "She's got the inside hookups because she's the tournament spokeswoman." It was less ridiculous than it sounded, given that he had met Zoe and had dinner with her, but Zack laughed along with his teammates. "It will take a lot of time to collect all this and analyze it," Jenny said. "I vote we do PvP training right now as planned." "Do we have to?" Greg said. "I want to see if Zack's top secret information pans out." "No, Jenny's right," Zack said. "This will take time to put together. A quick round of PvP won't hurt anything. Let's do the usual. Fight each other to look for weaknesses and offer feedback. Greg, you'll take Foz first. I'll face off against Jenny so we can see how our EMP shields are coming along." "But, Jenny—" "Shut it, Greg," Jenny said. "Let's just go with Zack's plan." Jenny's ship came into view as Zack reached her quadrant of space. She had already activated her army of drones around her. Zack grinned and armed his laser cannon. Jenny was great in the team battles, but weaker in PvP rounds because she relied so heavily on her drones. She was definitely going to be in trouble once he revealed how he had turned up the EMP on his laser cannon. Zack swooped closer, trying to draw away some of Jenny's drones and find an opening. Jenny hailed him on the comms. "So, you and 𝙬𝙤 have been spending a lot of time together lately." "What?" Zack was so surprised, he didn't notice a drone planting a bomb in his path. It exploded, delivering 1% damage to his shields. "Hey, no fair." "All's fair in love and war. You seem to be gaining experience with both." More drones circled around him, and Zack had the strange feeling he had walked into an ambush on multiple fronts. "How do you know about 𝙬𝙤?" Zack turned up the settings that caused the EMP and fired a rapid succession of blasts into the cloud of drones. It blew up a group of drones in Jenny's outer defenses, and the resulting EMP blast knocked out even more around the explosion. They turned upside down as their navigation systems fried, making them look like dead fish floating belly up in a pond. "Social media posts are public, or had you forgotten that?" "Of course I know that." He just hadn't realized that any of his friends followed 𝙬𝙤's feed. Zack continued to blast the laser cannon, disabling more and more of Jenny's drone defenses. She used his focus on that as an opportunity to circle more drones around and land a few blows of her own. Zack ignored them. They were weak attacks, and his regeneration could deal with it. He even had a shield booster ready if necessary. It was an old build, but it worked well with his setup, just one of many modifications he had made over the past few weeks. Actually, the shield booster had been Ashley's idea. She had mentioned how some of the older machines were actually still better for hospitals than the latest build, and A blast rocked the ship, and he focused on launching a series of missiles at Jenny. Of course, Jenny's droids got in the way, but it meant he'd thinned her swarm. Zack frowned. Did Ashley follow Kayla's social media feeds? He wouldn't want her to think. To think what, exactly? Zack and Ashley weren't exclusive or anything. Last night had been the first time they had officially gone out. Although he had completed a lot of relationship milestones with Ashley last night, that seemed significant. Her nearly full love meter said DaEvo agreed. So where did that leave Kayla? Zack's ship rocked with an explosion, and he swore loudly. Jenny laughed and launched missiles at him as Zack checked his readouts. His shields were down 50%. What the hell? How did you do that? I'll tell you after I beat you. Fat chance. Zack flew closer, dodging the disabled drones floating around Jenny. Even floating in dead space, they were still a fairly effective defense, as any shot he fired would hit them instead. The drones bounced off his hull as he tried to get close enough to her ship to get a clear shot. I haven't told Greg and Foz yet. What do you think they'd say if they knew you were actually dating a model? Who knows? Zack refused to let himself be distracted again. Jenny released a few heat-seeking missiles and dodged deeper into the sea of disabled drones. It was almost as bad as driving through an asteroid field. Weirdly, the field of broken drones seemed to be getting thicker. There must have been more drones behind Jenny than Zack realized. Those swarm drones everyone had been talking about must be these things. He hadn't seen anyone use them in this manner. He felt a strange urge to turn on windshield wipers to clear his view. It was like driving through heavy rain. Or maybe I should tell them you've been skipping our training sessions to go out to clubs with her. Expensive clubs, in designer clothes. Does she buy them for you so you'll be better arm candy? Very funny. I told you guys, I've had to cut back on training because of this thing Phil tricked me into. Your former guardian is forcing you to date a model? That seems a little strange. The cloud of drones had gotten even thicker. Zack supposed it was natural for them to be drawn to his ship. It had mass, so gravity would attract them. Still, they seemed to be actively floating toward his ship. Of course, that was impossible. The EMP had disabled them. Zack, I know what those clothes cost, what those clubs cost. There's no way Kayla's paying for you, which means you must be paying for her. Jenny sounded angry, which raised Zack's defenses. This was why he never talked finances with his friends. It always got awkward. Yeah? So? Look, I get that you don't need money, but you're hurting the whole team by blowing off training. We need you to be on top of your game. Maybe it doesn't matter to you, but the rest of us could actually use the prize money and contract. What? What are you talking about? The disabled drones now completely blocked his view. He could still see through his various scanner and sensor outputs, but it was still annoying. Unfortunately, he didn't have any rapid-fire lasers anymore, not since they'd chosen to swap it out for his main laser. You're rusty, Zack. You've let yourself get distracted. I'll show you distracted. Zack located Jenny with his scanner and blasted her with his sniper laser. She dodged, but not before taking some damage. Does that look rusty to you? Jenny sighed. You know, good gamers don't let themselves get arrogant. What's that supposed to mean? There was a moment of silence. Then the drones covering Zack's main view screen lit up as they came back online. He fired up his boosters and engaged evasive maneuvers, trying to escape, but they clung tight. His ship's engines groaned from the extra weight. The drone's lights changed from yellow to flashing red as they began a self-destruct sequence. Hey, I disabled these! Zack tried to increase his speed to shake the drones, but nothing worked. Jenny chuckled. If you'd actually bothered to come to training or read the report Foz made, you'd know that I perfected my EMP shield. We tested it last night. What? Jenny, don't. Bye, Zack. The red lights flashed faster, and Zack's ship exploded. The sound reverberated through his apartment, and every screen of his gaming setup went white. Jenny? Jenny, are you there? Nothing but static in response. He would have to respawn before he could talk to her through the game system. Zack swore and punched the necessary buttons. Why had Jenny taken it so far and actually blown him up? He would have to completely restock now. And while he could afford it, he had enough in his main account for the tournament, it was still expensive. He didn't have his usual cushion anymore. Kind of like in real life. His ship spawned, and he set autopilot to take him to the rendezvous spot. What the hell, Jenny? Did you have to blow me out of the sky? She didn't respond. Zack swallowed. Hey guys, you done yet? Still going, Foz said. I'll get back to you after I win. You wish, Greg said. Stop distracting them, Jenny said. Maybe you can pass the time reading your report and seeing exactly how I beat you. You beat Zack? Greg said. Then he yowled as Foz landed a hit on him. Focus, Jenny said. So is that a yes or a no? Foz said. Zack sighed. Better to admit to it than to have Jenny brag about it. Yeah, she beat me. That was a neat trick with the drones. It caught me by surprise. By surprise? Foz said. We planned that strategy last night. I wrote all about it in the notes I sent you. He didn't read it, Jenny said. You'd better get reading, Zack. Leave Greg and Foz alone so they can focus. I'll look at these coordinates and try to figure out if the information is good or not. It's good, Zack said. Yeah, I'm not exactly in the mood to trust what you say without checking it out first, Jenny said. She had transferred their conversation to a private channel, so they wouldn't distract Greg and Foz from their match. Zack swallowed. Are you going to tell them? About Kayla? I'm not sure yet. I think they deserve to know, but I don't want to distract them from the tournament. I didn't have a choice, Zack protested. Besides, I wasn't out with Kayla last night. Oh, that makes me feel so much better, Jenny said. Nice to know you're blowing us off for multiple reasons and not just your new arm candy girlfriend. You're supposed to be leading this team. Get your priorities together and do it. She signed off, leaving Zack to the laborious task of reading through the notes and rebuilding his ship. Hopefully, he'd figure out a way to balance all these priorities at the same time. Chapter 39. DaEvo's all-too-familiar chime interrupted Zack's concentration. He scowled as he turned away from the spreadsheet he was making. How was he supposed to analyze all these materials with constant interruptions? Once they'd checked out the mining operations indicated, they'd confirmed that the Armada had been busy hogging those spots. So it seemed as though the new drones definitely needed a specific material build. Now they just had to figure out the ratios or get the blueprint. Then they could disseminate the information and put a serious cramp on Armada production. That'd make a big difference in the tournament, not just for themselves, but for everyone else. He closed the spreadsheet with a sigh and opened DaEvo. Relationship notification. Kayla Taylor's love meter has dropped to 50%. I've been sending her gifts. He really had. Ever since she'd been back in the last week, she'd been wanting to go out constantly. But Zack hadn't had time to meet up with her, not since the team needed him more on point as they were headlining the material search. Now that they were past the dungeon rounds, PvP training was all the more important and needed his full attention. Please note, due to low level of relationship milestones with Kayla Taylor and a disparate social level, love meter amounts reflect the fast-depleting consideration between yourself and your date. Meet your relationship milestones and reduce social status variations to reduce decrease in your love meter. Yeah. Zack was well aware of that fact. He gave up on his analysis and flipped through his DaEvo stats. He hadn't seen Ashley since their polka date, but her love meter was still pretty full since they had hit so many relationship milestones. And it didn't deplete as quickly since Ashley was closer to his level. He grinned. DaEvo might have gotten those levels a little wrong. Going dancing with Ashley was way more fun than dancing with Kayla. Fun. Zack blinked in surprise at the realization he'd had fun with Ashley. He actually enjoyed her company. He wanted to see her again. He brushed aside the desire as a matter of practicality. Why go to the trouble of keeping 2 love meters full when you could focus on 1? Ashley is depleted slower. She was the logical choice. Feelings had nothing to do with it, and his social media stats were doing much better. Kayla's constant stream of social media posts had repaired the damage from Cassie's blog and more, but he didn't need them anymore now that traffic to the blog post had slowed. He could let Kayla's love meter drop and go out with Ashley. Maybe put a little more care into planning their next date to maximize points. The polka class had worked out fine, but he wasn't going to take any more chances. He started to search for things to do in Oklahoma City, then realized he needed to know when they were going out before he decided what they were going to do. "Let's not put the oxidizer before the pump," he muttered as he opened his texting app. Zack. "Hey, do you want to go out again this weekend?" Then he turned back to his spreadsheet, swiping away notifications about Kayla's love meter as fast as they came in. An hour passed, and Ashley still hadn't answered. Zack stared at his message. Did I say something wrong? He wondered. DaEvo did not offer any help, so he typed another message. Zack. Or I could bring you lunch if you're working. Another hour of planning and still no answer. DaEvo chimed to let him know that Kayla's love meter had dropped below the level he needed for unlimited game time. Not the worst thing in the world, except Ashley's would continue to drop as well if she didn't text him back. Why wasn't she texting him back? Zack tried to push the matter out of his mind and get back to planning, but he couldn't shake it. He stood and called a ride to Gord's almost before he knew what he was doing. Even if they couldn't do a memorable event or a lunch date, he would still get points for chatting with her at work. But Ashley wasn't at the cash register. Hey, is Ashley working today? Zack hoped he sounded casual. The man at the desk shrugged. Should be here in 30 minutes. Okay, cool. Can I get a private room? The cashier tapped on his tablet, then shook his head. They're all booked up. Will the common room be okay? Yeah, sure. Zack paid with his opti-glasses and searched the busy common room for a place to sit. He picked a spot between people who weren't playing Star Fury to make sure he wouldn't be spied on, then opened his spreadsheet and resumed his analysis. Where is he? A woman screamed. Everyone in the room turned. A tall, thin woman clad in the green apron and white smock of the local grocery superstore stood in the doorway, her face flushed with fury. The flushed face did nothing for her freckled complexion and red hair. She clutched some kind of paper and waved it as if it were some kind of weapon. Where is Steve? Ma'am, Shut up and tell me where my no-good, lying boyfriend is. I know he's here. Her tone said he probably wouldn't be her boyfriend much longer. She searched the common room, then shook her head in disgust. He's in a private room, isn't he? Ma'am, please calm down. I can't just tell you where a customer is. No, I'm his emergency contact, and this is an emergency. Check your system. She stalked over to the cashier and flashed her ID. He checked it and sighed. He's in room 23. Thank you. She stalked up the stairs. Zack and the rest of the gamers in the lobby watched in a kind of horrified fascination. Room 23 was at the top of the staircase, so they had a great view as the woman pulled the door open and screamed, You low-life scum! How dare you! The high-pitched whine of lasers echoed out from the room. Hey, babe, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Can this wait? The only thing you're supposed to be in the middle of is job hunting. How can you afford a private room? I've been working overtime to cover rent, and you're gaming in their best room? An explosion reverberated through the room, and Steve swore. Can you let me finish this first? Then we'll talk, I promise. No, we're talking now. Where did you get the money for all this? Are you selling drugs? What? No. Do I look like a drug dealer to you? You look like a lying, cheating, good-for-nothing layabout. Put that controller down this moment and explain this to me, or we're through. Babe, I just need a few more minutes, Steve said, not putting the controller down. Then we'll talk. I promise. It was the wrong answer. Zack didn't need DaEvo to tell him that. The woman unleashed an impressive string of profanity, slammed the door, and sprinted down the stairs. She stopped at the bottom, suddenly realizing everyone was staring at her. She glared at the other gamers as if they'd had a hand in this. Then she turned to the cashier. Sorry to disturb you. Please take me off his emergency contact list. Then she left, leaving everyone staring at the door. Zack could practically picture her love meter dropping to 0, maybe even lower, maybe exploding. He rubbed his forehead, trying to push the image away. Just another way DaEvo was getting in his head. He was starting to picture all relationships by its terms. Steve stuck his head out a few minutes later, glanced around as if expecting she might be waiting for him, then disappeared back into the private room. Slowly, everyone returned to what they had been doing before. Zack looked at the clock. Over an hour had passed. Ashley was late for her shift. He glanced at the cashier, who shrugged to say he hadn't heard anything from her. Zack called Ashley almost without realizing he was doing it. After that display, he wasn't going to take any chances. The phone app rang. And rang. Just when he had given up on her answering and started to think about what he should say in a message or how he could check to make sure she was all right, she answered the call. Hello? Her voice sounded a little strange, slightly shaky and with a hum in the background that the noise-canceling software on her low-budget phone couldn't erase. Ashley, are you all right? I'm at Gord's and they said you were scheduled to work, but you're not here. Ashley swore. I completely forgot I was scheduled to work today. Hang on, I need to call them. She hung up on Zack, and the phone at the cash register rang. The cashier picked it up, had a short conversation, then shrugged at Zack. What was going on? A call from Ashley came through, and Zack answered it as fast as he could. It was weird that he was so worried. Probably leftover anxiety from watching Steve's breakup. Ashley wasn't breaking up with him, was she? Was that why she hadn't come to work? That seemed a little extreme. Hey, what's going on? Zack asked. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Ashley said. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Zack blinked at the notification. Why did DaEvo think she was upset? Ashley had said she was fine. But she was skipping work. Obviously something was up. He wasn't sure how to cheer her up over the phone when he had no idea what was wrong, so he stuck to the original plan. Maybe a date would make her feel better. Hey, do you want to go out this weekend? Zack said. DaEvo chimed, giving him a heart in the love meter for asking her. I can't. Crap. So much for keeping the love meter full. Zack regrouped and tried to hide the panic creeping into his voice. Okay, that's cool. I can bring you lunch then when you come back to work. Ashley sighed. I'm not going to be at work for a while. They had to transfer Amber to a hospital in Houston for another procedure. I'm driving there now. Oh. Not a great answer. DaEvo sent him a notification to make sure he knew it and reminding him that he should make his lady feel better. At least now he knew it was wrong. I can come with you, Zack said. I can help. Help with what exactly? He froze up at the sight of a hospital room. He'd be no help at all. It's fine, Ashley said. I'm staying with my mom. Hey, I've got to go. I'm sorry, Zack. She hung up the call. DaEvo chimed, rubbing salt into his wound as it pointed out that he hadn't even cheered her up, or gotten his date. Zack watched in dismay as DaEvo removed a heart from Ashley's love meter. The sparkling pink thermometer that had looked so full and comforting before now seemed rather precarious. Ashley was out of town and refusing to accept help. He couldn't take her on dates if she was out of town. Not even lunch at the park while she was on break. And really, it wasn't his fault he couldn't cheer her up. Stupid buggy app. He pushed aside the app notification, though for once, he hoped someone would actually fix it. This wasn't a laughing matter. Talking about fixable, Zack had a brilliant idea for Ashley. He typed a message. It would be easy enough to set up a new gaming system there, or find another Ghouls. He could train anywhere. It would be a short flight. He could work on the materials analysis while in the air. Zack, hey, I meant it. I'll come to Houston and help however I can. DaEvo chimed before he could send the message. Relationship hint. Frequent contact is good. Desperation is bad. We noticed you've attempted to contact Ashley Barnes repeatedly. While frequent contact can improve your relationship, no love interest wants a desperate individual. You just failed to make her feel better. Recontacting her at this time would likely exacerbate matters. Desperate? This wasn't sounding desperate. This was offering to help. Zack sent the message anyway and turned back to analyzing the list of materials. Ashley responded sooner than he expected. Ashley, thanks, but it's fine. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but we'll hang out then, okay? Zack, okay. What else could he say? Zack stared at the text, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. DaEvo chimed. Ashley Barnes love meter, -10. He glared at the little love icon for DaEvo. He could almost swear it was mocking him, telling him I told you so as it took away a full heart. Worse, with her out of the city, there was no way to replenish it, especially since it didn't sound as though she wanted to talk at all. Damn it. He had been so close. What had he done wrong? An unfamiliar ache settled in Zack's chest. Disappointment? Hurt? Whatever it was, he didn't like it. He stared at the love meters a while longer. Ashley's was depleting. His team was preparing for the PvP rounds of the tournament, and he was already on thin ice with them. He couldn't risk losing game time and leaving them hanging. Well, that was what backup plans were for. It looked as though his original strategy had been a good one after all. Zack, hey, do you want to go out tonight? Kayla, I thought you'd never ask, winky face. Chapter 40. Jenny. Semi-final tournament round in 2 days. Is everyone ready? Foz. Yeah! Greg. Lay off the coffee, Foz. Jenny. You've got everything sorted, Zack? Zack. Yeah, I'll be ready. And he would be. He'd spent the past week juggling dates with Kayla, PvP tournament rounds, their competitor equipment analysis, and training. Once they'd confirmed the material requirements for the drone, they'd spread the information to the Corsairs. That had gone over well, and the Armada mining sectors had seen a significant increase in privateer activity. It had gotten so bad, supposedly the price for some of the ore had quadrupled. There had been a definite drop in the number of stealth drones running around during non-tournament fights. Zack was rather proud of that. He just wished he had more of a chance to gloat and let Ashley know. Still, Kayla's love meter was full, and he had continued to level up his physique and reputation, so the love meter between he and Kayla was depleting a little slower every day. He was ready. Zack, hey, how are you? Just wanted to say hi. He typed the text to Ashley, but waited to send it until DaEvo gave him a thumbs up. They'd been texting intermittently since she left, and had even done a few phone calls, so that Zack could quiz her for upcoming exams. DaEvo gave him the go-ahead that he wasn't being clingy, and Zack sent the message. Their interactions weren't enough to keep the love meter full or even stop its continued drop, so Zack wasn't sure why he kept up with them. As backup plans went, this wasn't a great one. He occasionally got bonus points for cheering Ashley up and making her laugh, but that didn't go very far. His biggest win was when he'd told her about what her little note had brought about. She'd laughed for ages. Making her laugh felt good. Maybe that was reason enough to keep contacting her. Jenny, you've got enough points in DaEvo to get through this tournament round, right? That was sent as a private message, rather than to their group text. Since Jenny had called him out on dating Kayla, Zack had told her a little more about the app. Zack: "Yeah, the love meter is almost full, and I've got another date tonight. And we've got the gala in a few days, so she's not going out of town until after that." Jenny: "Good. Get me the analysis on the elite demons before you go. I want to go over it with the boys." Zack: "Yeah, I'm almost done." Jenny texted him a thumbs up, and the app chimed to let him know that another message had come in. Zack opened it quickly. What if Ashley... Kayla: "Ready to do some shopping tonight?" Zack swallowed his disappointment and tried to muster some enthusiasm for the evening ahead. He was really tired of shopping, but Kayla loved it, and she usually got so into it that he could work on Star Fury tactics without her noticing. That was a plus. Zack: "Yeah, I've got a reservation for dinner after." Kayla: "Great! Don't forget that your final tux fitting with Giacomo is tonight. You can do that while I pick out jewelry." Crap. Zack had completely forgotten about the tux fitting. Focusing on the battle records of the elite demons would be difficult while he was being poked and prodded by the tailor and his entourage. It was too bad somebody else couldn't stand in for him. Zack grinned as a genius plan formed in his mind. Who was to say that somebody couldn't? Kayla would be busy shopping. The tailor needed a body to fit, but it didn't have to be Zack's. He made a few quick calls and purchases, then logged into Star Fury. Everything was ready for the date. Now he needed to make sure that everything was taken care of for the tournament. By the time Zack had to log out and prepare for the date, Ashley still hadn't texted back. He typed another text to her, but deleted it after DaEvo warned him he was being clingy. He couldn't afford to lose reputation points, or annoy her. He packed the supplies and a list of instructions for his master plan into a box and called a car to take them to the airport and pick up the other part of his plan. Then he knocked on Kayla's door. She smiled at him, looking perfect, as always. She kissed Zack's cheeks in her usual greeting, then took his arm. DaEvo chimed for physical contact, and Zack's mood lifted a little. He was dating a model. He had unlimited game time. He really had no reason to complain. 2 hours into their shopping date, he was remembering reasons. Kayla had decided she needed new shoes for their upcoming dates and was asking Zack's opinion about each pair. Every time he opened battle videos and started watching the fights, she asked him a question. He forced a smile and offered a vaguely complimentary opinion. His opti glasses chimed with the latest message. ZD: "I'm here and dressed. Where do you want to meet?" Zack: "Wait in the food court. I'll be right there." He checked the time and grinned. 20 minutes until his fitting. Everything was falling into place. Kayla came out to model a pair of shoes that looked almost identical to the last 10 pairs. Zack absent-mindedly wondered if they were the same ones, and she was testing him. He offered another of the compliments he was cycling through, and Kayla seemed satisfied. "Hey, I have to get to my fitting," Zack said. "See you in an hour?" "Wow, is it that late already?" Kayla said. "Yeah, go ahead. I've still got a lot of things to try on." Zack hurried away, taking the long way round so he bypassed Giacomo's store on his way to the food court. The tailor had only seen him once, but he didn't want to take the chance of being recognized. His meetup was waiting at a corner table, wearing the clothes and opti glasses Zack had sent him. He smiled and waved when Zack slid into the booth next to him. "Thanks for flying out," Zack said. "I know it was short notice." The body double, ZD, or more correctly, Tim, grinned. Years ago, Zack had used a facial recognition algorithm to search acting agencies until he found someone who could go to trust meetings and sign papers for him. The resemblance between them really was uncanny, but that had been ages ago. Now... "You've lost weight," Tim said. "Will that be a problem?" Tim gestured toward his own body, which filled out the clothes that now hung loosely on Zack. Zack looked over his current doppelganger and frowned. Had he been that out of shape before? I was still your size the last time I saw these people, so it should be fine. I've only met them once. All right, so what's my angle? You're getting fitted for a tux for a gala hosted by Zoe Cross. Tim raised an eyebrow. Man, you're living it up these days. You do know you're going to get a bad fit, right? Zack eyed Tim, then shrugged. It wouldn't be that much of a difference. Your call, man. So you need me to attend the gala in your place? I'll discount my rates. He laughed, but Zack considered the offer. Would it be possible for Tim to fill in for him on dates? Kayla was usually focused on her phone and rarely looked at him. Would it work? Probably not. He'd have to fool DaEvo as well, and the app was tied into his opti-glasses, which scanned his retinas periodically to make sure he was actually the one wearing them. Zack had bought opti-glasses for Tim to complete his look, but they weren't running any of his apps. If I figure out a way to make it work, I'll let you know, Zack said. You shouldn't need to say much at the fitting. You're taking Kayla Taylor as a date. Kay-Tay? Tim said. A few people turned to look at them, and Tim ducked his head. You're dating Kay-Tay? Man, you're living the dream. Something like that, Zack said. Okay, you've got 5 minutes until your appointment starts. I'll listen in via the opti-glasses and offer help if you need it. I'll be at the internet cafe across the mall, so I can jump in pretty quickly if needed. You got it, boss? Tim slid out of the booth and hurried toward Giacomo's. Zack let him get a head start, then walked in the opposite direction toward the internet cafe. He checked into the private room he had reserved and sorted through his materials. Mr. Moore, welcome back, Giacomo said. Zack held his breath as he listened to the conversation being broadcast through his opti-glasses. Would it work? Or would Giacomo realize what was happening? Thanks, Tim said. So let's get this over with. Zack laughed. The body double had studied his mannerisms before they attempted the signing stunt, and he did a great job imitating Zack's voice. Zack tapped into the visual feed Tim's opti-glasses were broadcasting and watched for a few minutes as Giacomo and his crew tried the various parts of the tux on Tim, pinned, sewed, and pinned some more. Tim looked bored, and Zack wasn't sure he was acting. Oh well, he was being paid well for his time. Zack left the channel open in case Tim ran into trouble and logged into his Starfury account. He booted up his alt and set it up to run a bunch of mining operations to get him some credits. While it did that, he loaded the latest set of videos and watched his opponents for their tells. Chapter 41. Zack bounced in his chair, DaEvo and his messaging apps all muted. It was the semi-final tournament round, and he did not need to be distracted. As the Starfury music played in the background of the announcements being made, he stared at the wired diagram of his ship. In the corner of his eyes, he saw the viewer count ticking up as fans slid in to watch the upcoming battle. You sure you did all your chores? Greg teased Zack. Not now, Foz snapped, tense. Yeah, not now. What's the plan, Zack? Jenny said. You've been cagey about it. We're going with the Gen Special, Zack said. He really wished he had a better name for it, but he hadn't managed to find anything that worked, or wasn't cringeworthy like Foz's suggestions. Thankfully, all their talk was muted from the public. Are you sure? Jenny said. For once, she sounded unsure. Definitely. We start with you. Foz, you're next, then Greg. I'll anchor, Zack replied. The way the PvP rounds worked, the survivor from each duel stayed in the ring till the next duel. In most battles, that let the vast majority of the players fight, which was considered more thrilling for the fans. All right, if you say so, Jenny said. She began tapping away, as did the rest of the team. They didn't need to alter their configuration much for the plan, but eking out every little advantage was the way they were going to win. In a few minutes, Starfury announced the start of the battle. Zack ignored the introductions and muted the public chat, knowing there was nothing of value in there. Even voice chat was silent as the team allowed Jenny to focus as her ship appeared in the arena. The ring was just a blank spot in the map, devoid of anything interesting like mines, asteroids, or moons to mess up navigation and flying. Decent draw, Foz muttered. Zack had to agree. It would have been better in a crowded location, but at least it wasn't a near-planetary fight. Those would have made their initial plans a mess, with the way the planet would draw Jenny's drones and mines. The moment the countdown ended, Jenny launched her drones. Each went on their routes, dropping proximity and laser mines in a preset pattern around her. In the meantime, Jenny was booting as many drones as she could while launching mine missiles, each of which would litter the space ahead. Not that her opponent was going to give her any time to set up the battlefield. He hit his afterburners, shooting straight toward Jenny. "I knew it!" Jenny crowed. The noobs had led with the Max Destroyer in the last 3 PvP fights, relying on the bigger, stronger craft to wear down their opponents. Unlike Zack's team, the noobs ran an artillery and laser-heavy team, with the Max Destroyer the equivalent of Greg's heavily armored ship, and 3 medium all-rounder craft making up the remainder of their team composition. In team battles, the Max Destroyer was the linchpin attacker, with tactical flexibility offered by the all-rounder ships. But in a PvP, the Destroyer was only useful for figuring out the opponent's plans due to its slower speed. All that meant was that Jenny was able to keep out of its weapon range for quite a while. Unfortunately, Jenny's drones were great for harassing fire and laying out the wide grid of mines and sensor jammers, but they weren't the best at dealing damage. "All right, that's it. I'm going in," Jenny said. Already, the public chat was filled with boos as Jenny ran circles around the destroyer, picking up some damage whenever it got near enough to land a hit with its massed artillery. "You're at 84%. More than good enough," Zack said. Hooting and hollering, the team cheered Jenny on as she twisted her ship around and burrowed into the massed fire. Her quick switch left the destroyer flummoxed initially before it got its bearings and targeted her. Shields failed. Warning lights flashed constantly on Jenny's shared screen as missiles, masked drivers, and lasers hammered into her. In the meantime, Jenny had her drones drive straight into the destroyer's rear as it targeted her, making its shielding fail at the back where the drones self-destructed. Rapid fire on her own close-range point defense pinked off the destroyer's shields, making her opponent choose between destruction or crippling as his shields failed. A lucky shot, and Jenny's already frail shields gave way as an artillery shell landed right on the ship. A flash of white, and Jenny was sent back to respawn, while the remainder of her drones disappeared. But unlike her drones, the sensor jammers, the mobility webs, and the proximity mines stayed behind. The now heavily tilted environment was the heart of the Jenny plan and would guarantee their win. Grinning wolfishly, Faz's fast, light ship teleported in, even as the destroyer's shields were auto-refreshed by the tournament round. "Now, let me show you how a real pilot does this," Faz said. A tap of his fingers had his ship burning fission materials as he ducked into the heart of the minefield. Zack grinned, leaning back, and watched. This was going to be fun. "Damn cowardly corsairs," Steve growled, his ship weaving in and out of the remainder of Jenny's minefield, "using mines and drones." 3 enemy ships later, the initially populous minefield had been stripped bare. The destroyer and the other 2 had each taken quite a bit of damage in the fight, while the ship before had taken out Greg's ship at the last moment with a surprise dark matter bomb. It had destroyed his own ship and left a giant gravitic anomaly that had swept another third of Jenny's mines into it. "Look at the Armada scum who's talking," Zack taunted as he pulled his ship into a tight turn. Thankfully, the details about the stealthed drones allowed him to keep track of Steve's favorite new tactic, which meant that Steve was on the ropes, unable to sneak in shots or lead Zack into ambushes. "But it's okay. You can just go home and cry about your losses when we're done." Zack bit his lip, deciding not to add in a bit about if he had a home. There were lines you didn't cross, and he wasn't going to taunt Steve about his love life, especially considering his own was mixed. What was the love meter anyway? An actual gauge of his relationships? Because it felt like his love meter, his relationship with Kayla, seemed to hit hot and cold patches all the time. And he and Ashley were weird. Good, but she wasn't around and was always busy. Busy in a good way, of course, with her courses and jobs, but busy, unavailable. "Pay attention, Zack!" Greg shouted as a trio of missiles slammed into Zack's ship, making his shields flash even as he tried to dodge them. "What? Where did that come from?" Zack's eyes narrowed. He hadn't seen them until the last second, and his dodge should have worked, but they'd managed to follow him. "That looks familiar," Jenny muttered. He heard her tapping on her keyboard. "I bet you thought you were the only ones with a surprise," Steve crowed. Intuition had Zack hit his afterburners as he dodged the next set of missiles that flashed into existence a short distance from him. He still managed to dodge them, but he was forced to dodge around a trio of still-working mines as he did so, pulling out of the remnant of the minefield. "They're a mixed seeker missile with a stealth drone shielding," Jenny cried. "You'll need to adjust your sensors a bit. I think he swapped out some of the settings. Try using settings." Zack's fingers flew as he tapped in the data while he boosted away from Steve, following Jenny's instructions. He kept one eye on the sensors, another on Steve's ship, and a third, non-existent one on the data he input. Again and again, they tried sensor settings. "Yes!" Zack hissed as data populated. He now had both stealthed drones and the missiles. A flick of Zack's fingers killed his afterburners, letting it refuel and get ready as he let both ship and drones get close again. Already his ship was rocking, his shields flaring as damage accumulated. A twitch of his fingers diverted energy to his main laser cannon while he ignored Steve crowing about how Zack couldn't run anymore. "Zack?" Foz's voice was low, concerned. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" "Oh yeah, I know this idiot," Zack said. After dueling him multiple times, Zack knew exactly what Steve was going to do. Steve was impatient, arrogant, obsessed with Star Fury. Once he thought he had a win, he wouldn't let go, always headed for the fastest and easiest solution. Which meant, with only a little maneuvering, Zack had Steve almost directly behind him. Zack's rear shields were flashing, almost gone, and another pair of seeker missiles were nearly on him. And it didn't matter. A flicker of fingers cut his engine output. Another series of quick taps sent Zack's ship spinning, doing a complete 180 turn in space that would be impossible in atmosphere. It was one reason why Zack loved the game. It kept true to real-world physics in certain things, like the ability to turn around entirely, flying backward. "Say hello to my little gun," Zack crowed. He stabbed his finger down, seconds before the seeker missile would have impacted. The main laser fired, the EMP blast washing out the missiles and disabling their explosives. More importantly, he hit Steve head-on with his laser. The damage Zack had already done was enough to let his main laser cut through Steve's front shields. Follow-up shots from Zack's secondaries were enough to finish the battle. "That's how Corsairs do it, baby!" Zack shouted, throwing his hands in the air as Star Fury blared his victory. On the battle chat, Steve was cursing and screaming about cheating, but Zack ignored it. They'd won. Now all they had to do was sweep the next round, and they'd be guaranteed a seat in Vegas. As he accepted his friends' congratulations and cheers, Zack couldn't help but open up his messaging app to tell Ashley. And stop when DaEvo warned him he was getting a little clingy once more. Damn it. Chapter 42. "You look awful," Zack sighed, trying not to let Kayla's words get him down. They'd won the semifinals match last night, but Kayla had looked less than interested when Zack mentioned it. On the other hand, Ashley had sent him a congratulatory message late last night. He'd only noticed it when he woke this morning, but it had made him smile. Kayla wrinkled her nose as she studied Zack from head to toe. In spite of the manicure, pedicure, and haircut quests he had completed in preparation for the gala, DaEvo had also not been impressed when Zack put on the tux that had been delivered that morning. Even the tie that Davidson had provided did little to help with the situation, even if it did match Kayla's shoes. Apparently, having Rob fill in at the final fitting session with Giacomo had been a bad idea. A really bad idea. "You look like a teenager who borrowed his dad's suit for prom," 𝙫𝙧 said. "At least my dad has good taste," Zack said, trying to salvage the situation with a joke. 𝙫𝙧's stare said he was making things worse. DaEvo chimed. "Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points." Zack rolled his eyes at the notification. He could tell 𝙫𝙧 was upset, and for once he even knew why. Judging by the style debuff DaEvo was giving him, this tux was pretty far from acceptable. "Look, there's nothing we can do about it now. It will be fine." "Fine? You think this is fine?" "What do you want me to do about it? Change into Western neon?" 𝙫𝙧 looked horrified. "Ew! Do you have any idea how much that would clash with my dress?" Zack bit his lip to keep from replying that her dress was black and should go with anything. It was the diamonds all over again. "Fine. We don't have to go if you don't want to." Zack had actually been looking forward to the gala, but if it was going to be like this the whole night, he'd rather stay home and work on analyzing the results from the last tournament round. They were close to qualifying, but it wasn't guaranteed. They needed to nearly sweep the next team to be guaranteed a spot. "Of course we're going," 𝙫𝙧 sniffed. "Come on, we're already late. We'll just tell everyone you're starting a new trend. Hobo formal." The thought seemed to cheer her, and she was halfway down the hallway, strutting as if it were her runway, before Zack realized she had left. He hurried after her, admiring the view. That gown had been expensive, but worth every penny. 𝙫𝙧 spent the limo ride taking pictures of them, applying filters, and posting to her social media about how much she was looking forward to the gala. "Your hashtag is hobo formal. Make sure to use that with any pictures you post." "Sure," Zack said. He hadn't been planning to post any pictures. 𝙫𝙧 posted enough for the both of them, and she had way more followers. "Oh good, it's trending," 𝙫𝙧 said. "I don't know what Giacomo was thinking. He's not usually such a risk-taker with his designs. This is a bold new direction for him." She seemed to believe that. Zack let out a slow breath, relieved he was off the hook for using a body double. 𝙫𝙧 relaxed a little and leaned back against the limo's leather seat. DaEvo chimed. "Relationship quest in progress. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. You're taking your lady out on an exciting and memorable event. You should make it more memorable by giving your lady a compliment, buying or giving her a gift to remember the event by. Ensure that she is enjoying herself at the event." "Hey, you look amazing." Zack meant it. 𝙫𝙧's outfit was more reserved than her usual trendy style, but the black dress showed off her body from every angle. The otherwise conservative ensemble was made less so by the thigh-high slit on one side and stiletto heels. Zack wasn't sure why it had taken weeks to find those particular shoes or what made them so special, but he liked them. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back in a way that emphasized her bright blue eyes. Or maybe that was the makeup. He was clearly no fashion expert, but he could appreciate the overall effect. 𝙫𝙧 smiled at the undisguised admiration in his voice and expression. The smile softened her face in an imperceptible way, made her look less the perfect model and more personable. It made her even more beautiful to Zack. "Thank you." She leaned closer and put a hand on Zack's shoulder, but the limo stopped before they could get any further. 𝙫𝙧 winked at him and pulled back, waiting for the chauffeur to open her door. Then she exited legs first, giving the crowd a show and clearly loving every moment of it. Zack swallowed and slid out of the limo with significantly less style and enthusiasm. The gala was being held in the Devon Tower in downtown Oklahoma City. It was the tallest building in the skyline, and looking up at it made Zack a little dizzy. Or maybe that was the flashing bulbs from photographers gathered behind the roped-off press areas on either side of the red carpet. "Over here, 𝙫𝙧. Kate, who are you wearing tonight?" The questions poured over them in a rush of barely intelligible words. 𝙫𝙧 took Zack's arm and pulled him toward the crowd. He realized, with a jolt, that some of the questions were aimed at him. "What inspired you to mix hobo chic with formal wear?" Is this the start of a new venture for Moore Enterprises? How long have you been planning to start your own fashion line? His own fashion line? Zack blinked into the pulsing lights, too surprised to answer. Kayla pulled him close and smiled at the crowd. Zack is always on the cutting edge. He wanted to push the envelope tonight and try something new. All traces of her earlier anger were gone. She was such a good actress that Zack almost believed the story himself. Kayla elbowed him in the ribs, and he found himself nodding as she spun a story about his fashion inspirations. Reputation, plus 0.3. Sweet. Maybe he should consider starting his own fashion line. It would earn him points and annoy his board of trustees. Another limo arrived, and Kayla guided Zack up the red carpet and into the building. She took a few selfies with him in the lobby, an enormous open space made of glass and towering white beams, then pulled him to an elevator while she posted the pictures. It's working, she said. Look at this. She shoved the phone in front of Zack's face. He wasn't exactly sure what he was looking for, but whatever graph Kayla was showing him was definitely trending upward. He hoped #HoboFormal didn't get so popular that any of his friends saw it. Jenny knew about the gala and was doubtless watching and laughing her head off. That was bad enough. It would be worse if Greg or Foz found him out. Or Ashley. Zack swallowed. Ashley. What would she think if she saw him? He had missed her call and she hadn't returned his. Maybe it was over. Reservation, a security guard at the elevator said. Zack looked straight ahead so his opti-glasses could complete a retinal scan for security, and the guard nodded and let them through. Kayla stayed occupied with her phone on the long elevator ride up to the 50th floor. Zack amused himself by watching the numbers click up, then checked his notifications on his opti-glasses. He was receiving a steady stream of reputation points as the pictures flooded social media. DaEvo chimed. Style, plus 11.2. Why the sudden increase? Zack muttered softly, turning his head away from Kayla so that she wouldn't hear him. Style calculations are amalgamated from crowdsourced opinion polls, social media images, influential bloggers, and fashion magazines. #HoboFormal is currently designated as a new style trend created by Zack Moore. Style calculations might alter depending on long-term trend forecasts. Jenny. HoboFormal? She followed her message with a steady stream of laughing emojis and gifs of people cracking up. Zack muted the conversation. He didn't need Jenny's commentary distracting him this evening. The elevator chimed to let them know they had reached their destination. Kayla looked up from her phone and took Zack's arm. They walked into an open space lit with minimalist light fixtures. A string quartet played softly, and Zack was distracted by the panoramic view from the wall of windows that stretched as far as he could see. Then he was distracted by the crowd of well-dressed people. He slumped a little, feeling self-conscious about his ill-fitting outfit. Confidence, Kayla hissed. Don't you dare wimp out now. Then a woman separated from the crowd to greet them, and Kayla smiled as if nothing were wrong. Zack stared as his opti-glasses chimed, filling in social details. Not that Zack needed any of that information. He recognized the woman. She was more of a constant in his life than Kayla or Ashley. Zoe Cross. Thank you both so much for coming. Zack tried to speak, but his throat had gone dry. It was Zoe Cross, in person, and looking more gorgeous than ever. She wore a deep blue gown with something sparkly in the fabric, and her black hair hung loose in waves around her shoulders. She smiled and offered her hand. Zack blinked at it for a moment before taking it and shaking it. He was shaking hands with Zoe Cross. You're Zack Moore, right? Zack nodded, still not quite able to speak. I hear your medical trust is interested in expanding its reach. Perhaps our foundations could work together. I would love for the students in my tech program to complete internships and see how they can put what they've learned to practical use. Work? Together? His mouth was moving, but he had no control of it. Zack was vaguely aware of 𝙬𝙧 taking his arm and squeezing it, but he was too starstruck to do anything else about it. Zack's too busy for things like that right now, 𝙬𝙧 said. He's training for the Star Anger tournament. Star Fury, Zack and Zoe corrected together. They laughed, sharing a bemused look. 𝙬𝙧 didn't. I'm hosting that tournament, Zoe said. Yeah, I know. Zack's brain was still working overtime, trying to process the fact that he was speaking to Zoe Cross, that it was going well. DaEvo chimed. Relationship hint. Pay attention to your date. No one wants to play second fiddle on a date. Make sure to keep your attention on the individual you are on the date with to increase intimacy and your love meter. Quest. Your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. 𝙤𝙧𝙀𝙀 love meter minus -0.1. Zack swiped away the notification with annoyance and looked at 𝙬𝙧. She didn't look upset. She was smiling brightly at Zoe and complimenting her outfit. Zoe returned the compliment with equal warmth. Once again, DaEvo had it all wrong. If he wasn't right in front of Zoe, he'd make a bug report. Your foundation does great work at the hospital, Zoe said. Yeah, if you forget about that nightmarish redecoration job in the children's wing. She laughed. A genuine laugh that made her eyes crinkle. Zack laughed with her. 𝙬𝙧 pursed her lips. What's wrong with new decorations? I'm sure doctors like to work in nice spaces as much as anyone else. It's not nice, Zack said. It's awful. I was trying to recruit a local doctor to help manage the new funding, but she wasn't interested. Was it Dr. Jones? Zoe said with a hint of a twinkle in her eyes. I follow her blog. Zack's eyes widened, and Zoe's smile grew even wider. He felt his heart rate increasing, but swiped away the notifications. Why was DaEvo so verbose today? Did they reset his settings again? They kept running updates on the damn thing. We should go, Zack said, suddenly eager to get away before Zoe mentioned anything more about Cassie's blog. 𝙬𝙧's right. I'm too busy with Star Fury right now to do any work with the Foundation. My team is one round away from qualifying for Vegas. Then hopefully I'll see you there. And good luck expanding your foundation. I'm sorry you're not interested in collaborating. Zoe turned to greet new guests arriving, and Zack let 𝙬𝙧 pull him away as he tried to sort his thoughts. Zoe knew about the blog. She knew he was a stalker. No, she knew that Dr. Jones thought he was a stalker. It wasn't the same thing, and Zoe hadn't seemed to mind talking to him. Maybe she didn't believe Dr. Jones. She wouldn't have offered to work with someone she thought was a stalker, would she? Zoe had offered to work with him. Zoe was sorry he didn't want to collaborate. Had he said he wasn't interested in working with Zoe? He was pretty sure he hadn't said that. Why would he have said that? Reminder, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. 𝙤𝙧𝙀𝙀 love meter, minus -0.1. Zack looked at 𝙬𝙧, but she looked fine to him. Maybe she was gripping him a little tightly, but she had a tendency to do that when his mind wandered. What did she have to be upset about anyway? The evening was going fine. A quick glance at the social stats and that bar graph she'd sent showed they were still trending. Let's dance, 𝙬𝙧 said. She led Zack to a dance floor where couples were gracefully twirling to the soft music of the string quartet. The marble floor reflected the muted lights above, highlighting 𝙬𝙧's dress as she and Zack made their way to the edge of the dance floor. 𝙬𝙧 made sure to position herself against the backdrop of the city, skyscraper lights twinkling. Then she hailed a nearby photographer, handed him her phone, and gave him detailed instructions about the shots she wanted. You can dance, can't you? 𝙬𝙧 said. I forgot to sign you up for a class ahead of time. Yeah, I can dance, Zack said. Well, I can polka. Polka? 𝙬𝙧 looked so horrified that Zack couldn't help laughing. That made her look even more scandalized. Yeah, it's cool, although I'm not sure this music works for it. You think Zoe would mind bringing in a tuba? This is unbelievable. Just follow my lead, all right? Then 𝙬𝙧 smoothed over the anger in her features, putting on what Zack recognized as her modeling face and guided his hand to rest on her waist. The fabric of her dress was cool and smooth to the touch, but thin enough that he felt the heat of her skin underneath. Zack's heart beat faster again, and he had to swipe away another notification as Kayla took his other hand and pulled him close. "Look into my eyes," she directed. "Just step forward and back. We need some movement for the pictures." Zack stepped forward and landed on Kayla's foot. She swore and tightened her grip on his hands. "Sorry. I said follow my lead. That means you go backward first." "Yeah, okay. Sorry." DaEvo chimed, suggesting that he buy his lady a gift to make her feel better. Zack swiped away the notification and focused on following Kayla's directions. Step back and step forward. Smile for the camera. Now look serious. Now stare into her eyes. Zack stared, noticing a few flecks of hazel that he'd never seen in the blue before. Kayla was studying him with equal intensity as they leaned closer and closer together, lips almost touching. And then they were kissing. Zack's heart raced as he tightened his grip around her waist and… "Okay, I've got all the shots you wanted, Miss Taylor." Kayla pulled back, breaking the spell. She smiled at Zack while he tried to catch his breath. Then she reached for her phone. Chapter 43. Zack stared at Kayla, his mind still whirling from the kiss. She was focused on her phone once again, typing furiously to add the hashtags. "Hey, do you want to take a break from posting and just dance?" Zack said. "We don't have to polka. You could teach me something else." He moved closer and put his hand around Kayla's waist, trying to distract her from that blasted phone so that they could enjoy the evening. "Later," Kayla said. "If we're going to make hobo formal a thing, I need to keep posting." Zack sighed and hailed a nearby waitress with a tray of drinks. Thankfully, it looked as though the gala was sticking to wine, rather than the trendy but undrinkable cocktails of the Western neon party. DaEvo put small pink hearts over the acceptable drinks. Zack grabbed one and nodded at the waitress to thank her. She froze and stared at him. "Zack? Ashley?" Zack blinked as the waitress's face suddenly came into focus. Ashley was in the same nondescript black uniform the rest of the staff wore, and her auburn curls were slicked back in a tight ponytail. Dressed like that, she was practically invisible in the glamorous crowd. DaEvo chimed. "Love me to subject. Ashley Barnes located. Would you like to start an informal date with Ashley Barnes? Error. Conflict in relationship date protocols. Subject is currently on a date with Kayla Taylor. Error report sent to developers. Would you like to cancel your date with Kayla Taylor and begin a date with Ashley Barnes?" Ashley looked confused and surprised to see Zack. He angrily swiped away the notifications, finding the last one refused to swipe away till he made a decision. He declined the option, then glanced at Kayla, who was still busy typing hashtags. "Hey," Zack said as the silence dragged on. He was suddenly very conscious of his hand on Kayla's waist and pulled it away, face flushing. The sudden movement distracted Kayla from her phone, and she paused her typing to look at Zack. Then she spotted Ashley holding the tray of drinks. "I don't need anything right now." Satisfied she'd figured things out, Kayla turned back to her phone. Ashley gritted her teeth, and Zack winced at the condescension in Kayla's voice. This was not good. "Reputation, plus 0.3. "They love this one," Kayla said, moving closer to Zack and showing the picture of them kissing. "Look how many likes it has already." "Yeah, great." Zack's face flushed further when he saw the picture. Had Ashley seen the kiss? Or was she just confused to find him at the gala? For that matter, why was she at the gala? He didn't need DaEvo to tell him this was a messy situation. Even as, when he looked at Ashley, the damn app gave him the same option to cancel his date with Kayla and go on one with her. "Zack, why are you dressed like that? What's going on?" Ashley's voice had grown colder as she continued to stand there. There was a tightness around her eyes that DaEvo picked up on. "Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. It's hobo formal, Kayla said, not taking her eyes off her phone. Look, I know it's tempting to talk to celebrities at events like this, but we'd appreciate our space. I'm sure you have work to do. Celebrities? Zack, what is she talking about? Ashley said. I thought you were in Houston, Zack said, desperate to find something to say. I had to come back for a few days to work this event. I called, but you didn't answer, Ashley said, shaking her head as if dismissing the change of topic. Zack swallowed. He'd been so busy with the tournament, he kept meaning to get back to her, but they'd missed calls, and he'd been too busy to really follow up. And maybe he was a little notification shy with DaEvo always bugging him. Anyway, their love meter levels hadn't dropped that far. How are you a guest at this gala? Ashley asked. Tickets are like $10,000. Your card bounced when you tried to pay for pizza. Are you her guest? 20,000. Zack corrected absently, his mind spinning as he tried to work out how to get rid of her and salvage the situation. Then he mentally kicked himself. Why was his first instinct to correct Ashley on the price? She was looking more confused than ever, and the corners of her mouth drew down. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Ashley Bond's love meter, minus 0.1. Wait, do you actually know this person? Kayla said, finally looking up from her phone and giving Ashley a quick once-over. She then plastered on a smile, sliding an arm around Zack's waist. He twitched, unsure if he should pull away or lean into it. I don't normally do this, but I can make an exception for a friend of Zack's. Do you want a selfie with me? I'd use your left side. That's your better side. Kayla held out her phone and activated the camera, using the phone to beckon Ashley over. Ashley stared as if Kayla were speaking a foreign language. Then she turned to look directly at Zack. Who is this? Why does she think I want a selfie with her? I'm his girlfriend. Didn't he tell you? Kayla shrugged. I guess you're not that close a friend then. It's fine, we can still do the selfie. Zack continued to work his jaw, trying to figure out what to do or say. DaEvo kept glitching, struggling to figure out what to do when both of his love meter prospects were on the same page. Kayla kissed his cheek, presumably to bring him back to the present. Ashley no longer looked confused. She looked furious, her face flushed, and she was leaning forward rather aggressively. Zack half expected the tray of drinks to spontaneously combust in her hands. That's funny, Ashley said. There was absolutely no humor in her voice. In fact, the heat in her voice could rival a Class 1 anti-base nuke. I thought I was his girlfriend. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Ashley Bond's love meter, minus 0.1. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Kayla Taylor love meter, minus 0.1. Both women turned to look at Zack. He twitched and stepped away from Kayla's arm around his body. She didn't even try to stop him from moving away. Kayla Taylor love meter, minus 0.1. We never talked about being exclusive, Zack said, desperate to find a way to get out of this. We were just dating. Me, Kayla said. I didn't think we had to say it, Ashley said at the same time. Zack winced. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Ashley Bond's love meter, minus 0.1. Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Kayla Taylor love meter, minus 0.1. So that's it? You just decided to date some celebrity while dating me because we didn't have the talk? Ashley snapped. That's not. You mean you really dated this nobody? Kayla said, raking her gaze over Ashley. I'm not surprised you chose me over her. Chose? Ashley's voice grew colder. I didn't, Zack said. DaEvo sent another notification to inform Zack they were both still upset. This time it was offering him choices of things to buy, an outfit for Ashley and a diamond bracelet for Kayla. As he dismissed the notification, Kayla squeezed his arm. Stop looking at your app. Tell your friend you're done and to get back to her job. Yes, Zack. Tell me, are we done? Ashley's voice had gone hoarse, and DaEvo showed another drop in her love meter. Tell me why you started dating someone else. You were in Houston, he said lamely. So you cheat on me as soon as I leave town? I needed to keep my points up. You weren't answering my calls, Zack said desperately. He needed her to understand it wasn't on purpose. Ashley's face was crimson, and the drinks on the tray rattled as she shook with fury. My sister was having surgery, and I was trying to patch things up with my mother, who I haven't spoken to in 5 years. Excuse me for being unavailable for a few days. Kayla dropped her hand from Zack's arm, looking at his face, then Ashley's. Her studied indifference disappeared. Enough. Tell her to go, that you were done with her once you started dating me. Then you and I will have a talk. Zack shook his head, the gesture eliciting another set of declines in both their love meters. Are you seriously saying you're choosing her over me? Kayla preened a little, unconsciously running a hand down her dress. I'm not saying that, Zack said desperately. Kayla smirked while Ashley flinched. Zack turned to Ashley. No, I didn't mean I wasn't choosing you. I like you. And you don't like me? Kayla's voice grew colder. No, I like you. I need you, Zack said. DaEvo chimed, and he gave up, muting the entire app. He saw Ashley's face twist in hurt, and he shook his. And you too. Really? Ashley said without any intonation. Yes, I need you both. You get it? Kayla, you go out of town so often, and your love meter drops really fast. I needed a contingency plan. Ashley, you understand that, right? So I'm your backup plan now, Ashley said. Well, I was dating you first, so Kayla's actually the backup, Zack offered. What? Kayla's shriek rang through the room. Silence descended as the string quartet stopped playing, and everyone turned to look at them. Zack could almost feel the way DaEvo was taking away his reputation points. Now Kayla was angry, her full lips pressed thin. That's not what I meant, Zack tried, but that made him aware of the way Ashley twitched. Every time he tried to explain to one of them, the other got upset. Somehow things had gone south really fast. He'd already mentioned the love meter. Maybe he should just tell them the rest of it. People always said the truth would set you free. Maybe it'd help now? It was better than whatever he had been doing. If he explained the app, maybe they'd understand that he hadn't had a choice. They knew how much Star Fury meant to him. He took a deep breath. Look, let me explain. Stop. Kayla took in the glances, looked at her phone that was blowing up, and shook her head. People are watching. Kayla grabbed Zack's arm and pulled him along, her grip possessive. Ashley followed mutely, still holding the tray of drinks. She was no longer trembling. That was a good thing, right? Kayla dragged him to one corner of the open space of the ballroom, using the press of bodies among the standing tables to hide them. It wasn't out of sight by any means, but there was really no place to hide. At least with his back against the windows, the crowd was only staring at him from one direction. Kayla had dropped his arm the moment they arrived. And along the way, DaEvo had turned its notifications back on, showing him their love meters already deeply red. So, Zack, you said you have an explanation? Kayla began the interrogation. He'd better, Ashley said. Zack swallowed around their tones. He struggled to find a place to begin, a way to make all this make sense. Ashley works at 𝙤𝙤𝙩. You know, the gaming center. That's how we met. Kayla only narrowed her eyes, so Zack pressed on. And Kayla is my neighbor. We met at the gym. And? Kayla's voice dropped. I started dating Ashley first, then I met you, Zack said. I dated you both because I needed you both. For the game. To keep my points up. What does Star Fury have to do with this? Ashley asked, sounding puzzled. Not angry anymore, which was good. Better than angry. Zack shook his head. Different game. Zack pushed ahead before they could bombard him with questions. My guardian tricked me into alpha testing a dating app, and I had to go on dates to earn points. But you're always gone. Zack nodded to Kayla, and our relationship wasn't hitting the milestones we needed. And Ashley was too low-leveled. I had to date both of you to be sure. Low-level? Ashley exploded. What does that even mean? I think it's pretty obvious. Kayla gave Ashley a condescending look. But it's still the stupidest excuse I've ever heard for cheating. A dating app forcing you to date 2 women? You might as well just tell the truth. No, it's true. It's called dating evolution. Look it up. Kayla glared at him, then tapped on her phone. Zack really hoped DaEvo was far enough along to have a website. This was his last hope of convincing them that he was telling the truth. It's a thing, Kayla said finally, holding her phone over so Ashley could read it. Somehow, that didn't make Ashley look any happier. Relationship gaming with a real-world twist, Ashley read in a flat voice. Level up your love life and earn real-life rewards. What real-life rewards were you earning, Zack? Both love meters dropped again, the ticks seeming to come faster now. Much faster. Zack was sweating, his chest constricting as breathing grew harder. He couldn't help but wonder if he was having a heart attack. That'd probably be better than this. The look in Ashley's eyes made him want to curl up in a ball. Access to my Star Fury account, Zack said. Truth. He had to do the truth. He'd already gone this far. My trustee tricked me into this because he thought I was spending too much time gaming and should get out more. Your trustee? Kayla said. Aren't you a little old to have a guardian watching over your money? What money? Ashley asked, looking at Zack in his ill-fitting tuxedo. Kayla sighed as if Ashley had asked an extremely stupid question. He's one of the richest bachelors in the city. Did you think that I'd date just anyone? Unlike some people, I have standards. You lied to me, Ashley said softly. Was anything real? It was, Zack protested. Ashley's love meter was flashing red, the little thermometer barely filled at all. How did it drop so fast? I just left out a few details. Ashley's eyes were brimming with angry tears, and Zack's heart twisted unexpectedly at the sight of them. Ashley. Well, that settles that. Kayla brushed her hands as if getting rid of dirt. It's obvious he doesn't care enough about you to tell you the truth. You were a nice diversion till I came along, but he's found someone better. Go serve your drinks before they get warm. Ashley flinched as if she had been struck. Zack reached for her, wanting to comfort her, and she moved back again. Don't, Ashley warned him. Zack winced, dropping his hands. Dropped like her love meter. I didn't mean to lie. To hurt you. Oh, if you didn't mean to, Ashley said. The stupid thing is that I actually liked you. Ashley let the tray of drinks drop. It landed at his feet, shattered glass and spilled beverages ruining his trousers. The people at the party who had begun to look away looked back, drawn by the sound of shattering glass and the metal tray hitting the floor. I liked you, and it made me too stupid to see what was happening. It was always about the game, wasn't it? That first day, when you were trying to talk to me and help me out, you were just using me for points. No, Zack said. It wasn't like that. You weren't the backup. It was Kayla. She's the one I used for her level. Kayla's love meter flashed another notification of a drop. You and your stupid games, Ashley said, clearly heartbroken. The next moment, Ashley swung, slapping him so hard that Zack felt he was watching a hyperspace jump. As his ears rang, he heard her stalk off. Notice, Ashley Bond's love meter, 0%. Relationship is considered annulled. Please begin a new relationship to reacquire relationship privileges. Better luck next time, sport. Remember, there's always more fish in the sea. As she crossed the ballroom, headed for the employee entrance, she was intercepted by an angry older man in an attendant's uniform. He gripped her arm, dragging her off the floor as he berated her under his breath. As Zack moved to follow, Kayla grabbed his arm. She jerked him to a stop, leaning close as she said, You're not going anywhere. Not until you explain and make good on what you did. Make good, Zack said. What? You want more diamonds? Kayla flinched a little, her eyes narrowing. Murmurs from the crowd snapped her attention to the public, and she hesitated, caught between preening for the crowd and wanting to avoid the public embarrassment. Is that all you think of me? Isn't that all we do? Shopping trips, diamonds, and photographs, and access to places like this? Zack waved his hands. If that's what you think, then so be it. Kayla raised her phone. Zack's stomach dropped and dropped even further when she took a photo of him. She smirked and stepped back as he reached a hand out to her, her fingers flying across the keys. She paused and looked up, meeting his eyes as his face burned. You know, I would have given you another chance. I'm the forgiving type. Her finger depressed the button, and she let her hand drop. Zack hesitated, then realized that Ashley was gone from the ballroom. He started off after her again, only to be pulled short by Kayla's voice. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to find Ashley and apologize. Kayla laughed. Good luck with that. I doubt that girl will ever speak to you again. She gave Zack a little wave and turned her attention back to her phone. Zack shook his head and sprinted away. As he ran, DaEvo flashed him further notifications. Kayla Taylor love meter, 0%. As all active relationships are no longer active, all relationship privileges have been revoked. Please begin a new relationship to reacquire relationship privileges. Better luck next time, sport. Remember, there's always more fish in the sea. Reputation, -11.3. Style update, -14.7. Hashtag hobo formal is no longer trending and has been tagged as a failed haute couture attempt by Zack Moore. Chapter 44. Notification. Lost unrestricted non-essential internet privileges. Lost title, stylish. Lost access to Royal Texas, etc. Reputation, -4.3. Zack watched his reputation sink lower and swiped away the notifications with a grim sense of resolve. All his good work to get it up, all his effort was disappearing. Added on to all the old news reports, and his reputation as a useless trust fund kid was being reinforced. On the 50th floor of the Devon Tower, Zack was waiting for the elevator. Unfortunately, the lobby opened into the main room, so he was still in view of the party. He tried to ignore the fact that people were watching him, laughing at him. When he saw Zoe Cross come around the corner and look his way, Zack gave up on the elevator. He darted to the nearest set of stairs and sprinted down them. Elevated heart rate detected. Begin workout. Damn it. Zack accepted the quest and continued down the stairs. There were a lot of them, and he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath by the time DaEvo prompted him to end the workout and cool down. He ducked out of the stairwell and pressed the elevator button so it could take him the rest of the way down. Warning! Current chosen wear does not meet minimum hygiene standards. Please change to an article of clothing that has been freshly laundered or has an olfactory factor of less than 0.8. Zack entered the elevator and glared at the notification. Lucky for him, he wasn't in his condo. DaEvo couldn't lock him in here. At least, he hoped it couldn't. He really didn't want to end up trapped in this elevator. But that meant he couldn't go home. The moment he stepped through that door, DaEvo would lock it until he completed the basic quests. After all that work, he was back where he had started. It was like rebuilding his ship after it exploded in a dogfight, except this was worse. He wouldn't have a ship to rebuild if he didn't fix this, and fast. The elevator reached the lobby, and Zack hurried through the building. Well, he hurried as much as he could after his impromptu workout on the stairs. The security guard and staff stared at him as he walked through the building. Zack stopped at the glass door, staring down the red carpet at the handful of photographers and journalists still gathered outside the Devon Tower. If he waited for a ride outside the building, he was bound to catch their attention. He would probably catch their attention regardless, since he had gone from hobo formal to just plain hobo over the course of the evening. Zack pushed open the doors and sprinted down the red carpet. His legs burned, but he forced himself to keep going full speed until he reached the myriad gardens across the street. A flurry of questions followed him, and a few intrepid reporters even followed him into the park, searching for answers. Luckily, the park had plenty of nooks and crannies to hide in. Zack found a bench under a low-hanging tree and collapsed onto it. He stayed still until the reporters' voices faded. Then he sighed deeply. The night air was cool and washed away some of the heat and frustration he had built while descending the stairs, although he was still drenched with sweat. DaEvo flashed another reputation debuff, and Zack swept it away. Stupid app. Stupid Phil. Stupid world. In that moment, Zack wanted nothing more than to disappear into Star Fury and never come out. To lose himself in the world of stars and explosions and carefully planned strategies. No feelings, no reputation, no responsibility. When the blood pumping in his ears stopped being so deafening, Zack became aware of another sound. Something other than traffic and the wind rustling in the leaves overhead. Someone was crying. Zack peeled himself off the bench and limped toward the sound. He wasn't sure which he was hoping to find more, Ashley so he could try to explain further, or some random stranger so that he would be off the hook and could honestly say he had tried to find her. It was Ashley. DaEvo chimed. Relationship hint. Your lady left upset. Help her see the best side of you by showing her your best side. Remember, you need to be genuinely sorry to have a chance at this. Ashley Barnes' relationship note. Please note, as the love meter between you and Ashley Barnes has reached 0, you will need to re-establish a relationship with Ashley Barnes to activate the love meter again. This requires you to go on a successful date to resume the relationship. Zack swept away the notifications and focused on Ashley. She was curled up on the park bench, crying. When she noticed Zack, she uncurled and wiped the tears. She stood with her hands on her hips, as if she were posturing to make herself bigger and hide the fact that she had been crying. That would take a lot more work than aggressive body language. Her eyes were red, and her makeup had run down her face in dark streaks. Zack felt an unexpected twisting in his heart at her distress. Hey, go away. Ashley, I'm sorry. Current quest. Hold a 1-minute conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Access to electronics and internet. So they were back to the conversation quests? Zack sighed. Short of offering her the diamond jewelry that DaEvo so often suggested, apologizing was the only thing he knew how to do. Ashley scowled at him. I don't want to talk to you. Look, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just got caught up in the game. She scoffed. I just got fired. And you're worried about the game? You got fired? Zack repeated her words, trying to make sense of them. Yeah, it turns out catering companies don't like it when their waitresses cause a scene at high-profile events. So excuse me for not feeling bad that you lost love points or whatever. I'm sorry, he said again. Now would be a really convenient time for DaEvo to offer some help. Of course, the app remained silent. I didn't mean to hurt you, Zack said. I was just trying to win the game. That's what's so bad about this. You don't see anything wrong with your actions, since they were all for the game. I didn't have a choice. I like you, but you were always busy, and I needed points. Well, excuse me for having responsibilities. I'm sorry I couldn't drop everything to go out with you every night. I'm sorry I actually have to work for a living. Ashley didn't look sorry, and Zack didn't need DaEvo to tell him that this wasn't actually an apology. I said I'd come with you to Houston. Sometimes couples spend time apart. You don't own someone just because you're dating them. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. She flinched at the last word, as if it had an actual physical form. Stop saying that. You don't care about me. I was just an NPC in your stupid game. NPC? Zack echoed. You mean a non-playable character? His confusion only seemed to anger Ashley further. Don't look so surprised that I know what that means. You're not the only gamer who felt the need to explain things to me at 𝙤𝙧. Zack swallowed the words, curious about the other gamers who had been teaching Ashley gamer terms at 𝙤𝙧. Had they been hitting on her? You acted like I didn't have any feelings, Ashley said. Like I was some programmed bit of pixels that only existed for your entertainment. I don't disappear when I'm out of your sight." "I never thought that," Zack said. "I said I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do. How can I make this right?" DaEvo chimed, and Zack's gaze flew to the app automatically. It was just another reputation debuff, but Ashley noticed him checking his notifications, and her scowl deepened. "Trying to decide which apology will earn you the most experience points?" "It's not like that." Zack pulled off the optiglasses and stuffed them in his pocket. That meant he probably wouldn't get points for whatever happened next, but this conversation wouldn't earn him enough points to train or complete the final tournament round anyway. His overall level had dropped so low that he would barely get any points at all for anything he did. His best chance was to resume a relationship quest with Ashley and make sure her love meter stayed full. Ashley rolled her eyes. "Taking off your optiglasses. Bold move. Is that supposed to be some sort of grand gesture to show me you don't care about the game?" "No," Zack said, ignoring that she had pretty much guessed his thoughts. Ashley crossed her arms and glared at him, and Zack felt his face flushing. "Look, I know I messed up. How do I make it better?" "You leave me alone. You don't call me. You don't talk to me if you come into Gourds." "What?" "You used me, Zack. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you to apologize. I just want you to go away." "Ashley, wait!" But she had already gone. Zack tried to follow, but running down all those stairs in dress shoes that he'd never worn before had taken a toll on his legs. He stumbled, blisters throbbing, and he grabbed a nearby tree for balance. By the time he got his balance again and looked up, Ashley had turned the corner again, disappearing into the night. Chapter 45. Zack woke to silence and sunshine. He blinked at the ceiling as his sleep-addled brain tried to figure out where he was, why the silence seemed so strange, and why every muscle in his body was sore. The reason for the pain surfaced first. Zack groaned as he remembered the events of the previous evening. Ashley and Kayla, racing down the stairs to escape the gala. Ashley's tear-stained face as her love meter dropped to 0, and she told him to leave her alone. Love meters, DaEvo. Crap. The shot of adrenaline cleared Zack's head, and he realized why the silence felt strange. He hadn't heard from DaEvo yet. The app should have chimed by now to remind him to go work out or to tell him that he was locked in his condo until he took a shower and put on acceptable clothing. He also expected it to scold him for breaking his lady's hearts and suggest ways to make it better, ways that would probably involve buying expensive gifts, which Zack was totally willing to do if it would help. The silence continued until it became unbearable. Zack reached for his optiglasses, groaning as his entire body protested the motion. Maybe the glasses had broken. Maybe the battery, which was advertised as being able to go a year between charges, had died. Maybe he had died, and his subconscious was carefully reconstructing familiar surroundings to ease him into the afterlife. Zack dismissed that idea as ridiculous. No way would his subconscious create this much pain for him if he was dead. Throbbing muscles and a strange ache in his chest wouldn't be included in his preferred afterlife, and if someone had designed a personal hell for him, then DaEvo would definitely be involved. The optiglass screen lit up when Zack put on the glasses, showing him that it was well past noon and he had missed 5 calls from Phil, and none from Kayla or Ashley. Zack sighed and flicked his gaze to DaEvo's pink heart logo. Maybe after last night, the app had decided he was hopeless and given up on him. Maybe Phil was calling to say that he had changed his mind and decided to let Zack off the hook after all. Instead of the usual animation of pink floating hearts, DaEvo displayed a basic white screen with black text that read, "DaEvo version 1.2.7a has been taken offline for maintenance. All previous user functionality and access to internet and other accounts has been restored. An update on the new version of DaEvo will be provided when available. L. We are taking this down until we can reconfigure some of these relationship meters and data. Between Z's and B's recent flameouts, we need to work on how these scores are being calculated. M. Yeah, I don't think it's our scoring. That was an epic flameout. I, no doubt. Look at this. Meme, Zackface.gif. L, I feel bad for Ashley. I liked her. M, bah, he deserved it. He could have stayed with Kayla, but he chose not to. What a loser. I, Ashley was way too good for him. Zack read the notification again, scowling at the developer notes. Just how closely were they observing the users for the alpha test? He had never been concerned about his privacy before, but maybe the Luddites like Dr. Jones had a point. How many people had been watching his dates? He pushed concerns about that aside and turned his attention back to the beginning of the announcement. Offline. Zack stared at the word. Maybe he had died and gone to heaven after all. A smile crept across his face as the knowledge sunk in. DaEvo was offline. He was free. His mind raced with the possibilities. That was likely the reason for Phil's calls. To tell Zack that even though DaEvo was offline, he still had to toe the line to keep access to his bank accounts. But could Phil really expect Zack to follow his rules if he never told Zack exactly what the rules were? If Phil never made contact, Zack could simply claim ignorance and do whatever he wanted. Zack made a few quick swipes with his eyes, placing orders to be delivered to his apartment, then pulled the optiglasses off his face and stuffed them in a drawer. Then he pulled them out, wrapped them in a discarded t-shirt to muffle any sounds they might pick up, and stuffed them back in the drawer. He was free. He didn't have to shower, he didn't have to wear stylish clothes, he didn't have to eat healthy or exercise. He didn't have to leave his apartment at all. He could spend the whole day playing Star Fury and eating junk food. It would be just like old times. No ridiculous romance quests. No worries. Zack jumped out of bed, eager to start the day. His legs buckled and he found himself face down on the floor. He swore as he pushed himself up. Stupid stairs. Stupid muscles. Maybe he should add more stairs to his workout routine. Stupid Ashley. A wave of guilt swept through him, and he retracted the thought. Better not to think about Ashley at all. That was over. DaEvo was offline, and he didn't need a girlfriend. Today was all about Star Fury. Zack pulled himself off the floor and peeled off the ill-fitting suit he hadn't bothered to take off the night before. The luxury fabric was unrecognizable after being soaked in sweat and slept in. Zack kicked it under the bed. Rosa could deal with it the next time she came to clean the apartment. Although now that DaEvo was offline, he could cancel the cleaning service. There was no need for interruptions. He grimaced, remembering how his apartment had looked before DaEvo had forced him to clean it, and how it had smelled. Maybe it was better to keep the cleaning service. Canceling it would be more trouble than simply letting it continue, and there was nothing wrong with living in a decent place. The lemony fresh scent would help him focus while playing Star Fury. Zack found clean sweats and a t-shirt folded neatly in his dresser drawer and put them on. They were too big, and he pulled the drawstring tight until the sweats gathered around his waist enough to stay up. His skin was sticky and itchy from sweating so much last night, but he skipped showering on principle and settled into his gaming chair, taking satisfaction in the knowledge that no one was measuring his style stats. He held his breath as he started his console, but the screens sprang to life and the Star Fury theme music filled his apartment. Zack wondered if Kayla would complain about the noise, but dismissed the thought. He didn't have to worry about his reputation stats anymore. It didn't matter what Kayla thought. Although if he wanted to know, he could easily find out. She had posted at least one thing on social media last night. Judging by how quickly his reputation had dropped, it was nothing good. Zack's eyes darted up to the corner where he kept his social media apps, before he remembered that he wasn't wearing his optiglasses. If he wanted to see Kayla's post, he'd have to put them back on. Was he curious enough to risk it? No, it didn't matter anymore. Zack pushed away his curiosity, along with the lingering guilt. DaEvo had gotten into his head, and he would have to fight to get it out. He wasn't worried about his reputation stats or his former girlfriend or anything else but Star Fury. He sent a quick message to his teammates through the game's messaging system. Zack, Having trouble with my opti glasses, so we'll have to communicate here. I'm free all day to train. Greg sent him back a thumbs up and coordinates for his current location, an asteroid field that doubled as a nesting ground for space vipers, the perfect place to try out new weapons. Zack set his autopilot on an interception course and settled back to go over his ship's latest upgrades. He needed to decide which combinations he wanted to test in training. Jenny sent him a private message, interrupting his focus. Jenny. So, you have time for us now that you broke up with Ksy? Crap. That meant Kayla had definitely posted something about last night. Zack swallowed and raced through a few options before settling on his reply. Zack, that got out of hand, but it's over now. Silence stretched on as Zack waited for Jenny's reply. He sent a follow-up message just in case. Zack, things got crazy, but I'm back now. How can I make it up to you guys? Jenny, you can stay focused until the tournament and help us win. We're a team. Not exactly an acceptance of his apology, but it was a start. Zack's ship chimed to let him know he was approaching his destination. He turned on voice comms and hailed his team. Incoming, guys. And again, I'm sorry I've missed so many training sessions lately. The app is offline for maintenance now, so I can make Star Fury my top priority again. Again? Jenny said, her voice dripping with annoyance. Nice to hear we're so far up the list of priorities. Nothing like dating a model to change our priorities, is there? Wait, you actually were dating Zoe? Greg said. I thought that was a joke. Of course it's a joke, Foz chimed in as he came online. There's no way Zack was dating a model. Then why does he keep ditching us? Zack stayed silent, weighing his options. Would telling his teammates the real truth help to win back some of their trust, or would it simply push them further away? He'd been doing better making it to training sessions and hadn't missed an actual tournament round, but he also knew he wasn't doing his best for them. And it showed in the margins, which was where he used to eke out gains for the team. A private message from Jenny popped up on his screen. Jenny. Well, are you finally going to tell them? Zack, it's over now. Do they really have to know? Jenny's silence was answer enough. Zack swore softly under his breath. He bit his lip, glancing back to his opti glasses and the computer. Ashley's face flashed into his mind, accusing him of lying, of hiding the truth. Okay, I haven't been completely honest with you guys, but you deserve the truth. Dude, we didn't actually think you were dating Zoe Cross, Greg said. You don't have to make up some elaborate story to cover it up. Actually, I'd like to hear that elaborate story, Foz said, a mixture of amusement and annoyance in his voice. I'd love to hear how our team captain explains his repeated absences as we're preparing for our biggest tournament yet. Go on, Zack, Jenny said, cutting the guys off. Foz's ship blinked into view as he reached the asteroid field. That created a pulse of energy that stirred the space vipers from their nests. They darted toward the ships, mouths open and fangs extended. Rendezvous at the nearest neutral moon, Zack said, engaging evasive maneuvers to avoid getting swallowed by a particularly large space viper. I'll tell you everything, but you have to promise not to laugh. They laughed. A lot. Zack gritted his teeth and pressed on with the story, finally muting their comms so he could focus. But they had turned on video for the call, so he could still see them shaking with laughter and wiping tears. Greg had leaned forward, doubling over with laughter until his face all but disappeared from view. He was built more like a linebacker than a gamer, and his screen showed the top of his blonde head and his broad shoulders shaking as he struggled to rein in his amusement. Jenny was a little more successful at keeping a straight face, but her petite frame still shook whenever Zack told them about Cassie mistaking him for a stalker. She pressed her lips into a thin line to hold in the laughter and brushed back her long dark hair. Foz wasn't even trying to hold back. Tears ran down his face, and his turban was tilted and in danger of falling off. Zack suspected Foz had missed at least half the story since he was laughing too loudly to hear it. That meant Zack would probably have to repeat details later. Or maybe Foz would be too busy cracking jokes to ask questions. "A dating sim?" Foz said between laughs when Zack finally finished his story. "You've been trapped in a dating sim?" Zack took a bite of the pizza that had been delivered while he told the story. It tasted amazing after all the health quests, but it was getting harder and harder to enjoy it as his teammates laughed. He finished the slice of pizza, turned his attention to the half-finished donut balanced on the pizza box, and washed it down with an energy drink from the case he had ordered. "There's still no way you were dating a model," Greg said. "If that dating sim helped you date a model, sign me up." "Believe me, you don't want to sign up for this," Zack said. "If it's real, count me in too," Foz said. "Oh, it's real," Jenny said. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she started a screen share. A picture of Zack and Kayla from the Western Neon Party at Royal Texas popped onto the screen. Zack winced. The brightly colored outfit looked even more ridiculous than he remembered, as did the neon drink in his hand. Kayla, as always, was perfectly posed for the picture and showing off her legs to their best advantage. "Damn," Foz said. "Definitely sign me up for that." "Is she into cowboy clowns or something?" Greg said. "Because that's what you look like, and I can't think of any other reason someone that hot would date you." "I'd dress up like a cowboy clown for her," Foz said. "Where'd you get that outfit?" Zack hesitated, sharing a look with Jenny. "No worries, I'll look it up," Foz said. "Man, she's really famous," Greg said as he scrolled through Kayla's social media feed. "How did you even meet her? Did the dating sim pair you?" "Cripes," Foz said. "These cowboy clown hats cost $2,000. How did you afford the whole outfit?" "You cheated on her?" Greg yelled, enraged. "How could you cheat on K-Tay? You broke her heart." He waved his phone at the screen, blurring the image, but Zack saw enough to know that it was a picture of Kayla crying. " K-Tay?" Jenny said. "So you're a fanboy now?" "She seems cool," Greg said defensively. Jenny narrowed her eyes, and Greg turned red as he stashed his phone out of sight. "Let me get this straight," Foz said. "Somehow this dating sim managed to get you 2 girlfriends, one of which is a super hot model, as well as designer outfits that cost thousands of dollars?" "There's no need to sound jealous," Zack said. "It's been a nightmare. You've seen what it did to my Star Fury training. Anyway, it's over now. I'm back." "Something still doesn't add up," Jenny said. "Western Neon is an extremely exclusive fashion line, and Giacomo doesn't make bespoke suits personally for just anybody, and I know how often you've been out with her. Exactly how did you afford all that, Zack?" "How did you know Giacomo made that suit?" Jenny rolled her eyes. "I have interests outside of Star Fury. Apparently, I'm the only one on the team who does." "I like fashion now," Greg said. "You're just saying that because you have a crush on K-Tay," Foz said. "You're one to talk. I see you followed her page as well." They glared at each other through the screen, and Zack laughed. "Can we get back to training?" he said. "Those space vipers won't hunt themselves." "Don't avoid the question," Jenny said. "What else are you keeping from us? Are you a drug dealer or something?" She crossed her arms and stared at the camera. Zack recognized that look. It was her game face, and it meant she wouldn't budge until she got what she wanted. She had an inkling of the truth. Probably more than an inkling, really. All those social media feeds, all the newspaper articles. If she had put in any real effort, she'd know. Which meant she was likely letting him come clean the rest of the way. Greg and Foz stopped fighting over Kayla and turned their attention to Zack as well. His mouth went dry, and all the sugar from the donut he'd eaten suddenly seemed like a bad idea. Fingers clenched on the leather gaming chair, feeling the smooth material. This was bound to come up sooner or later, and there was no way his team would trust him again if they felt he was keeping something else secret. "Okay, but promise this won't make things weird." They nodded their agreement. Zack remembered their promise not to laugh about DaEvo and grimaced. Hopefully they'd do a better job of keeping this one. His stomach churned, possibly from all the junk food. Maybe eating 2 whole pizzas and a dozen donuts hadn't been the best use of his newfound freedom. Still, no turning back now. His teammates were waiting. Zack took a deep breath, trying to decide where to begin. Okay, you guys know Phil. Well, he's more than just my former guardian. He also manages my accounts. Like bank accounts? Greg said. Yeah, something like that. Chapter 46. Zack held the sweatpants at arm's length, wondering how they managed to smell so bad when all he had done was sit in a gaming chair for 3 days. He had gone months without doing laundry before without a problem. Why did the olfactory stats bother him now? Stupid DaEvo. Even now that he was free, the app was still ruining his life. Zack shoved the smelly sweats into the clothing hamper and dug through his dresser for something else to wear. His gaze settled on the FitLife clothes, and he ran his hand over the fabric. He definitely wasn't planning to work out, but the outfit was soft and breathable. Perfect for gaming. The FitLife clothes smelled fresh, making Zack aware that the stench wasn't coming completely from his sweats. He hadn't showered since DaEvo went offline. It had seemed like a good way to spite the app by doing the exact opposite of what it would have wanted, but maybe he was being a little juvenile. It's not as if the app really cared if he bathed or not, and he did stink. Zack shook his head as he carried the FitLife clothes to his bathroom. There was no harm in taking one shower. It wasn't a sign that he was giving up. Rather, it showed that he no longer cared about DaEvo enough to even think about the app. He would do whatever he wanted, regardless of what DaEvo might have commanded in the past. Besides, the hot water was just what his tired muscles needed. Zack took an extra long shower, enjoying the feeling of being clean again. This would definitely help his Star Fury training session. He felt relaxed and alert and ready to play. Zack dried off and pulled on the FitLife clothes. They were tighter than he remembered. Maybe it was just him, though. They were stretchy clothing, after all. They probably just seemed tight because he had been wearing such baggy sweats for the past few days. There was no way he had gained weight in 3 days. That was absolutely ridiculous. Then again, he had been eating a lot of junk food. Nothing but junk food, actually. Mostly pizza and energy drinks. He had a sudden craving for his usual breakfast of the veggie omelet and green juice. He always felt great after eating that. Almost without realizing what he was doing, Zack found himself in front of the condo's smart home interface by his door and looking at the food delivery options. Maybe… No, absolutely not. He would not eat that food. He wouldn't let DaEvo win. His stomach rumbled, and he walked to the fridge and pulled out an energy drink and a box of leftover pizza. For some reason, the pizza didn't look quite as appealing as it had for the past few days. Zack took a bite and chewed. The crust was a little dry, the cheese a little too cold and oily. The pepperoni had shrunk and dried out in the fridge overnight, leaving a slightly furry taste in his mouth. But the sauce was good, and cold pizza was the food of choice for gamers everywhere, right? Maybe he was just tired of it after eating the same thing for the past 3 days. Zack shook his head and took another bite of the pizza. He couldn't help but think that it'd be nice to have some veg on it. Something green and with more protein. The veggie omelet and green juice came to mind again. But that was DaEvo talking, and he was determined not to let the app get to him. He didn't need health food. He didn't need exercise. The harder Zack tried not to think of all the things DaEvo had made him do, the more images flashed into his mind. Working out, chasing Cassie through the park, dancing the polka with Ashley. Zack clenched his fists and took a deep breath. No, he was not going there. He definitely didn't need Ashley. But what if she needed him? For the past 3 days, Zack had been fighting the urge to check his opti-glasses to see if Ashley had sent a message. If he checked them, Phil or DaEvo might trap him somehow. It was much safer to stay offline and focus on his gaming. The semifinals were only a few days away. He needed to stay focused. Had she found another job? Had Amber's surgery gone all right? Was she still mad at him? No, he didn't need to worry about that. Still, he wondered what Ashley was doing. Kayla hadn't stopped by to complain about the noise Zack was making, so he assumed she was out of town for a photo shoot. But what about Ashley? Was she still working at Gord's? Had she started her next round of classes yet? She probably needed help studying for them. Maybe she had found a new study partner. Or a new boyfriend. Zack stuffed the rest of the pizza into his mouth, nearly choking as he chewed and swallowed it. But at least the struggle to breathe pushed the image of Ashley out of his mind. He didn't care about her. He didn't care about anything but Starfury. Speaking of Starfury, he was going to be late for training. Zack grabbed a few spare energy drinks and settled into his gaming chair. Time to get down to business. He pressed the power button on his console. Nothing happened. Zack blinked at the black screens and fought back panic. There was no reason to panic. There was a perfectly logical reason why they weren't working, and it had nothing to do with DaEvo. He checked the plugs to make sure everything was connected. It was. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This couldn't be happening. There was no way this was happening. DaEvo was offline. He had broken the app. He was free. There was another way to test it. Zack hurried to his front door and tried the knob. Locked. He punched the code into his smart home console, and a message flashed across it. Error. User does not have access to door. No way. This can't be happening, Zack muttered. He shook the door and turned the knob, but the lock wouldn't budge. Zack swore. He should have deactivated the smart house apps as soon as DaEvo went offline. What had he been thinking, leaving everything online after what happened last time? He had let himself be lulled into a false sense of security, and that was always when the enemy chose to strike. He walked slowly to his room, pulled the opti glasses from the drawer and put them on. A flood of messages from Phil came through first, but they were blocked with pink heart-shaped locks. Crap. This really was happening. He took a shaky breath and opened DaEvo. Familiar, cheerful music and a flood of pink filled his senses. The developers had finished the animation and music while the app was offline. It concluded with a cheerful flourish and an animated Cupid flying past. It shot an arrow toward Zack, winked, and flew away. Zack gritted his teeth. That was even more annoying than he remembered. Not to mention, he was now late for his training session with his team and couldn't use his messaging app to tell them why. He was getting major déjà vu. Chapter 47. Dating evolution has updated. You are now using DaEvo version 1.3.0a. We have a wide array of updates in the latest update. This includes a significant upgrade in reputation, style, and physique algorithms, as well as an update to how the love meter works. We have also included multiple new hints on how to manage hints, including details on how to ethically manage multiple relationships at the same time, definitions of casual and non-casual relationships, and further updates on the kind of relationships users might be able to achieve and win the game. Zack sank onto his bed in dismay and stared at the pink hearts filling his opti-glasses. DaEvo was back online, and its timing was even worse than before. He needed to get online for the upcoming semifinals qualifying round to get into the Vegas, and if they could beat the other team in the finals in the qualifying round, they'd have a leg up in the actual tournament with a higher buy rate to arm their ships. There was no way his team could make it into the actual tournament without him, not with the way the PvP rounds were set up. The teams they were all fighting were really good. He gritted his teeth and pounded his fists into his mattress. He had just started to figure everything out. He had earned back his teammates' trust, and this would ruin it again. He would miss the training session, possibly the entire tournament. DaEvo chimed. Statistics for Zack Moore have finished processing. Zack Moore. Physique, 50.35. Style, 32. Reputation, -14.3. Occupation, 0. Social level, 22.01. Current relationships, 0. Previous relationships, 2. Conversation quest found. Hold a 1-minute conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Unrestricted internet privileges. Accept quest? Zack's mind spun. He needed access to the messaging app before anything else. At least he had washed and dressed, so he wasn't locked out because of that. It had just been a glitch while DaEvo was updating. He still needed to tell his team what was happening. He skimmed through his stats. As usual, style would be the easiest to upgrade. Crap. Zack opened his closet and pulled out the Western neon outfit. It had been ages since he put it on. He blinked as he touched the gap that showed up as he put on his jeans. When he was dressed, he looked in the mirror. Style points increased. Style, 72. Social level increased. You have gained access to online communication functionality. Zack opened the messaging app before DaEvo could change its mind. Zack, I'm so sorry I'm late. DaEvo came back online and reset all my stats. I'm locked out of my account again. Jenny. Okay, I know this isn't funny, but also, it's kind of funny. Greg. It's totally funny. Does this mean you're getting back together with Ksy? Don't forget to dress like a cowboy clown. Zack glared at his reflection. That was closer to the truth than they knew, but there was no need for them to know he was actually wearing Western neon at the moment. Zack, I'll figure it out and be there as soon as I can. Foz, maybe if you level up enough, the app will set you up with Zoe Cross. Zack, very funny. It doesn't work like that. Jenny, just get here as soon as you can. Zack hung up and checked his messages from Phil. There were a lot of them. He skimmed over the ones that were just ranting and swearing and pieced together the one-sided conversation he had missed over the past few days. Phil. Zack, I just heard what happened at the gala. Call me. Phil. Just talked with the Dating Evolution developers. You're right, they're idiots. I'm surprised this didn't blow up sooner. Phil. I've looked back over the logs of your progress in Dating Evolution, and this is not exactly what I had in mind when I signed you up for the program. Kayla was a complete disaster. It explains why you were buying her love like one of your space hookers. Phil. Ashley was kind of nice. You two had something there, though you can't just buy your way into relationships. Phil. Well, the recordings of the gala were even worse than what I heard. DaEvo really has no idea about human relationships, but neither do you. I'm willing to let you out of this if you want. Phil. Really? You're going to ignore me again? It's been 2 days. Are you okay? Are you taking drugs? Crying in the corner like when Mandy turned you down for prom? Seriously, call me. Phil. God damn it. This is exactly the kind of garbage you pulled the last time. Call me. Phil. Dating Evolution is going back online tomorrow. The developers assure me that they've worked out the bugs and it will be better this time. If I don't hear from you in an hour, I'm leaving you in the program. I thought you had learned something, but I guess I was wrong. Zack broke out in a cold sweat. Phil had tried to let him off the hook, and he had missed the memo. He swore while he stripped out of the Western neon clothes and traded them for an outfit that DaEvo had classified as boy next door. Lower stats, but it would work better if he was going to talk to a woman. He remembered Ashley laughing when he wore Western neon to Gourds and grinned. She laughed so hard she had barely been able to stand. Then he shoved away the memory. He could go to Gourds for a conversation, but he preferred something with less potential for drama. He could try the gym, but that would mean explaining to his personal trainer why he had been skipping workouts. That wasn't a conversation Zack was eager to have, no matter how many points it was worth. Besides, seeing the gym equipment would probably trigger a fitness quest, and he didn't have time for that. The condo app chimed, and Zack saw that he had missed 10 messages. Apparently a lot had happened while his opti-glasses were stuffed in a drawer. He opened the app and scrolled through them. One was a confirmation that Rosa was coming to clean tomorrow. Another was an update about the window cleaning service coming by next week. Routine messages. The rest were from the pet sitting service. Apparently, 𝙿𝙧𝙩 the hamster was over the limit for long-term stays and needed to be picked up. The pet sitting messages were all signed by someone named Tina. Zack grinned and hurried out the door. It looked as though he wouldn't have to go far to have his conversation after all. Chapter 48. Tina Evans, social level 45.25, physique 54, style 44, reputation 52, occupation 31. Zack smiled at Tina, doing his best to look charming and approachable. Hi, I got a message about my hamster. Oh, hamster guy, thank goodness. DaEvo chimed and started the conversation timer. Since everything had reset, Zack only needed a minute of conversation to complete the quest, but he was hoping for much more so that he could earn enough game time to complete the training he had planned today. 𝙬𝙧𝙀 is 3 weeks over the maximum stay, Tina said. I was starting to think you had forgotten about him. Zack laughed nervously as Tina turned around to search for 𝙬𝙧𝙀. Rather than let the conversation quest time out, Zack made small talk. Thank goodness the weather was always around. Of course, Zack had to pull up a weather app to find out what the weather had been the last few days. It wasn't as if he actually looked out his windows. He kept up a steady stream of conversation about how hot it had been, while Tina pulled 𝙬𝙧𝙀's cage from a shelf and set it on the counter. The hamster glared at Zack, then burrowed in his bedding and ignored both humans. Tina leaned over the cage and grinned at the hamster. I told him that nobody could forget such a cute hamster. Isn't that right, 𝙬𝙧𝙀? The hamster didn't acknowledge her at all. Tina looked back at Zack. Her bright smile slipped as she crossed her arms and glared at him. It's distressing for pets to be away from their people for so long. Look how heartbroken he is. Yeah, sorry. I was in the hospital for a bit. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Tina looked so concerned that Zack felt a little guilty. It wasn't technically a lie. He had been in the hospital. It had even been 𝙬𝙧𝙀's fault, in a way. I'm fine, he said, waving away her concern. Nothing serious. Well, that's good. I just need you to sign this paperwork to show that you've picked up 𝙬𝙧𝙀 and you're ready to go. Right. Paperwork. He tried to keep his voice from going too dry, but he must have failed because Tina laughed good-naturedly. As always, DaEvo gave him points, which was kind of nice. Zack glanced at the conversation timer. He had passed the minute mark and was receiving bonuses for the longer conversation. He just needed to keep this going, and he might get enough game time for the training session without having to find another woman. He pretended to be reading the text on the tablet Tina had given him to sign. DaEvo flashed a warning that they had been silent for too long, and Zack's thoughts raced as he tried to think of something to say. So, you like hamsters? Zack threw out. It was an inane question, but Tina smiled. Of course, they're so cute. You should see 𝙬𝙧𝙀 running around the hamster habitat during playtime. Adorable. She kept going, talking about why she liked the small rodents. Zack listened with a smile pasted to his face and his eyes glued to the conversation timer. The door opened behind him with a cheerful chime, and Tina stopped gushing about hamsters to greet her new customer. Miss Cross, welcome. And hi, Bella. How are you today, you cute baby? Tina continued to baby talk Bella. Zack turned, and DaEvo chimed. Zoe Cross, social level 91, physique 94, style 85, reputation 95, occupation 91. The app didn't give points for the small white dog in Zoe's arms. On the other hand, Zoe was gorgeous, even dressed down like she was today. Of course, dressed down for her was still stylish, trendy clothing that Zack was sure would grace some gossip rag's front page. Hi, Tina. I'm going out of town in a few days and I'll be gone a week. Are you available to watch Bella for me? Of course. Zoe signed the dog into daycare for the day and worked out the details for Tina to watch Bella during the trip. Tina signed the papers, then gathered the dog and carried her into a back room. DaEvo flashed a notification to warn Zack that his conversation with Tina had lagged too long, then ended the quest and awarded him points. He hardly noticed. He was too busy staring at Zoe. Zoe Cross. What were the odds he would run into her again? Especially in his condo's pet-sitting service. Admittedly, he knew they were open for everyone in the building, but still. She was so high level that one conversation with her would set him up for the day, maybe for the week. But he was feeling starstruck and couldn't organize his thoughts enough to think of anything to say. Zoe noticed him staring and gave him a brilliant smile. "I'm sorry, I just cut in front of you, didn't I?" Zack didn't even notice when DaEvo chimed. "Is this one yours?" She gestured toward the hamster cage. When Zack nodded, Zoe leaned over to look into it. "Cute. What's his name?" "Viobos?" It came out as a question, and Zack mentally kicked himself. What kind of idiot didn't even know his own hamster's name? The kind of idiot who forgot he even owned a hamster. "Oh, you're a Star Fury fan?" Zoe said. She looked from the hamster to Zack, and her eyes sparked with recognition. "Wait a minute, I know you, don't I?" Kind of." Zack mentally kicked himself again. What was wrong with him? Why was he suddenly incapable of answering in complete sentences? This was the opportunity of a lifetime, and he was blowing it. He knew the moment Zoe remembered who he was. Her eyes flashed with amusement, and she covered her mouth with her hand to hide her smile. "Oh, gosh, you're Zack Moore. We met at my gala." "Yeah, sorry about that. I hope the rest of the event went okay." Zoe shrugged. "It's not the first time Kayla has caused a scene at one of my events. Did you two work things out?" Zack laughed. "No, I haven't talked to her since." "And the waitress?" Zack's smile slipped at the mention of Ashley. "I haven't talked to her since either." His voice broke, and he scolded himself for sounding so lame in front of Zoe. Tina returned and noticed Zack's distress. "Oh gosh, is everything okay? Is something wrong with Viobos? Are you sick again?" "You're sick?" Zoe said. DaEvo chimed. "Relationship quest update. Due to previous incidents, you must select your conversation partner. Setting up such conversation and relationship targets will then carry forth for all interactions. Further confirmation once your first relationship milestone, that is, access to the love meter after the first date, on your relationship goals and status, will be required for the proper functioning of DaEvo. Please choose if you are intending to pursue a relationship with Tina Evans, Zoe Cross. Both, please enter relationship settings and answer ethical polyamory questionnaire." Zack swiped to select Zoe's name and turned back to the conversation. "Just a minor health scare. I'm fine now." Zoe studied his face, then nodded. "Are you busy right now? I have a few hours before my first appointment, and I meant what I said at the gala. I think our foundations would collaborate well. I'd love to get coffee and chat about the possibility." "Really?" Zack's voice squeaked and DaEvo chimed. "Achievement unlocked. Get a date. Plus 60 minutes for non-essential electronics. Bonus. Plus 180 minutes for non-essential electronics due to social level disparity." "Unless you're busy," Zoe said. "Nope, not busy at all." He would be late for training, but it would be worth it if he got enough points to set him up for the tournament round. Plus, she was Zoe Cross. Zack hurried to open the door for Zoe and received bonus points from DaEvo for acting like a gentleman. "Wait, you forgot Viobos," Tina called. She held up the hamster cage. Zack glared at it. No way was he letting the hamster get in the way of a date with Zoe Cross. "Do you think you could keep him a bit longer? He seems to really like you, and I haven't got his habitat in my apartment completely set up yet." Tina considered that, then nodded. "Technically, this can count as you picking him up since you came to see him. If you're sure, I can reset the—" "Awesome, thanks." Zack smiled at Tina and hurried to catch up with Zoe. He followed her to the coffee house on the first floor of the condo, ordered the black coffee with a splash of almond milk that DaEvo suggested as a healthy option, and sat at a small table. Incredible. He was on a coffee date with Zoe Cross. Zoe had ordered an Earl Grey latte, and she sipped it thoughtfully as she studied Zack. He took a sip of his latte and gagged at the bitter taste. Stupid fitness quests. Stupid almond milk. He set it aside and smiled at Zoe. He wanted to say something. Anything. He was on a date with the woman of his dreams. This was the time to say something brilliant and clever to impress her, but his mind was absolutely blank. Zack filled the empty space in his head with swearing, venting his frustration to himself as he flashed another smile that hopefully showed no trace of his inner frustration. "So, tell me about this dating app." It was a good thing Zack wasn't drinking his coffee because he would have spit it out all over Zoe. What? At the gala, you mentioned something about a dating app. I'm curious about any kind of technology that causes so much chaos, and I'm curious why it would encourage you to cheat on Kayla. Zack waited for DaEvo to chime and tell him not to talk about it. He had always assumed it was something like Fight Club. First rule of dating app, don't talk about dating app. But DaEvo remained silent. Apparently, this topic was fair game. Crap. He was on a date with Zoe Cross, and she wanted to know about DaEvo and his exes. Now would be a fabulous time to change the topic, but Zack couldn't think of anything else to talk about. "It wasn't my idea," he said. Zoe raised an eyebrow. "So you were completely innocent, and this was all a big misunderstanding? I suppose the waitress just misread your actions and assumed your relationship meant more than it did?" There was an edge to Zoe's tone, and she shifted in her chair as if she were going to stand and leave. "Ashley," Zack said defensively. Even if it drove Zoe further away, he couldn't let her talk about Ashley so dismissively, as if she were a minor character in the drama that had unfolded. "Her name is Ashley, and I never meant to hurt her. I never meant to hurt anyone." An NPC. Ashley had accused him of treating her like an NPC. Zack sagged in his chair as the memories of the evening washed over him. He had messed up. He had hurt Ashley. He might never see her again. "So, what did happen?" Zoe leaned forward in her chair, seeming very interested in the story. Zack swallowed. "You said you wanted to talk about our foundations. I'm sure you're not interested in my relationship drama. I like to know the people I collaborate with. I like to know that they're reliable and I can trust them. I think your foundation does great work. I think we could do a lot of good together. But I need to know more about you before I'm comfortable moving forward with this. What exactly happened at the gala?" Her words reminded Zack of Dr. Jones refusing the job at the foundation because she didn't want to work with Zack. He had thought his actions didn't matter, but apparently they did. Apparently, he had hurt his parents' legacy more than he realized. He wondered absent-mindedly if his actions had affected his parents' company as well. Phil had never mentioned it. Or maybe he had. Maybe Zack just hadn't listened. He took a deep breath and looked at Zoe. She was unbelievably gorgeous and giving him her full attention. She was well out of his level. He was getting a ton of time for the conversation. But more than that, she seemed willing to listen, and he needed that. He needed it more than he had realized. Because as much as he hated to admit it, he had messed up. He had hurt people, and he had hurt himself. "Okay," Zack said. "It's kind of a long story." Zoe nodded for him to continue, so he did. Almost without meaning to, he told her everything. Chapter 49. Zoe didn't laugh. She smiled a few times and had a few suspicious coughing fits, but she didn't laugh. She didn't comment either. She let him finish his story, listening with a sympathetic interest. Even when he was done, she remained silent. DaEvo chimed to warn him that the conversation was lagging, so Zack said the first thing that popped into his head. "How do I fix this?" Zoe raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to fix?" Zack considered. That was a fair question given how complicated everything had become. Never mind the girls and DaEvo and the tournament, there was the foundation, he said, since technically Zoe was there to talk about their charities working together. "I still think Dr. Jones is the right person to run it." "Then you need to show her you can be professional. Make her realize how much good she could do by working with you." "That makes sense." Zack's mind raced as he tried to think of ways to prove he was professional. While he thought, Zoe sipped her latte and watched him. DaEvo pinged, warning him that the conversation was lagging again. "Kayla," Zack said, "I should probably make all this up to her somehow." DaEvo flashed a notification warning him that he shouldn't talk about ex-girlfriends on dates, but Zack swiped it away. This didn't feel like a date, although he was happy to let DaEvo think it was so he could get points for it. Zoe didn't seem to mind the subject. "Kayla was pretty upset. What did you have in mind?" "Usually I'd just buy her something." Zoe frowned and Zack felt his face go red. "That's what the app said to do. I got lots of points for giving her jewelry." "I think it will take more than a diamond bracelet to fix this." Zack shook his head. "She doesn't like diamonds anyway. They don't match her clothes." Zoe pressed her lips together, and Zack was pretty sure she was trying not to laugh. "I didn't get it either," he said. "They're clear. They should go with anything." Zoe did laugh then, and Zack joined her. Suddenly, the whole situation seemed ridiculous. He stopped laughing as thoughts of Kayla brought him back to the fight at the gala. "What about Ashley?" he asked. "That's the waitress? What about her?" Zoe leaned back, looking casual. A little too casual. Zack had a sneaking suspicion she was actually very interested in the whole thing. "I need to apologize to her at least. He needed her back. He missed her. Zack gritted his teeth at the realization. He missed Ashley. He wanted to see her again, wanted to have lunch dates with her and go dancing and… Stupid DaEvo. The app had managed to make him fall for someone, but it had also made him lose her. Could it help him get her back? Zoe was pressing her lips together in that suppressed smile. Zack quickly backtracked. "She lost her job because of me. I can't just sit here and pretend that didn't happen." It seemed like a decent enough excuse to see her again. If Zoe didn't buy it completely, she went along with it. "That's a little trickier, but it sounds like it's worth a try." Zoe's phone chimed with a notification. She checked it and made a face. "Sorry, I've got to go. I enjoyed talking to you." She offered her hand and Zack shook it. DaEvo chimed points for the physical contact and flashed another notification. "Relationship quest. Ask her out. Spend some one-on-one time with your special lady by asking her out on a date. Completing this quest will unlock relationship milestone bonuses and additional quests. A successful date will unlock the love meter and unlimited access to non-essential internet privileges." Zack looked from Zoe to the notification, then rejected the quest. The conversation had given him enough time to get through the final round of the qualifier tournament, and he wasn't eager to jump into another relationship after the previous two disasters. And although the conversation had gone well, it hadn't felt romantic. Zack shook his head as he walked slowly to the elevator. Zoe was gorgeous, his dream woman. Was he thinking of her as just a friend? He really needed to keep this from Foz. He'd never hear the end of it. As he entered his elevator, Zack broke into a laugh. How did he end up even thinking that someone like Zoe Cross could be his friend? She was an internationally renowned model and actress. And he was, well, him. Zack sank into his gaming chair and pushed the conversation from his mind. The conversation hadn't given him unlimited game time, but Zoe was so high level that it had given him a lot. His teammates already had their comms open, so Zack joined them as soon as he logged in. "Hey, Zack," Foz said. "I've been thinking, now that we know you're super rich, does that mean you can get us a cool suite at the tournament?" "Foz," Jenny said, sounding scandalized, "Zack does not have to buy us anything." "No, Foz has a point." Greg's voice dropped as he wheedled Zack. "I know I've been very hurt by Zack's actions lately. A luxe suite at the hotel in Vegas would totally make me feel better." "Don't listen to them," Jenny said. "You don't have to buy them things to make them feel better. That's ridiculous." "But he can afford it," Foz pointed out, "and we'll play better if we're well rested." "And he has let us down a lot lately," Greg said. "Trapped in a dating sim or not, he's been kind of absent. He should make it up to us somehow." Zack said. He was still thinking about Zoe and Ashley and Kayla, and it took him a moment to pull himself back and realize what his teammates were talking about.
They're joking, Zack, Jenny said. You don't need to.
No, I think it's a great idea. Zack's brain finally caught up with the conversation thread, and he grinned. I totally owe you guys. Cancel whatever lame rooms you have reserved. We're doing Vegas in style. He knew he was buying his way out of trouble again, but this felt different. Maybe because Greg and Foz were blatantly asking, with little true expectation of getting anything. Greg and Foz cheered as they guided their ships into the formation. Jenny stayed silent. Zack could practically hear her rolling her eyes. Why did girls have to hold grudges for so long? Why couldn't they just accept a simple apology and let it be? Come on, Jenny, Greg said. It will be awesome. Jenny zapped him with one of her drones, but she joined the team in laughing at Greg's outraged protest. Zack grinned a little, grateful to see that at least with his team, things were getting better. Now, if only the rest of his life was as easy to sort out. Chapter 50. Zack fidgeted with his tie, resisting the temptation to loosen it. Giacomo had assured him this was the proper way to wear it and that he looked professional. If leveling up his style with DaEvo had taught Zack anything, it was that he needed different outfits for different situations. Kind of like outfitting his ship with different armor for different dungeons. And right now, he needed professional armor. Zack was so distracted by his fashion as armor analogy that he didn't notice Dr. Jones come in until DaEvo chimed. He looked up, seeing DaEvo populate the information for her.
Cassie Jones, social level 61, physique 80, style 41, reputation 36, occupation 87.
Dr. Cassie Jones looked as though she would rather be anywhere else in the world than meeting him in the hospital cafeteria on one of her few breaks. She was dressed for work in tribal print scrubs, with her dark hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, dark bags under her eyes. Zack stood and offered his hand. She shook it, and he tried to remember every handshaking tip he had read in his crash course research on being a professional adult. He felt more like an actor playing a part, but hopefully he could play it convincingly. DaEvo gave him bonus points for physical contact, and Zack swiped away the notification. The points earned for this conversation would buy him more time for the tournament. Hopefully it would boost his reputation stats as well, but that wasn't why he was here. At least, that wasn't the whole reason. Thank you for agreeing to meet me, Zack said. I don't have much time. Cassie sank into her chair with her arms crossed. Zack hastily sat as well. DaEvo flashed a notification.
Your lady is upset. Try the following to make her feel better. Flowers, chocolate, apology.
Zack sincerely doubted Cassie would appreciate chocolate or flowers at the moment. That left the apology. Good thing that was the plan anyway. He swallowed, wishing it was Ashley sitting across from him. She was the one he really wanted to make things right with. Maybe he could in a roundabout way, if this went well. Dr. Jones, before we go any further, I'd like to apologize. Zack did his best impression of Phil, trying to imitate the trustee's formal tone and professional manners. Cassie said nothing, so Zack kept talking. We got off on the wrong foot, and I haven't handled the situation well. I never meant to make you feel uncomfortable. Do you have a point, Mr. Moore, or did you come here to ramble and waste my time? Zack gritted his teeth as DaEvo flashed another warning that the lady was upset. This wasn't going well. Then again, she was still there. She looked angry enough to stab him, but she was still there. I came to apologize and ask you to reconsider helping us with the Foundation's new budget. We need help. More than that, another person has expressed interest in donating funds and expanding the Trust's reach even further, but she agrees that we need someone competent in charge before that happens. Zack gave himself a mental high five for that speech. It sounded very businesslike. But would it be enough? Cassie's expression had changed from one of complete disgust to one of mild disgust. Did that mean it was working? Why did you double the budget? What? That wasn't the question he had been expecting, and his response came out as more of a yelp than anything. Cassie's lips twitched into the hint of a smile. Why did you double the budget? Why put so much of your money into this cause? If not to stalk you, you mean? Zack mentally kicked himself. Why did he bring up the stalking? She seemed to have forgotten about it, and he had brought it front and center. He charged ahead, hoping to distract her from the topic. I just wanted to help. This foundation was my parents' pride and joy, and I want to grow it for them. Plus, it really ticked off my board. They wanted to cut funds to the foundation, so I doubled them instead. You added millions to a charity budget as an act of rebellion? Maybe. Cassie laughed, and Zack slumped into his chair in relief, losing the professional businessman posture he had been working so hard to maintain. The tension of the conversation had finally broken, and Cassie relaxed as well. She leaned forward with her elbows on the table and studied Zack's face. He swallowed and straightened back up, feeling like a student caught cheating. But he wasn't cheating. He was trying to make things right. I may have misjudged you, Cassie said finally. Zack stayed silent and waited for her to continue. He was finally making progress. He didn't want to open his big mouth and ruin it. Phil told me more about you when he called to set up this meeting, Cassie said. I'm sorry about your parents. I think they would be proud that you want to honor their memory by helping people. Zack's throat was swollen with emotion, so he barely managed to choke out, Thanks. But that doesn't give you an excuse to act like a jerk and disregard other people's feelings, Cassie continued. Phil also mentioned some kind of app as an explanation for your behavior, but technology isn't a valid excuse either. I hate when people use technology as a crutch. You should be able to function without it. Damn Luddites. Zack sat up straighter and forgot about his plan to keep his mouth shut. You say that, but would your job be possible without technology? Would you be able to save as many lives? You use technology every day. It's part of your life, whether you like it or not. Yelling at your lady is not the way to win her heart. Consider the following instead. Chocolate, flowers, apology. Sorry, Zack muttered. He waited for Cassie to storm away, but she didn't. Instead, she leaned forward, looking interested. So, you think the extra money should go to additional technology? Is that a requirement for hospitals to accept funding? Of course not. But even you have to admit it would be better than spending the money on nightmare fuel murals. In fact, maybe redecorating would be a good place to start. How are kids supposed to feel better when they're surrounded by creepy caterpillars? She grinned. I can't say I love working in a place decorated like a knockoff Alice in Wonderland theme park. Did you have something in mind? Video games, Zack said without thinking. We could decorate some of the wings to make it look like they're from video games. Maybe we could put gaming consoles in the rooms so the kids have something to do while they recover. Cassie raised an eyebrow. It's a good idea, Zack insisted. They would love it. Maybe. Do you have any other good ideas? Zack couldn't tell if she was mocking him or genuinely interested. He swallowed his enthusiasm for the video game idea and tried to recover his professional demeanor. We need a system for evaluating what new equipment will have the biggest impact. We can't just go buying random things. Cassie raised her other eyebrow. And do you have a suggestion for how to make these evaluations? Yeah, actually, I do. Zack pulled his computer from the leather briefcase Giacomo had insisted was a perfect accessory for the suit and pulled up the spreadsheet he had made for Ashley. She had already filled in stats for some of the equipment she thought might benefit the hospital Amber frequented and added a few notes about the results from Zack's calculations. Zack's heart ached as he stared at it and remembered all their lunch dates at the picnic table outside Gord's. He had been an idiot. Is something wrong? Cassie's voice was still businesslike, but had softened a little. Here, Zack said, spinning the computer around so she could see. It's a spreadsheet to calculate the potential value of new equipment in your hospital. There are an overwhelming amount of options and constant updates. The spreadsheet helps you sort the data and see what would make the most difference with your current lineup. Cassie's eyes flickered over the computer screen, and she remained silent. Zack alternated between watching her and nervously playing with his cufflinks. They were one part of the outfit he actually liked. Somehow, Giacomo had found silver cufflinks stamped with the Star Fury logo. The designer had promised to look for some ties to match Zack's interest as well, and Zack had to admit he was intrigued. "This is good," Cassie finally said. "This is very good. You have a surprising talent for hospital management." She pushed the computer back to Zack, a newfound respect in her eyes. He shook his head. "It wasn't just me. My, friend did most of the work. She's working on a master's in medical management. Actually, I think she'd be perfect to work for the foundation." If Cassie noticed how he stumbled over the word friend, she didn't comment. "If we grow this foundation as much as you want to, I will need additional staff," Cassie admitted. "Do you think she'd be interested in the job?" "Yeah," Zack said. "I think she might be." "Excellent. Have her send her resume over and I'll take a look at it." "Wait, does this mean you'll take the position?" "There are still some details we need to work out, but I'm willing to consider it." "Awesome!" Zack reached across the table for a high five, then pulled his hand back as he realized his mistake. Cassie laughed. "I look forward to working with you, Mr. Moore." "And I look forward to working with you, Dr. Jones."
Success! Based on our scan of her facial expression and voice tone, your lady is feeling better. Now seal the deal and ask her out. Social status bonus, plus 60 minutes of unrestricted electronic time for making her feel better.
For once, Zack agreed with DaEvo. This felt like a victory. He breathed in through his nose, taking in the over-recycled air of the hospital, the way it was a little too sterile. For once, it didn't send him spiraling back. In fact, it smelled well, no, it still smelled bland. Cassie pushed her chair back a little. "Was there anything else you wanted to discuss in person?" Zack swallowed, wondering how far he should push his luck. He decided to push it a little further. "Actually, there is. Your blog posts accusing me of stalking have damaged my reputation. Would you be willing to take them down?" Cassie laughed. "Yes, that seems fair. Although it's a shame. Those are the most popular posts on my blog." Zack winced. "I believe it." They stood and shook hands again. DaEvo chimed bonus points for the long conversation and more physical contact. Zack waited until Dr. Jones left the cafeteria before he let out a victory cry. The other diners gave him bemused looks as he hurried out to the hallway. He voice messaged Phil the good news as he walked. Then he sent a message to Zoe for good measure. Now that Dr. Jones was on board, they could talk further about how their charities could work together. Zack checked the time on his opti-glasses. He hadn't been sure how long this meeting would go, so he wasn't scheduled to train until this afternoon. And he knew exactly how he wanted to spend the extra time. He called a ride and gave the app the address to Gord's. On the way back to Gord's, DaEvo finally chimed. "Reputation change. Reputation plus 4.3. Sweet. He knew that in time, he'd regain more of his lost reputation, as links to the now-deleted blog posts were broken and more time passed. Zack grinned and crossed his fingers. He had successfully managed one apology today. Maybe he could keep the streak going. Besides, he needed to ask for Ashley's resume. Chapter 51. Gord's was decked out with promotional posters, advertising both local events and the special Star Fury booth they would have at the Vegas convention. Zack ignored them, more concerned about the way a few of the gamers were staring at him. He wondered if Ashley had told them what happened. Then he realized they were probably staring because of his suit. It looked almost as out of place in the gaming center as the Western neon outfit had. Maybe he should have changed first. Before Zack could decide what to do about that, Ashley came out of a private gaming room with an empty tray. Her eyes widened with recognition when she saw Zack. Then they narrowed, and she turned away from him and hurried to the counter. Zack swallowed. No turning back now. He walked slowly to the counter and did his best to smile. It was difficult. Ashley's expression was a mixture of anger and professional distance. When she smiled at him, it was more of a sneer that made Zack want to run for cover. "How may I help you?" DaEvo chimed and started the conversation timer. It seemed that DaEvo did not have an ex-relationship side quest or relationship milestone, since it was treating her like any other potential love interest. Ashley's voice was overly bright and cheerful, with a sharp edge that cut straight through Zack's soul. That wasn't what he wanted. He hated seeing her this upset. "Hey." He tried to sound casual and failed miserably. Ashley continued to glare. "We have a few private rooms available right now if you'd like one, or I can get you a console in the common room." "Ashley." "And we have new items on our menu if you're hungry or thirsty. I highly recommend the caramel latte." An advertisement for the new drinks appeared on Zack's opti-glasses, and he swiped it away. "I'm not here for a damn latte." "Then why are you here?" Ashley's tone was still civil, but her eyes flashed with fury. DaEvo chimed. "Your lady is upset. Try the following to make her feel better. Flowers, chocolate, apology." Maybe he should have brought flowers, or chocolate, or diamonds, or his head on a platter from the way she spoke. Well, he had come with a job offer. That didn't seem quite right either, but it was what he had. "I'm sorry," he said. "I came to say I'm sorry." Ashley crossed her arms. "We also have a new green tea latte if that's more your style. It will go great with that pretentious suit." "I hurt you, and I never meant to do that." Zack pushed on, not entirely certain what else he could do. She laughed, and the sound sent a shiver down Zack's spine. DaEvo chimed. "Bonus, make her laugh. Plus, social stat value, minutes." This is just wrong. We need to adjust the valuation of laughter. Z, you think? I told you the social cue variation matrix is only at 84% fidelity right now. We need more time to deal with edge cases like this. B, you said that 3 updates ago. Q, can we please close the notations? Z's seeing this. What? So, you never meant to cheat on me with a supermodel? Or to stalk that poor doctor? Those things happened completely by accident and were out of your control? Wait, what? Oh, didn't you know? You're famous and rich. That means people write about you and post it on the internet. You've been reading about me? In spite of Giacomo's assurances that the suit was lightweight and breathable, Zack was sweating. This was bad. Really bad. Your girlfriend Kayla has a lot to say, as does Dr. Jones. Zack swore. The blog posts. Ashley had read the blog posts. I didn't. Didn't what? Didn't take Kayla out for lavish dinners while you brought me takeout? No. I mean, yes, but You didn't buy her diamond jewelry while you brought me a paper fan? I thought you. And you didn't stalk another woman while dating both of us? You're a psychopath, Zack. I wasn't stalking her. Zack didn't mean to yell, but that accusation really was unfair. He hadn't been stalking Cassie. Even she had finally admitted it and taken down the blog posts. But it looked as though the damage was already done. Their conversation was loud enough that the gamers in the room took notice. Some of them had removed their headsets and were listening. DaEvo chimed. Reputation, minus 0.1. I wasn't stalking her, Zack said, lowering his voice to a frantic whisper. That was a misunderstanding because of the app. She's taken the posts down now. Check her website. You'll see. And I suppose all those events with K-Tay were misunderstandings as well? You just happened to run into her at the club while wearing matching outfits? Before Zack could protest that they had never worn matching outfits, Ashley pointed at a poster across the room. Zack followed her gaze, confused by the change in topic, but hoping it meant that his pleading was working and Ashley was coming around. He swore when he saw the poster. It was a full spread of Kayla Taylor, dressed in a sexy version of the Star Fury Corsair uniform. She leaned toward the camera, giving a generous view of her cleavage as she winked playfully. Crap. I have to stare at her stupid face every day, Ashley said. Every day. Is that why you dated her? Did the app give you extra points or something because she was working for Starfury? Zack dragged his gaze away from the poster. I didn't know about that. I had no idea she was modeling for Starfury. I just needed points for DaEvo and Kayla was high level. You have to believe me. Why? Why should I believe a single word you say? She was yelling again. More gamers took off their headsets to watch the fireworks. Because I'm sorry. Because I never meant to hurt you. Because I like you. A lot. Oh, very good. Why don't you add a few more of the standard phrases? You'll never do it again. It was all a big misunderstanding. You're not that kind of guy, but you got carried away and didn't think it through. How did you? You think every cheater in the history of dating hasn't tried the same lines, she said. You think you're clever or special because you're saying these things and wearing a nice suit? You think you get a pass just because you're rich and run a charity? Because you don't. It was the app, Zack said. I didn't have a choice. Is this guy bothering you, Ashley? Zack looked up and found himself face to face with Steve. A few of his Armada scum buddies stood behind him scowling. We're just talking, Zack said. I think maybe you're done talking, Steve said. He wasn't a large man, but he puffed out his chest and leaned toward Zack in a way that suggested he was hoping for a fight. I don't need your help, Ashley said. I can handle this on my own. Of course you can, a female gamer said, sliding between Zack and Ashley and pushing Zack away from the counter. But you don't have to. DaEvo flashed a reputation warning as more gamers gathered around. He looked from them to Ashley with dismay. How had his apology attempt gone so horribly wrong? How had he ended up the bad guy while Steve was the hero? Zack swallowed and took another step back. I'm sorry, Zack said, painfully aware of how little those words accomplished. I never meant to hurt you, and I'm sorry. The other gamers scoffed, but Ashley's face remained stoic. She didn't look hurt or angry anymore. She just looked done. Not sure what else to do, Zack turned and left. DaEvo chimed. Quest complete. You spoke with a woman for 5 minutes, 47 seconds. You have earned non-essential electronics and internet privileges. Reward, easy difficulty, plus 15. Bonus achieved, make her laugh, plus 20 minutes use time. 𝙬𝙬𝙀 logged. Zack swore. The app was worthless. He was halfway home before he realized he had forgotten to tell Ashley about Dr. Jones's job offer. He briefly considered going back, but dismissed the idea. Ashley wasn't in the frame of mind to listen to anything he had to say. But the job would be a good opportunity for her. He didn't want his mistakes to ruin her future any more than they already had. He opened his messaging app and sent a quick message to Phil. Zack, worked out the details with Dr. Jones, and she's agreed to work with the trust. She's interested in interviewing this person as a possible assistant. Maybe you could set something up? He followed up with Ashley's contact information, then settled into his seat for the rest of the ride. It was almost time for his training session. Then they had the final qualifier round. Maybe that would help take his mind off Ashley. He doubted it would, but what other choice did he have? He couldn't just shut away the world. He had responsibilities. Chapter 52. Zack snarled, booting his ship into a spin and turn, bringing his lasers in line with the pursuing ship. His opponent was an interceptor like Foz, which meant great speed, great maneuverability, but lousy shields. Zack had had to feint and let his opponent get in close. After 2 other opponents, his rear shields were burnt out, and his ship itself was on its last legs. Finger depressed and his main laser fired. Zack grinned. The lock-on was perfect, burning through shields and damaging his opponent's weapon systems. Unfortunately, that spin had killed Zack's forward momentum, and the missiles he'd been dodging caught up. Shields flared and whited out, his ship destroyed. He sighed, leaning back as Starfury logged him out, leaving him to stare at the planet and stars flying past. "Right on! This is the Zack we've been missing," Foz crowed. "Focus! We don't need another Greg," Jenny said. "Hey, I told you, my joystick froze up," Greg complained. Zack made a face, remembering how Greg had been doing okay as the first player, and then he'd suddenly stopped dodging for a few long seconds. Long enough for his opponent to tear through his shields and kill his engines. That had left them one down. Zack said, "Don't worry, I got you." Luckily, Zack grinned viciously, he'd pulled it off. Even if the action was all bits and photons, the thrill of tearing apart his opponents had been everything he'd needed after his disastrous conversation with Ashley. For a few minutes, during the rounds, he'd been able to stop talking and just focus. I know, I got this." Foz's ship hyper-jumped in, and the team shut up, not wanting to distract the man. Zack knew some other teams cheated, using the secondary views to feed information to the player fighting. It was against the rules, and a few stupider teams had already been caught. They'd never tried it, of course, because during the actual tournament, no cheating was allowed. Anyway, they didn't need it. Foz went in fast, afterburning to close the distance before his opponent could escape. Like a coward, the other ship had turned tail and fled while using repair drones to try to fix what he could. It wouldn't be enough, but it was the smart play. Unfortunately for him, he didn't realize that Foz had switched over to a series of long-range missiles with boosters. All that running just gave Foz more opportunities to hammer away at him. The entire battle was rather lackluster in that sense. By the time the interceptor had figured out what was going on, it was too late. Missiles hammered and dropped his shields, armor was ripped apart, and once they closed, the dogfight hadn't lasted long at all. Zack grinned as Foz came out of his battle with only a mild amount of damage. "Nice! One last opponent and we'll be in." "So damn sweet, man," Greg crowed.
"Good job," Jenny said, "but don't get distracted just yet."
I won't, Foz said, already doing pirouettes and spins through the void as he waited.
"Oh no,"
Jenny whispered as Foz's ship stopped, explosions rippling across the lightly shielded ship.
"Those damn drones."
Zack could only nod. Foz had gotten too confident, darting in and out, playing with his opponent more than trying to actually win. He'd done damage, of course, but he'd lacked that killing edge, the need to keep driving in, and carefully positioned stealthed drones had caught him. "Come on, come on, come on," Zack chanted. He'd turned off the mic rather than distract Foz. Foz's interceptor twisted and turned, afterburners kicking in. He dodged the third wave of attacks, leaving him free to harass his opponent. But it wasn't enough. Not with his engines damaged, not with his shields at a fraction of their strength. He kept fighting, chipping away at his opponent, forcing him to use up missiles and drones. But it wasn't enough. "Sorry, guys. I should have done better," Foz said, dejected as he was kicked back into the team chat, his ship destroyed. The tournament chat scrolled, backseat pilots all harassing Foz. Zack's fingers itched, wanting to rebut them. Get into it, call them all losers who had no chance of getting as far as them. But he held back. Not the right time. "It's fine, Jenny can do it," Zack said. "Right?"
"I don't like the doubt in your voice there," Jenny said.
But she was already being hyper-jumped in, so the rest of the team only offered her short recommendations. Zack bit his lip, hoping she could pull it off. The other opponent was the worst kind for her, a heavy fighter with big shields and space enough for a ton of shields and missiles. He'd used both, along with the drones he'd secreted, to take out Foz. Jenny, with her drones, was used to wearing down her opponents, not taking them out in a direct fight. Zack leaned forward, his hands clenching and releasing. He couldn't do anything but feel helpless, kind of like how it was with him and Ashley. Everything was in someone else's hands, and all he could do was sit back and wait. Over the voice channel, he heard Jenny's fingers flying as she launched drone after drone. She'd taken to running immediately, moving away from her opponent. It was her only chance to lay out a minefield to grind down her opponent while her combat drones filled the space in between. The balance of mining drones and webbers and combat drones to do damage would matter. Long minutes passed. In the chat, Zack saw calls for her to stop running, to make things more interesting. Viewership numbers dropped, everyone bored with what they were seeing. This wasn't an exciting dogfight, but a game of chess, as her opponent bowled through minefields and had his shields chipped away while Jenny dodged attacks. "Ignore them. You got this," Greg muttered over their comm channel. "The chat idiots? Of course she's ignoring them," Foz said. "She's got this." "Both of you? Shut up," Jenny snapped, spinning her plane in another tight spiral dodge. She snarled as her shields dipped when a trio of missiles tore away her defenses and lasers melted her armor. "Come on," Zack muttered, drumming his fingers, then clenching them. He twisted his chair, too, anything to bleed off the tension. It wasn't enough, of course, but it was all he could do. Wait. Drone after drone shut down, high-powered lasers stabbing out as EMP shocks took out her drones. She spun, drawing the opponent into the thickest part of her minefield. Zack's eyes darted across the screen. Then he grinned. "Oh, you evil woman." Only to watch her reenact her humiliating drubbing of Zack as she engaged her drones and sent them all spiraling into her opponent on a kamikaze course. Just as Zack had done, her opponent tried to dodge, but he was slow and cumbersome, trapped in the center. Space lit up as her self-destructing drones took down shields, armor, and finally, her opponent. "Yes!" Foz screamed. Zack was surprised he was echoing the man, Greg also screaming a wordless yelp of joy. After they'd congratulated Jenny, they fell silent, except for Foz's crowing. "We're in! We're in for sure," Foz said. "I just checked. The other team lost. We've got our spot." That set off another set of screams and shouts as the teams celebrated the end of a long road. And the start of a new one as they headed to Vegas. Zack shouted along with them, but he couldn't help but feel as though he was missing something, without anyone else to celebrate it with. Chapter 53. "This place is awesome!" Foz ran around their Las Vegas suite. His long, lanky frame was dressed in a wrinkled t-shirt and jeans, a sharp contrast to the immaculate turban. He looked everywhere, opening drawers and poking his head into bedroom doors like a hamster checking out a new tunnel system. Zack winced at the thought of hamsters, feeling a little guilty. He dropped off 𝙬𝙧 at the pet sitting service again before he left, and Tina had once again given her speech about how much the hamster missed him when he was gone. Zack seriously doubted that. He didn't exactly spend a ton of time with the hamster. Maybe he should fix that. Take him on walks, or whatever you did with hamsters. At least buy him a new wheel. Well, he was in Vegas for the next week. The hamster would have to wait. And waiting in the pet sitting service wasn't exactly a hardship. Tina had sent Zack videos of 𝙬𝙧 playing in the hamster habitat, which was a full-room desert oasis, complete with levels of tunnels that stretched up to the ceiling. It was hamster luxury at its finest, and 𝙬𝙧 seemed to be enjoying it. "It's epic," Greg agreed. The portly gamer was a little more subtle in his admiration for the suite, but not by much. Like Zack, he was dressed in a limited edition Star Fury Corsair t-shirt and jeans, though Greg's looked to have grown one size too small. Zack smiled at Greg's cautious optimism, basking in his friend's happiness. It wasn't the penthouse, but it was one of the larger suites located at the top of the hotel, with multiple rooms and floor-to-ceiling windows, as well as a balcony that stretched all around the suite. The windows looked out over the glowing strip, beckoning them to pay a visit. This was much better than buying Kayla diamond bracelets, and about as expensive. "There's a pool!" Foz said, yelling from the expansive balcony. "Really?" Jenny said. She had been sitting on one of the many gold couches and playing it cool, but the mention of a private pool made her scamper out to join Foz. The short woman, dressed in a pretty cream blouse and black slacks, had claimed her room immediately before sitting on the couch in the living room and perusing the convention materials they'd been given upon checking in. Now she was outside, bouncing around the pool and muttering about swimsuits. Meanwhile, Greg found a grand piano at the other end of the suite and played a lyrical version of the Star Fury theme. "I didn't know you played piano," Zack said. Greg shrugged. "Hey, I know how to play piano," Foz said, returning from admiring the hotel's public pools below. He joined Greg at the bench and played a very bad rendition of Chopsticks. Jenny laughed. "This place is awesome! Thanks for setting this up, Zack." DaEvo chimed and began the conversation timer. It had been doing that ever since Jenny arrived in the hotel lobby, and it kept prompting him to ask her out and complete relationship milestones. Zack didn't know how to correct DaEvo and tell it that Jenny was just a friend, and he wasn't sure he should. Thanks to the software's lack of perception, he was banking a lot of game time. He had plenty for the tournament and beyond. "Yeah, you're welcome," Zack said. "It's the least I can do after ditching you guys so often." "You couldn't help it," Greg called from the piano, where he was adding a lively accompaniment to Foz's version of Chopsticks. "Yeah, you were looking for love," Foz added, only a trace of sarcasm in his voice. "I still want to sign up for that app once it goes public. If it can set you up with 𝙬𝙬𝙧𝙀, who knows what it could do for me?" "Believe me, you don't," Zack said. "No, he really does," Greg said. "He won't stop talking about it. I wouldn't mind trying it out myself. 𝙬𝙬𝙧." "All right, enough girl talk," Jenny said. "Let's go check out the vendor booths." "You want to leave?" Foz said. "We just got here. I never want to leave this room again." "Greg, didn't you want to see if they had the 1 to 125th scale rendition of the Marauder version 7.2 at the booths?" Jenny said. "We won't have time tomorrow once the competition starts." "Right," Greg said, running his hands over the piano keys. "Yeah, let's go. We can hang out here tonight." "Fine," Foz said, throwing his hands in the air. He spun around on the piano bench, tucking in his feet as he did. Zack laughed and slipped his VIP badge over his head as the group walked down the hall and into the elevator. He was glad they were having a good time. For that matter, he was having a good time. All their hard work was paying off. Their last few practice sessions had gone perfectly, and DaEvo was finally under control. Yes, it would likely prompt him to work out in the hotel gym in the morning, and he would definitely need to comply with that, so Phil had no reason to complain when he got the bill for the suite. But other than that, everything was perfect. Well, almost everything. Zack couldn't shake the lingering ache in his chest from Ashley's rejection. He shook it away and laughed with everyone else at some joke Foz had made. Zack didn't need a girlfriend. He needed to forget about that mess and focus on the tournament. The elevator doors opened, and the team hurried to the ballroom that housed the Star Fury convention displays. The entire tournament was being combined with the annual convention, so the first day was entirely competition-free. But from tomorrow onward, they'd have to fight to keep their spot. In the meantime, the convention was running its usual seminars, autograph sessions, and vendor halls to keep the public happy. Of course, the schedule was light the first day, with only a few boring seminars, so as to give everyone a chance to settle in. The big events were always held on the weekend, when things like new ship announcements, new factions, or a new solar system showed up. As they joined the flow into the convention hall, Zack craned his neck and looked around, flashing his VIP badge as they scooted down the special VIP line before they entered the main hall. Judging by the crowded room, lots of people had the same idea and intended to go shopping now. With a determined expression, Greg guided the group toward one of the official merchandise booths. Worming their way through the crowd, they reached the booth and Zack hurried inside, eager to see what new merch was available. And found himself face to face with a life-sized cardboard cutout of Kayla in the Corsair uniform. Crap. Zack froze as he stared at his ex in all her glossy glory. "She's hot, right?" the store clerk said. "They definitely picked a good replacement for the last model. She's doing a signing tomorrow. Buy that, and you could get her to sign it for you." "She's here?" Zach's voice rose a few octaves in alarm. The clerk laughed. Tomorrow. Damn. This was bad. So much for his strategy to forget about his love life. Zach backed away from the cardboard cutout and looked for his teammates. Kayla was everywhere. Posters, mugs, keychains. She's the new face of the Corsairs, Jenny said. Zach jumped at the sound of her voice, and Jenny laughed. Of course, there's still plenty of Zoe Cross merchandise over on the Armada side. Greg and Foz appeared, their arms overflowing with purchases. Thankfully, being VIP guests, they all had RFID-coded badges that could deduct purchases directly from their accounts rather than making them stand in line like Luddites and peons. This place is awesome, Greg said. I just need to run these things back to the suite, then I want to see the rest. I'm sure we can have them delivered, Zach said. He logged into the hotel's app and ordered a delivery service for their packages. A few moments later, a hotel employee appeared and whisked away their bags. Epic, Foz said. Let's see what else is around. They worked their way through the room, stopping to check out different booths along the way. Zach was having a great time hanging out with the team. He would be having a better time if DaEvo didn't flash a notification every time Jenny laughed, but that was a minor inconvenience. Oh, this one looks interesting, Jenny said. She pulled the group toward a booth hidden by black curtains with the word Star Fashion printed over them. They ducked into the curtains and found themselves in a sort of tent decorated with minimal black and white accents. High-end clothing with silhouettes reminiscent of the Star Fury uniforms hung around the tent. The room was split between men's and women's wear, with distinctive lines that stood out on the shirt, jacket, and trousers combination for the men and the sleek dresses for the women. The curtains made the booth dark, and it was lit by tiny lights hanging in the ceiling that were probably meant to be stars. Zach blinked in the sudden darkness and stared at the clothes. Something about them seemed familiar. Welcome to Star Fashion, innovative clothing for the fashion-conscious gamer. Star Fashion is the newest vision of world-renowned designer David Davidson, Jenny said with disbelief. You're David Davidson. She squealed in excitement as David Davidson appeared from behind a rack of clothes. Zach tried to hide behind a mannequin, but he was too slow. Zach, the designer said, imagine meeting you here. Have you come to upgrade your look? Neon is out. Finished. My latest collection is inspired by the cold, empty vacuum of space and the brave pioneers who travel it to search for the meaning in the void. You know Zach? Greg asked, looking around in confusion as he tried to figure out what was going on. David Davidson beamed at him. Of course, Zach is a dedicated patron of my art. And who are you all? Zach introduced Jenny, Greg, and Foz as his Star Fury teammates. Greg and Foz disappeared to the corners of the room to observe the conversation from a safe distance. Jenny examined the clothes, gravitating toward a sleek black dress. You don't usually do women's wear, she said. Ah, you know my work. I usually prefer menswear, but ladies are some of the foremost pioneers in the world of Star Fury, and I couldn't bear to leave them out of my new fashion universe. These clothes are functional as well as fashionable. For example, this dress has hidden pockets to carry portable gaming consoles. The pockets provide wireless charging and are lined with shock-absorbent material to protect your devices. The men's jackets have the same. Really? Foz inspected the jacket, intrigued in spite of himself. He sputtered when he saw the price tag. Holy smokes! Is this really the price? Greg hurried over to join him. Before they could get too worked up about the cost, the curtains parted and let in a beam of light that temporarily blinded the group. David, is my dress ready yet? I'm due on set in an hour. Zach winced, recognizing the voice before his eyes cleared enough for him to see the speaker. Kayla Taylor? Foz whispered in disbelief. It's Kay-Tay. Chapter 54. Hello, Zach. Kayla's voice was icy, and her eyes were even colder. She ignored Greg and Foz, who were gaping at her over a display shelf. DaEvo chimed.
Relationship quest update. Due to previous incidents, you must select your conversation partners at the same time. Setting up such conversation and relationship targets will then carry forth for all interactions. Further confirmation once your first relationship milestone, that is, access to the love meter after the first date, on your relationship goals and status, will be required for the proper functioning of DaEvo. Please choose if you are intending to pursue a relationship with Jenny Romero, Kayla Taylor, both. Please enter relationship settings and answer ethical polyamory questionnaire to unlock this option. Note: Kayla Taylor's love meter is currently at 0, and as such, a new relationship must be completed to begin acquiring relationship milestones, and for you to proceed with the relationship once more.
Zack flicked over confirmation that he was continuing to talk to Jenny, refusing to start the conversation with Kayla. There was no need to go down that path again. "What are you doing here?" Zack asked. "You aren't supposed to be here till tomorrow." It wasn't a great question. It wasn't even a good question, but it was all he could think of at the moment. Kayla's eyes narrowed. "I'm wearing Dave's latest line in my interviews to help promote it. I'm here to pick up my clothes." "But you're not a gamer," Jenny said. "Aren't these clothes designed specifically for gamers?" Kayla turned and gave Jenny a head-to-toe look. She wrinkled her nose in mild disgust, and Zack wondered if he should jump in and defend Jenny. She was dressed in loose-fitting slacks and a Star Fury t-shirt. She was also much shorter than Kayla and had to tilt her chin up to meet the model's gaze. Jenny couldn't compare with Kayla's looks, but that wasn't the point. Jenny had a decent personality and life skills other than smiling for a camera. Jenny gave Kayla an equally disgusted look, and Zack held his tongue. It looked as though Jenny could defend herself, and he wasn't eager to dive into a fight if he didn't have to. "No, I'm not a gamer," Kayla said. Her tone was frosty and condescending. "That doesn't matter. It's about the fashion, not the features." Jenny scoffed with equal condescension. "Of course it's about the features. Any designer can make a little black dress. It takes special talent to make a chic dress that also includes wireless charging. Only a gamer will truly appreciate that." "I appreciate the wireless charging," Kayla said. "It'll be great for my phone." Jenny laughed and turned to David Davidson. "If you want gamers to take your clothes seriously, you need gamers to wear them. And you should consider making a more affordable line." The designer looked taken aback and didn't respond. Kayla rolled her eyes and turned back to Zack. "Is this your new girlfriend? You really do get around." "She's my teammate," Zack said, his voice chilly. "So, you're the new face of the Corsairs," Foz said, edging toward Kayla. "I think that's awesome. They definitely made the right choice." He gave Kayla what was probably supposed to be a sexy look. Greg was close behind him, pushing Zack aside in his eagerness. Kayla rolled her eyes and stepped to the left to follow Zack as he stumbled to the side. "It's been like this since they made the announcement. I don't know how 𝙬𝙗 has done this for so long. Nerds are so annoying." She gave Zack a pointed glare. "Hey, you didn't have to date me," he said, "and you didn't have to take this job." "I took it for you," Kayla said. "I convinced 𝙬𝙗 to help me get signed on because I thought you'd like it. It's the reason I was traveling so much. I was going to surprise you." "Oh." Zack couldn't manage to say any more than that. That was actually really cool, and it made him feel like a complete jerk for the way things had worked out. Kayla gave him a cynical smile. "Oh, don't feel too guilty. It's a good gig, pays well, and has definitely expanded my fan base." She nodded at Greg and Foz, who were practically drooling while they stared at her. Foz brightened when he realized Kayla was looking at him. Zack couldn't help but groan, since he was sure his teammates could hear every single word she had said, but didn't seem to care. Then again, creators and models treating nerds like crap and them coming back for more was a thing. "You know, not all gamers are cheaters," Foz interjected. "Some of us know how to get what we want without using cheat codes." "Ugh." Kayla grabbed the garment bag David Davidson had set on the counter and hurried out of the tent. With confusion in his eyes, Foz watched her go. "Huh. I thought that was a pretty good line. Yeah, it wasn't, Greg said. At least I actually said something. She knows I exist now. It's a start. You're both ridiculous, Jenny said huffily. She was still eyeing the black dress. Let's go. I could buy that for you to wear to the ball tomorrow night, Zack said. I'm not letting you buy me a $20,000 dress. Why not? Jenny rolled her eyes and stormed out of the tent. DaEvo chimed. Your lady is upset. Try the following to make her feel better. Flowers, chocolate, apology. Zack looked back at the dress, not sure what to do. Jenny wasn't his lady, and she had told him not to buy the dress. Should he get it for her anyway? He looked at Foz and Greg, who shrugged. I might be back later, Zack told David. The designer nodded and waved as they left the booth. Jenny stood outside with her arms crossed. Zack studied her from the corner of his eye, trying to decide if he had made the right decision or not. Dude, look, Greg whispered, grabbing Zack's arm. Is that Zoe Cross? No way, Foz said, studying the woman across the aisle from them. That's not how Zoe would dress. Maybe she's trying to stay under the radar, Jenny said, also staring. The woman in question wore jeans and a baggy t-shirt, as well as a Star Fury cap pulled low to hide her face, her hair bundled up beneath the cap. Zack turned to look, and DaEvo chimed. Zoe Cross, social level, 80.75, physique, 94, style, 43, reputation, 95, occupation, 91. Before Zack could decide what to tell his teammates, Zoe turned and waved. Hi, Zack. She smiled and walked toward them as Foz and Greg sputtered. No way. You actually know her? I thought you were kidding about that. When she reached them, Zoe said, Is this your team? It's nice to meet you all. I look forward to talking to you more at the interview. Zack nodded and made the introductions. It's nice to meet you, said Jenny, who seemed to be the only member of the team capable of speaking. I'm looking forward to the interview. Foz and Greg kept staring. Unlike Kayla, Zoe was apparently used to that. She ignored them and turned to Zack. I'm sure you're busy with the tournament, but I'm meeting with a few members of my board tonight to discuss foundation details over dinner. My team has been communicating with Mr. McCormack and Dr. Jones, and I'd like your input on a few things if you have time. That's great, Zack said, but we have orientation. His words ended in a grunt as Greg elbowed him in the ribs. Zack turned to glare at his teammate. Greg raised an eyebrow and nodded at Zoe. Foz did the same and mouthed, Go for it, behind his hand. Zack rolled his eyes. They weren't being subtle at all. We don't have anything planned tonight, Jenny said. I'm sure Zack would love to join you for dinner. Zoe laughed. Great! Let me add you to the reservation. She turned away from them and tapped on her phone. Zack turned on his teammates and whispered, What the hell, guys? It's Zoe Cross, Foz and Greg said in unison. She's high level, right? Jenny said. A date with her will give you a lot of game time. I want to make sure you don't run out and abandon us in the middle of the tournament. This isn't a date, and I told you I have plenty of game time left. You could make it a date, and I've heard that before. We'll all sleep easier if you have extra game time. As Zoe returned, they all clamped their mouths shut. All set. My assistant will send the details to you. See you at 6? Jenny elbowed Zack, and he nodded. Yeah, sure, Zack said, trying to ignore the excitement radiating from his teammates. He wasn't excited about a board meeting, Zoe or not. Zoe also seemed oblivious to it. She continued on, all business as usual. Dr. Jones and I reached out to the potential hire you suggested. We agree that building the right team is essential for this to work, and she seems like a great fit. New hire. Wait, you talked to Ashley? Zack tried to stay calm, but the words came out as a kind of panicked yelp. Everyone stared at him. You and Cassie talked to Ashley? He tried again, his voice not quite as frantic, but still far from normal. Who's Ashley? Jenny asked, her voice a bit too casual as she looked from Zack to Zoe, trying to gauge the situation. Zoe simply smiled. We spoke with her and she seems lovely. She had a few job commitments she needed to finish first, but then she's going to work part-time for us while she finishes her degree. That's great, Zack said. And he meant it, but that didn't keep the depression out of his voice. If Ashley worked part-time at the foundation, she would probably quit 𝙤𝙑. He would have no way to casually bump into her. Then again, running into her at the foundation would be easy enough if he started being more hands-on there. He could take over a division and ask to have her put on his team. He swallowed. Ashley didn't want anything to do with him. She wanted space, and unless he wanted to turn into the massive jerk stalker she thought he was, he had to respect that space and give it to her. He might never see her again. Zoe stayed silent as she watched him. Then she turned to Greg and Foz. Have you all been to the 𝙤𝙑 booth yet? They shook their heads, still too starstruck to speak. You should go. Zoe looked between the two of them, then at Jenny before repeating, You should definitely visit the 𝙤𝙑 booth while you're here. Zack blinked as he realized that, for some reason, Jenny was smiling now. He shook his head, waving goodbye to Zoe as she left, and tried to dismiss his thoughts of Ashley. Chapter 55. So what do you think is so awesome at the 𝙤𝙑 booth? Greg said. Who cares? Zoe Cross personally recommended it to us, Foz said. Let's go. He sped away from the group, while Jenny gave Zack a little shove to get his head out of the clouds. Zack sighed and quickened his steps to match his friend's pace. His opti-glasses chimed with a notification from the conference app, and he read it quickly. Whatever it is, we need to see it fast, Zack said. They're opening the arena for orientation in 10 minutes. It's open all day, isn't it? Jenny said. Yeah, but somebody told Zoe that I didn't have anything this evening and committed me to meet her for dinner, so we need to get an early slot for orientation. Oh, right, Jenny said. You're welcome. Zack rolled his eyes. Maybe they have a cool giveaway at 𝙤𝙑, Greg said. We'll have to come back if there's a line, Zack said, looking at the clock on his opti-glasses. Sure, Greg said. Maybe they're giving away Zoe Cross posters. I should have had her sign something, Foz said, smacking his forehead. I met 2 models today, and I didn't even have them sign anything. Yes, because that's how you win over a woman, Jenny said. Stare at her and ask her to sign a picture of her own face. It could work. Lots of models date and marry fans. Name one. There are so many, it's hard to pick just one. That's because you can't think of any. They rounded the corner and came to the 𝙤𝙑 booth. Zack searched it for whatever special thing Zoe wanted him to see, but it looked about as he had expected. It was definitely one of the larger booths at the con. They were serving food and drinks and had set up mobile gaming stations for those who wanted to play between sessions at the con and tournament rounds. At each of the 4 corners of the booth, they'd set up ordering stations. The central area was manned by harried and overworked staff prepping orders. Weird, Foz said. It looks normal. Maybe they have some good food or something, Greg said. We need lunch anyway. 2 minutes, Zack said. Whatever you're getting, you have 2 minutes to get it. At this rate, we'll have to sprint to make it back to the arena. Then again, maybe sprinting wasn't a bad idea. If DaEvo counted that as his exercise for the day, he wouldn't have to hit the gym later. Of course, he'd have to find enough space to sprint for long enough to satisfy the app. In the press of bodies, that might be a little difficult. I'll just get a drink then, Greg said. They'd slipped into line while they were talking, and it didn't take them long at all to get to the front of the line. Hey, can I have some coffee? The cashier behind the counter was frantically tapping on his tablet, but he nodded at Greg. Yeah, just a second. We're in a hurry, Zack said. He looked at the promotional poster of Kayla hanging behind the register and fought the urge to scowl at it. Whatever Zoe thought he would like here, she was wrong. He just wanted to get to the arena and focus on the reason he was there, competing in Star Fury. Hey, Ashley, can you help me out? The cashier called. System's down again, and we've got customers. Zack's heart beat faster. It was a coincidence. It had to be. Surely Ashley wasn't... But a familiar face topped with auburn curls emerged from behind a display, smoothly depositing the cups of coffee she'd been holding, along with the order slip for another cashier to hand out. Zack's throat tightened as she walked toward them. He had the sudden urge to turn and run, but his feet wouldn't move. Ashley looked up with a bright smile, ready to serve her customers. The smile slipped when she saw Zack, but she didn't seem nearly as surprised as he was. Hey, Zack said back. She didn't look mad. She wasn't yelling. That was a good sign, wasn't it? She might even look a little happy to see him, but maybe that was wishful thinking. Then again, Ashley was pretty outspoken. If she wanted him to get lost, she would tell him to get lost. Hey, Greg said, I'll take some coffee, and we're in a hurry. His words broke the invisible tension in the air. Right, just a moment. Ashley took over fiddling with the tablet while she sent the other cashier off to grab more coffees, all the while noting Greg's order on a notepad. Ouch, what was that for? Jenny cast a significant look from Zack to Ashley, but Greg looked as confused as ever. DaEvo chimed. Relationship quest update. Due to previous incidents, you must select your conversation partners at the same time. Setting up such conversation and relationship targets will then carry forth for all interactions. Further confirmation once your first relationship milestone, that is, access to the love meter after the first date, on your relationship goals and status, will be required for the proper functioning of DaEvo. Please choose if you are intending to pursue a relationship with Jenny Romero, Ashley Barnes, both. Please enter relationship settings and answer ethical polyamory questionnaire to unlock this option. Note, Ashley Barnes' love meter is currently at 0, and as such, a new relationship must be completed to begin acquiring relationship milestones, and for you to proceed with a relationship once more. Here's your coffee, Ashley said, handing the cup to Greg. Did you want anything else? She looked at Zack as she said it. He swallowed, trying to think of something clever to say. By some miracle, Ashley was in Las Vegas and willing to speak with him. He didn't want to mess this up. No thanks, we're good, Foz answered. Pay for your coffee, Greg. We're going to be late for training. Right. Greg fumbled for his wallet, then remembered he could pay with his VIP card and held it up. Ashley scowled at her tablet, then shook her head. Our system is still down, so don't worry about it. This one's on the house. Yeah, Zack said. Then he mentally kicked himself. Why was he being so lame? She hadn't even been talking to him. Yeah, Ashley said. I wouldn't want you to be late for training. Thanks so much, Greg said. Come on, guys. He grabbed Zack's arm and pulled him away. Zack shook loose from Greg's grip and tried to pull himself together. Focus. They needed to hurry to the arena and go through orientation so that he could go on his date with Zoe and get points. Ashley was there. She hadn't yelled at him. Hey, do you think that cashier at Gord's liked me? Greg said. What? Zack's voice came out as a squeak. Greg didn't seem to notice. She was acting kind of strange. Do you think she liked me? Maybe, Foz said. She did give you the coffee for free. The system was down, Zack said. Yeah, sure, the system was down, Foz said, making air quotes as he spoke. When have you ever gotten free coffee because some corporation's system didn't work? You all are morons, Jenny said. We need to focus, Zack said as they arrived at the arena. We only get one chance to look this place over. Right, sorry, Greg said. I won't let girls distract me from the goal anymore. Who knew there would be so many hot girls at a gaming tournament? Foz said. What am I, a pirate wreck? When Foz opened his mouth to answer Jenny, Zack elbowed him in the side. Even he had learned not to walk into that kind of trap. Jenny grinned at Zack as Foz snapped his mouth shut, realization coming a little too late. Focus, children! This place will be packed with people tomorrow, and they'll be loud. We need to know where we're going. Jenny's right, Zack said. This isn't the time to be thinking about girls. They signed in for orientation and followed their guide around the arena as he explained the tournament procedures, where they would wait, how to enter and exit the stage, and how to log into the official computers. Jenny took notes of important details, and Foz peppered the guide with questions. Zack studied the spaces, looking for anything that might give their team an advantage. At least, that's what he tried to do. He wished he could follow his own advice and focus on the tournament, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop thinking about Ashley. Chapter 56.
These will have a higher combo value,
Jenny said. She held up a pair of dress shoes that looked nearly identical to the ones Zack was wearing. She had convinced him to go shopping for a new outfit for his dinner meeting with Zoe so that he could get as many points as possible, and Zack had reluctantly agreed. He hadn't exactly packed DaEvo-approved date wear for the gaming conference. "Aren't those the same shoes?" Greg asked. He and Foz had tagged along and now looked as though they were regretting it.
Just put them on,
Jenny said. Zack put the shoes on and blinked in surprise as DaEvo chimed and awarded him higher style points for the combination. "How did you know?" Jenny shrugged and offered a tie. Zack put it on without questioning her, and DaEvo chimed with even more points. He blinked as he hit the highest he'd gotten without climbing into Western neon wear, and he didn't look like a psychedelic cowboy either. "Nice, I'm stylish again." Jenny smirked, as if she could hear the capital letter in his statement.
"Have a good time. We're going back to the room to swim."
Zack sighed and paid for his new clothes as his teammates left. He had been looking forward to hanging out with them. They didn't often get to see each other in person. Of course, if they made the pro circuit, they'd get to hang out all the time. As his ride drove to the address that Zoe's assistant had forwarded, Zack watched the bright lights of Las Vegas from the car window. They ended up at a swanky restaurant, and Zack's palms sweat. It reminded him of his first dinner with Kayla. At least he wasn't wearing Western neon this time, and the hostess let him in without a question. Zack followed a waiter to a private room. He was a little early, but Zoe was already there. She smiled when she saw him and offered the chair next to hers. DaEvo chimed, showing him a list of ways to take their relationship to the next level. Zack swiped them away. He would take conversation points, but that was it. Even the offer of unlimited game time wasn't going to fool him into entering another relationship, and he didn't think Zoe was interested in dating him. He wasn't sure he was interested in dating her either. Yes, she was amazing, but after everything with Kayla, he wasn't sure that models were his type. "I'm glad you're early," Zoe said. "I just got an email from the chairman of Star Forward. They're interested in joining our hospital initiative, but we have to present a proposal to them. Their meeting is on the last day of the con, so we'll need to pull that together quickly if we want to get on their agenda." "Star Forward?" "You know, Star Fury's charity outreach program." Zack nodded, although he hadn't known until that moment that Star Fury had a charity outreach program. Zoe grinned. "Dr. Jones told me about your idea to put gaming consoles in pediatric hospital rooms. I passed that idea on to the chairman, and he's intrigued. I've already assigned a staff member to work on the proposal, but I thought you might like to be involved since this project was your idea." "Yeah," Zack said. "Yeah, that sounds great." The door opened, and Zack turned around to greet the newcomer. He was expecting some stuffy board member in an equally stuffy suit. Instead, he saw Ashley. She had pulled her auburn hair back into a ponytail and wore the same green dress she had worn on their first date. The suit jacket over it made it look more professional, but memories of that night flooded back. Zack knew he was staring, but he couldn't help it. Ashley stared back, although her expression was more of a glare. Unlike Zack, she managed to keep her mouth shut. She recovered from her surprise first and turned to Zoe. "I put together the reports you wanted." Ashley paused. "Ma'am." Zoe's lips quirked at the last, but she said blandly, "Great. You've met Zack, right?" Ashley nodded and took a seat on the other side of Zoe. Zack looked from one woman to the other. What was happening? Was this some kind of weird setup? DaEvo chimed.
"Relationship quest update. Due to previous incidents, you must select your conversation partners at the same time. Setting up such conversation and relationship targets will then carry forth for all interactions. Further confirmation once your first relationship milestone, that is, access to the love meter after the first date, on your relationship goals and status, will be required for the proper functioning of DaEvo. Please choose if you are intending to pursue a relationship with Zoe Cross, Ashley Barnes, both. Please enter relationship settings and answer ethical polyamory questionnaire to unlock this option. Note: Ashley Barnes' love meter is currently at 0, and as such, a new relationship must be completed to begin acquiring relationship milestones, and for you to proceed with the relationship once more.
Zack refused to let himself be distracted, choosing to keep the conversation with Zoe. He was there for the conversation points, nothing more. Ashley had made her views clear, and he wouldn't even take points for the conversation with her. Not again.
Relationship hint. Pay attention to your date. No one wants to play second fiddle on a date. Make sure to keep your attention on the individual you are on the date with to increase intimacy levels.
Zack blinked. He hadn't realized he was staring at Ashley. To be fair, Ashley was staring back at him. Zoe was either oblivious to the tension or an excellent actress. She typed something on her tablet, and Zack's optiglasses chimed with an incoming email. "I just sent you notes for a proposal Ashley created," Zoe said. "As soon as the rest of the board gets here, I'll have her explain." Zack pretended to read through the report. He was trying to absorb the information, but his brain wouldn't process it. Not with Ashley sitting right there. He looked past the words on his optiglasses to sneak glances at her. She seemed focused on her tablet, skimming through the information about Star Forward that Zoe had sent to both of them. He should say something to her. Break the ice, somehow. Zack gathered his courage and took a deep breath, but the arrival of the rest of the board interrupted him. As he watched the well-dressed strangers file into the room, he was glad that Jenny had convinced him to get professional clothes. He looked like he fit in here. "Let's get started," Zoe said. "Ashley, why don't you outline your plan?" Zack turned, glad for an excuse to look at Ashley. She explained the stats spreadsheet, how they would implement it in hospitals supported by the Foundation, and a plan to expand the program's reach once they perfected the system. "Expand?" a board member said. "Once we've proved the effectiveness of the system, we could give it to other organizations," Ashley said. "Disaster relief charities, for example, could use our system to quickly decide what equipment they need to send to affected areas." Zack blinked in surprise. He hadn't considered expanding his parents' legacy that far, but it made perfect sense. Ashley's eyes glittered with an excitement he found contagious. Why not expand? Of course, he could already see the problems. They'd need to adjust the inputs for different kinds of disasters and levels, figure out a way to deal with things like shipping costs, and reweigh the spreadsheet for basic needs. Across the table, one of the board members sniffed. "You really think a spreadsheet can make such complicated analysis?" "Yes, if we have all the data," Ashley said. "I'm working on a survey to send to each hospital to help us gather information on their stats." "Stats? These are complex medical institutions, not baseball players." Ashley's expression was calm, but her cheeks flushed as the board members questioned her. "But we can still assign values to various pieces of equipment, track what kinds of illnesses they treat most often, and use those numbers to determine which equipment will have the greatest impact." "You're still a student," one of them said, "so it's understandable that you would be a bit naive about how things really work. The real world is far more complicated than a table of numbers." Ashley's face burned red. Zoe started to say something, but Zack beat her to it. "Of course it is, but we use accounting tables to work out other financial decisions. So why not assign numbers to key stats and weigh them based off expected patient outcomes and usage rates? It's just another financial decision on what to purchase when, but based off the space and financial constraints in the hospital." Zack leaned forward. "It's just like optimizing the most efficient build matrix for a Star Fury vessel. You just need to designate your required outcome, and the software does everything else. The statistic models will work and be way more efficient than individuals analyzing the data, especially as new models will force you to run the analysis again. We'll test everything before we roll it out on a wider scale, Zoe said. But I think this idea has promise. I wouldn't invest in it if I didn't. I've already found a small hospital eager to beta test the program, Ashley said. I just need to set up the survey and input their answers into the spreadsheet. I'll help, Zack said. I know how to automate that. Ashley blinked at him, and he realized what he had volunteered to do. He would be working closely with Ashley to prepare the test. So much for his plan to stay hands-off and keep a professional distance. I won't be able to start for a few days, he stammered. I'm competing in the tournament and… I'm working for 𝙤𝙧 the rest of the convention, Ashley said. And I'm sure I could figure it out if you're busy. It will go faster if you two work together, Zoe said. Ashley stammered a little, but couldn't come up with an excuse to get out of it. Zack couldn't think of one either. Of course, he wasn't trying hard. Awkward as it might be, he liked the idea of spending time with Ashley again. Yeah, he said. We can collaborate on it. Ashley glared at him, then nodded as her expression relaxed a bit. Zoe moved the meeting on to other business, but Zack ignored the drone of conversation. He was too busy looking at Ashley. She was pretending to be focused on the people speaking, but she kept sneaking glances at him as well. DaEvo flashed a notification. Warning! Please pay attention to your date. No one wants to play second fiddle on a date. Make sure to keep your attention on the individual you are on the date with to increase intimacy levels. Relationship warning. You are currently not interacting with your date, Zoe Cross, and conversation levels are lagging. Would you like to continue your relationship with Zoe Cross? Zack read the notification a few times before agreeing to continue his current conversation quest. It made the most sense. Zoe was higher level, and he'd promised Ashley he wouldn't force the issue with her. This was entirely business. So why couldn't he take his eyes off Ashley? Chapter 57. Zack wiped away beads of sweat and checked the timer on his optiglasses. 5 more minutes on the treadmill and he would be done with the fitness quest and able to go back to his room and get ready for the day. The fitness center door opened, and his already fast heartbeat skyrocketed when Kayla walked in. Detected increased heart rate to a dangerous level. Scanning status. Accelerated stress. Please assume a reclined position and breathe deeply to ease stress levels. Kayla gave Zack a terse nod before jogging on an elliptical across the room. She put in headphones and kept her eyes straight ahead, ignoring him as he stumbled off the treadmill and completed the round of stretches DaEvo recommended as a cool-down. He forced himself to stay calm and walk slowly as he left the fitness center, but he broke into a sprint as soon as the door closed. He rounded a corner and collided with Jenny. Watch where you're… Oh, hey, Zack. Gross, you're sweaty. She wiped at the damp patch of sweat that had transferred onto her t-shirt when they collided. DaEvo chimed. Warning, low hygiene levels. Consider taking a shower and changing into a clean pair of clothes before pursuing relationship quests. Sorry, I have to work out to keep game time. DaEvo chimed points for the apology and once again encouraged Zack to ask Jenny on a date. He really wished it would stop doing that. He was almost tempted to set up a bug report. Almost. I'll have to go change now. She turned and walked back with him toward their suite. Where are you going anyway? Zack asked. I didn't expect anyone else to be up so early. Jenny shrugged. I thought I'd beat the crowds and check out the booths first thing in the morning. Aren't the booths closed? Zack frowned. He was certain they weren't open this early. VIP access, remember? Zack nodded. Oh, right, sorry. Still, we saw the vendor hall yesterday. And I want to see them again. She quickened her pace to walk ahead of him, and DaEvo chimed. Your lady is upset. Try the following to make her feel better. Flowers, chocolate, a gift, apology. Why was she upset? DaEvo even made friendship confusing. Zack looked at the list of suggested ways to make her feel better. buy her a gift. You sure you don't want that dress for the dance tonight?
I have a dress.
They reached their suite, and Jenny unlocked the door with her ID card. She ducked into her room and emerged in a fresh t-shirt before Zack had time to process a reply. I could come with you, he said, just in case you change your mind. Jenny wrinkled her nose.
I'm in a hurry, and you need a shower. See you at breakfast.
She waved and hurried out of the room. The door slammed behind her, and Greg peeked out from his room, looking confused. Is it time to get up already? What's going on? Jenny, Zack started. Forget it. I'm going back to bed. Zack took a shower and put on a t-shirt and jeans. He frowned at the low style stats they gave him and swapped the t-shirt out for the button-up shirt he had worn the previous evening. That earned him more points and might help if… If what, exactly? He was gaming today, that was all. He would not let that app get into his head. Rather, it already had, and he needed to kick it out. He pulled off the button-up shirt and put the t-shirt back on. Then he went to the living room and played Star Fury until Foz and Greg got up for breakfast. Zack. Jenny, we're heading to breakfast. You coming?
Jenny. Meet you there.
Where did she go? Greg asked. He was still rubbing sleep from his eyes, as was Foz. Apparently neither of them were morning people. Zack shrugged and punched in the floor number on the elevator. Thank goodness for coffee and energy drinks. They'd need to be on their game throughout the day. Jenny had already secured a table at the cafe and looked very pleased with herself. Why are you in such a good mood so early? Greg mumbled.
Shut up and drink your coffee, she said. We need to focus on the tournament.
Zack was also curious, but he resisted the urge to ask. Whatever Jenny was so happy about, it could wait. Right, Zack said. Let's go over our strategy. The actual tournament arena consisted of a giant convention hall. Rather than split the teams via Armada or Corsair, the teams had been randomly located at their own tables, where each team sat in a row next to one another. Tall, movable sound barriers blocked the sight and sound of other competing teams, while each table was provided the same CPU and monitor setup. That helped equalize the playing field and, of course, allowed the sponsors to showcase their branding. The only thing the teams were allowed to bring were their own keyboards, joysticks, and mouses. Of course, the majority of players also carried a bag they intended to slip the sponsored gear into, since that was one of the side benefits of making it to the tournament. Damn, is this the X315 Razer mouse? Greg said, poking the angular mouse with its multiple buttons. They haven't even released it yet.
Don't you dare think about using it, Jenny warned Greg. We don't need you slipping up because you forgot what your hotkeys are.
He's using it. Greg pointed at Zack, who was setting up 2 seats over. Actually, that one's mine, Zack admitted guiltily. I got a production copy about 6 months ago. Rich boy, Foz said, elbowing Zack in the side as he finished setting up on the end opposite Greg. Couldn't have bought one for us? Zack didn't know what to say. It had been a promotional offer they'd made to him since he was in their VIP program, having automatically upgraded every time they released a new version.
Whatever, stop teasing him. Focus, Jenny said.
Right, sorry, the boys said in unison. Zack finished plugging in his gear, setting the sponsored gifts aside, and began the process of ensuring all his hotkeys were set up. While he did so, he spoke to his team. Now remember, this is a double elimination tournament. With 24 teams to play against, there's a maximum of 47 games we'll be playing, a minimum of 46 over the next 4 days. Only if we manage to not lose, Foz said brightly. Stop raising flags or I'll kill you, Greg said. 46 if we want to win. They've scheduled a minimum of 14 rounds each day except the final day. Each round goes for a maximum of 45 minutes. Each round will consist of 2 portions, the individual match portion and the team match. Any combat not finished in the allocated time will be resolved based by survivors, then damage. Points are given for each surviving member, so the more who survive, the better. Zack looked around, seeing his friends nod. They offered Zack tight smiles, even though they knew all this. Catching sight of an incoming official, Zack rushed on. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Play sharp, play smart, and make sure to hydrate well. We got this. Chapter 58. They'd started out well, winning their first round and being put in the upper winners bracket. Their second battle, after the 15-minute break, had become a pure slugfest, broken up only by the last-minute suicidal use of a hyperbomb by one of the enemies. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected Jenny to web their entire team with momentum arresters, resulting in the destruction of everyone but her ship. After that, in the individual matches, Zack's team had managed to eke out a 2-for-4 win, leaving them the bare winner of that encounter. Now it was their third battle, and the team was facing another all-Corsair team. The individual fights had gone their way, with only Zack losing in a bad matchup to a heavy missile boat that had ripped his ship apart before he could lose. Now, in the team match, Zack twisted his head from side to side as he scanned the 3-monitor setup they'd been given, searching for their enemies. "Anyone have eyes?" Zack said. "Nothing," Foz said. "Nada," Greg chimed in. "Working on it." Jenny's tongue half stuck out of her mouth as she furiously tapped at her keyboard, adjusting the placement of her sensor drones and their settings. "Damn stealth players," Foz growled. Unlike the usual setup, the opposing team had decided to heavily invest in stealth systems, opting to use hit-and-run techniques rather than a stand-up fight. "We sure these are Corsairs and not Viridians?" Greg said, then thumbed the local space voice chat. "Oi, are you guys Viridians?" Silence greeted Greg's pronouncement before a rather disturbing chuckle erupted from their headphones. Zack shivered. Even he let off the occasional laser blast, hoping to get lucky. Of course, he was getting nothing. "Contact! Mines in Sector 3 down," Foz said. He was already spinning his ship around, opening fire at the ghost ships that had briefly been highlighted by the explosions. His main laser targeted and fired once, burning through the shielding of the lead ship, making its stealth systems lose coherence. "Gotcha. Nice one with the mines, Jenny," Greg crowed. "Fire plan S4, everyone," Zack barked. He adjusted his ship's trajectory as he spoke, opening fire. "You sure?" Jenny called, as her fingers flashed over the keyboard, repositioning drones. "Our fearless leader has spoken," Foz said. Lasers, missiles, and artillery shells fired on the revealed ship and all around it. Rather than focus fire on the single revealed ship, the group spread their attacks across the region. With well-practiced ease, they covered the entire sector as each team member took their own quadrant. The attacks splashed against stealthed hulls, revealing their prey. "That's right! That's how pros do it!" Greg crowed. Zack's eyes flicked, taking in the craft details. His mind spun and his fingers flickered as he highlighted the opposing ships. "Focus fire on Beta and Delta." This time around, no one complained as Zack's team focused their attacks on the pair of revealed ships. Unfortunately for their opponents, with most of their ships focused on stealth, their defenses were of a lower order and crumpled under the team's attacks. In the meantime, the remaining mostly undamaged ship designated Charlie slipped away, while Alpha charged Zack's team, intent on finishing them off. "All right, we got this. Just keep focused," Zack said. "Jenny, you're on Charlie watch." Grinning into his headset, Zack and the boys focused fire on the remaining pair, intent on taking down their shields and the stealth system. Already he saw one of the ships listing, and he took a gamble, switching fire to Alpha even as his missiles and artillery shells winged their way over. They had this. "Time!" the referee called. Groans erupted from all around the convention hall, reminding Zack of where he was. He leaned back, wiping his sticky hands on his jeans. "I need a drink," Greg groaned. "No alcohol," Jenny said. "I meant an energy drink," Greg protested. "Damn Viridian? She should just have let us shoot her down," Foz said. The group couldn't help but nod. Once they'd managed to kill the first 3 ships, they had spent the last 15 minutes of the match searching for the final ship of the team. Rather than just giving up, the last ship had harassed the team at a distance, resulting in a lot of wasted time. At least she didn't have a hyperbomb or antimatter missile, Zack pointed out. That had been what was unnerving, forcing the team to not only split up a little, giving the enemy a chance to damage them, but also stay on their toes the entire time. A single mistake could still have ended with a team wipe. Damn straight, Foz said. Now come on, we only have an hour for lunch. The tall Sikh stood, only to be waved down by Zack. I got it. The hotel should be delivering food in a few minutes, he said. Really? Sweet, Foz said, sitting back down. You didn't have to, Jenny said, but even she sounded less than convinced. I did. This is for the team. Less time standing in line means more rest time. You got me a gamer juice, right? Greg said, almost bouncing on his toes. I did. A chime in his opti-glasses shut Zack up.
Physique alert. Movement is good. You have been seated for the last 3 hours and 4 minutes. You should get up and move around for your health. Physique quest offered. Take 1,000 steps. Reward, plus 0.1 physique.
Zack let out a groan as he spotted the notification. He automatically swiped accept as he stood. The sudden movement and pop in his knee reminded him how nice it was to actually stand. What's up? I thought we were waiting for food, Greg said. Physique quest. I gotta walk around, Zack explained. Sure, Foz nodded. You just want to catch a glimpse of Zoe Cross, don't you? Zack rolled his eyes, but at Jenny's urging, he walked off. Maybe he could swing by Gord's and stalk Ashley? Or maybe not. Zack stared at the flashing notification on his screen as he kept running. Taking a page out of the Viridians they'd fought earlier in the day's handbook, Zack had spent the last 5 minutes running. It was the only way they'd win, and the last few minutes had been a painful game of hide-and-seek in the convenient asteroid field. We did it, Zack whispered. Then he turned to his teammates, who were already giving each other high fives. We did it! The team burst into exclamations of excitement as the reality of their latest win set in. They had spent the entirety of the day winning, leaving them as one of the few uneliminated and original winners bracket teams. A tournament worker coughed to get their attention as they continued to celebrate their victory, and they looked up. Congratulations! You have been chosen as one of the teams to highlight in the tournament. As such, you have an interview with Zoe Cross in 1 hour. He paused, as if expecting some kind of excited reaction. Zack and the team simply shrugged. Unlike the other competitors, they had met Zoe before. The worker gave them a confused look, then continued. We have a green room where you can get ready. Our makeup artists will need to at least powder your faces so you don't shine under the lights, and they can do more if you want. Makeup? Greg said. Nobody said anything about wearing makeup.
Oh, that reminds me, Jenny said. You'll need to change clothes as well.
What? The rest of her team said in unison. Jenny beamed.
You heard me. While you guys were sleeping in, I was negotiating terms for our first sponsorship. It was contingent on us being one of the top teams at the end of the day, which we clearly are.
Zack remembered the determined look in Jenny's eyes that morning, her gleeful smile at breakfast. For some reason, it all made him nervous. Just what kind of sponsorship did you arrange? He asked. Rapid footsteps. Familiar rapid footsteps approached. Zack twisted his head around to spot David Davidson and a team of assistants carrying clothes. Chapter 59. Does this jacket make me look fat? Greg studied his reflection in the backstage mirror, frowning as he checked himself from every angle. The sleek black material of the jacket, with the light shimmer in the material mixed with the high collar, certainly gave off that impression, Zack had to admit. Not fat, Foz said. Stupid, maybe, but not fat.
You look great,
Jenny said. She was sitting in a corner while a makeup artist worked on her face. David Davidson's team had given all of them the quickest makeover in history, and they still had 15 minutes before their interview with Zoe. Jenny was the only team member who looked comfortable in their new arrangement. When I said I wanted to be a pro gamer, dressing like a weird space vampire was not what I had in mind, Greg grumbled. Foz mumbled something in agreement, although he looked slightly pleased as he adjusted the steel sword pin David Davidson had included with his outfit. The three men wore variations of the Corsair administrative and civilian flight clothing variations, while Jenny was in a long, knee-length dress that hugged her curves. The dress was made of the same breathable and stretchy mesh that made up the men's clothing. Jenny scowled at Greg and Foz, and the makeup artist sighed as she asked Jenny to relax. DaEvo chimed to let Zack know that his lady was upset. Zack looked at Jenny's glare and knew DaEvo was right. He needed to do something to salvage the situation and cheer Jenny up. "Forget what you look like," Zack said. "These clothes are lightweight and breathable and designed specifically for gaming. They'll help your performance." Plus, they were doing wonders for his style stats. Star fashion was almost as good as Western neon, but without the cowboy clown vibe. He could see where Greg was coming from with the space vampire comparison, but no one was likely to laugh so hard they cried because of the outfits. Apparently, that was Zack's standard for acceptable clothing now. "T-shirts are just as breathable," Greg said. "Besides, we're not competing right now. This is just the interview."
"It's part of the mental game," Jenny said. "We'll intimidate the other players because we look good and have already secured a sponsorship."
The current interview finished, and the players walked backstage. They snickered and whispered to each other as they walked past Zack. So much for people not laughing at the new outfit. "Yeah, we're striking fear into their hearts," Foz said. "They're trembling in their comfortable sweats." "Shut up," Jenny snapped. "You're on in 10 minutes, a production assistant said. "We just need to reset the stage." Zack's optiglasses chimed. Phil was calling. Zack sighed. It wasn't the ideal time for this, but the interview would provide the perfect excuse to end the conversation quickly. He stepped away from his teammates and swiped his eyes to answer the call. "Hey, I just have a few minutes. What's up?" Phil chuckled. "Enjoying Vegas?" Yes," Zack answered cautiously, and braced himself for Phil to explode about something, but the Guardian laughed. "Does your team know they've become Kayla substitutes? You don't have to lavish gifts on everyone you meet. We may need to have a serious conversation about budgeting once this tournament is over." "I've been doing the fitness quests, so I can spend as much as I want. That was our deal." "I might have let you off too easy with that." "Easy? You think working out and eating healthy every day is easy?" Everyone in the room turned to look at him, and Zack took a deep breath to calm himself. Maybe talking to Phil right before the interview was a mistake. "Zoe told me about your meeting last night," Phil said, "that you're planning to expand the trust even further and take on more partners." "It's a possibility." "You know, if this foundation keeps growing, it's going to need more oversight. You'll need to take a more active role." Damn. Now Zack really regretted taking this call. He did not need Phil pressuring him to take more responsibility right now. "Hey, I have an interview in 2 minutes. Can we talk about this later?" "I don't know. Can we? Or are you going to block my calls, send my emails to spam, and force me to fly across the country to see if you're still alive?" No. Zack wasn't willing to make any promises. If Phil got annoying enough, he would be tempted. "We have Dr. Jones now. I thought she was going to run things." "Yes, she'll be a great help, as will Zoe's team. I'm not saying you should take over the whole thing. In fact, I think that would be a disaster. But you can't assemble a team that expect them to run everything the way you want it without any oversight. This is your parents' legacy. You need to be involved." "1 minute," the production assistant said. "Hey, I've got to go," Zack said. He ended the call before Phil could protest and hurried to follow his team to the stage's wings. It was a low blow for Phil to bring up Zack's parents right now, made even lower by the fact that Zack suspected Phil was right. Leaving others in charge had resulted in that nightmarish remodel of the children's wing, and there were probably similar disasters he hadn't discovered yet. But was he really ready to commit to so much responsibility? In a way, he already had, agreeing to help Ashley with her project. But that was for Ashley. That was different. "Small crowd," Jenny said, pulling Zack's thoughts from Ashley and back to the thing he was actually supposed to be doing. The interview. Yeah, 𝙬𝙬 is doing a signing at the Gord's booth right now, so most people are there, the production assistant said. These interviews are mostly to get sound bites for promotional materials, so we don't advertise them as heavily as the later ones. We're missing the signing? Foz said. He and Greg looked at each other in dismay, and Zack laughed. Jenny was still studying the audience.
At least this streams worldwide, so we'll pick up more people there.
Why do you care how many people see us? Zack asked.
Sponsorship, remember?
Jenny said, flicking the lapel of his jacket.
We're supposed to talk about how much we like the clothes.
But I hate the clothes, Greg said.
Then either pretend you like them or stay quiet and let me do the talking.
The production assistant rolled his eyes and pushed them onto the stage. Bright lights temporarily blinded them as they walked to their places. Most of the audience chairs around the room were empty, but a few people had showed up. Zack wasn't delusional enough to think they were there for his team or the interview. They were obviously there to see Zoe. She sat on the far side of the small stage, legs crossed, wearing an elegant blue and green blouse and pants combo that accentuated her looks and still screamed professionalism. 4 chairs sat on the other end, angled to face hers. Zack took the nearest one and looked out at the crowd to calm his nerves. Mistake. Ashley sat in the front row. She smiled at him. A cautious sort of smile, as if she hadn't quite decided what to think of him yet. DaEvo chimed.
Reminder, love meter for Ashley Barnes is currently empty. As such, a new relationship must be started to begin acquiring relationship milestones, and for you to proceed with the relationship once more.
Zack stared at the notification. A new relationship? Restarting the relationship. Was that even a possibility? He would have thought not before last night. David Davidson had promised that their new clothes were light and breathable, but Zack's skin went clammy as he sweat. He wiped his palms against the tailored trousers to dry them. I know how you feel, Greg said. He had gone pale and seemed to be suffering from stage fright, having taken a seat next to Zack. Foz, on the other hand, waved at the crowd, seeming to enjoy the attention. He'd even found a young lady to wink at. As he scanned the crowd, he grinned and elbowed Greg before pointing at Ashley. Look, Coffee Girl came, Foz said in an exaggerated whisper that Zack really hoped Ashley couldn't hear. Really? Greg squinted into the lights and sat a little straighter when he found Ashley in the crowd. You should ask her out after the interview, Foz whispered. Ask her to come to the ball with you. You think so? Definitely. No, Zack said. Don't ask her out. His voice amplified and echoed through the room, and his face went red. Why did the production team have to turn on their microphones at that moment? Every person in the room stared at him, including Ashley. Zack remembered that this interview was also streaming online and flushed even harder. Damn, this was bad. Zoe cleared her throat and seemed to be fighting a smile. She leaned forward a little, the movement refocusing attention on her. Well, I had planned to ask about your team's bold new look to start the interview, but maybe this is more interesting.
Nothing is more interesting than star fashion, Jenny said quickly. It's innovative clothing for the fashion-conscious gamer.
She sounded as if she was reading a commercial script, but Zack was grateful for the distraction. Yeah, these clothes are really comfortable, he added with a little too much enthusiasm. Zoe looked at Zack. Then she winked at him. DaEvo chimed and gave him points, but the gesture seemed more friendly than flirtatious. I am intrigued by your team's bold new look, Zoe said. Tell me what prompted the change.
We're interested in high performance, Jenny said. These clothes have a lot of features that will help us in the tournament. It's about the game as well as fashion.
And what do the gentlemen think about their new outfits? Zoe said. Zack looked into the crowd again, avoiding Zoe's gaze like a student who hadn't studied and didn't want to be called on. David Davidson sat in the back row and waved enthusiastically. Zack opened his mouth to speak, then noticed Ashley again and found he couldn't say anything. He would end up sounding stupid if he said anything about the clothes, and he didn't want to sound stupid in front of her. Jenny gave her teammates a forced smile that said they would regret it later if they didn't say something. I guess it's comfortable, Greg muttered. Yeah, the features are cool, Foz said, fluttering his hands over the jacket while shooting a wide-eyed look of helplessness at Jenny. The jacket has shock-absorbent wireless charging pockets for all my gear, Jenny said, taking control of the situation again. She stood, stuck her hands in the pockets, and twirled for the cameras. The crowd murmured in appreciation, some for the fashion and some for the pockets. David Davidson applauded wildly from the back of the room. That does sound useful, Zoe agreed. I'm sure everyone will be interested to see how your game improves now that you have this extra edge. Now let's talk about your training. Everyone knows how hard Star Fury players train their reflexes and work on their ship builds, but some of you take it a step further. Zack, would you like to tell us about your new fitness routine? What? Zack said, completely unprepared for the question. Oh, yeah. I started working out and eating better. And what prompted that change? Zoe knew it was DaEvo. She was teasing him. She smiled at Zack with a hint of mischief in her expression, and he glared at her. DaEvo chimed. Relationship quest update. Due to previous incidents, you must select your conversation partners at the same time. Setting up such conversation and relationship targets will then carry forth for all interactions. Further confirmation once your first relationship milestone, that is, access to the love meter after the first date, on your relationship goals and status, will be required for the proper functioning of DaEvo. Please choose if you are intending to pursue a relationship with Zoe Cross, Ashley Barnes, Jenny Romero. All. Please enter relationship settings and answer ethical polyamory questionnaire. Zack stared at the notification. He was getting really annoyed by it prompting him for confirmation each time he talked to more than one woman at a time, or stared at one too hard. He tried to swipe the notification away, but it refused to disappear. Damn, it really was going to make him choose. Zack looked at the options, staring at Jenny, his default for the last little while. It made the most sense, and he could do it again. Something made him hesitate to pick her, though. Somehow, it seemed more important right now. If he kept choosing Jenny, at some point, DaEvo would mistake them for being in a real relationship and force him to buy her gifts, go on dates, and take their relationship to the next level with relationship milestones. That felt like a disaster waiting to happen. Jenny might go along with it to help him earn game time, but Zack doubted she would tolerate it for long. That left Zoe or Ashley. He was spending a lot of time with Zoe because of their foundation work. He would continue to do so in the future, especially if he took the more active role Phil wanted him to take. But did he want to date her? Zack exhaled slowly, trying to clear his head. A relationship with Zoe Cross. It was every guy's dream, and he was already living that dream in a way since they had spent so much time together lately. It had been fun. He liked her. But he didn't get the sense that she was into him or wanted to date him. More important, he didn't want to date her. The realization went off in his head like an antimatter bomb, wiping away erroneous thoughts. Zack realized he was staring at Zoe, who was waiting for him to answer the question, and turned away. Why didn't he want to date Zoe? She was perfect. With DaEvo and his newfound life skills, he might even stand a chance. He could at least get a lot of conversation points for trying. He raised his gaze to select Zoe's name from the quest menu, but instead found himself looking at Ashley. His eyes were drawn to her auburn curls, then to her own warm gaze. Ashley offered a small smile as they made eye contact. The smile made up Zack's mind, and he selected Ashley's name from the list before he had time to think about it more or change his mind. It was probably a mistake, especially since he wasn't even talking to her right now. It was irrational, but sometimes you had to fly with your gut. He broke out in another cold sweat as DaEvo chimed and displayed the next notification. Relationship notification. Resume relationship with Ashley Barnes. You are electing to resume a relationship with Ashley Barnes.
This option has been generated after your love meter with Ashley Barnes emptied. The process of resuming a relationship with Ashley Barnes will be fraught with difficulty and is automatically set at a higher difficulty level, but you will gain access to relationship milestones immediately. Dev note: we are defaulting to using the relationship milestones algorithm during alpha build-out of the app for X relationships. We have input some additional options in such cases, but additional consultation with our relationship therapists, legal, and marketing is required for a proper build-out. This notification is a reminder that, as always, DaEvo is not legally liable for any actions the user takes while following DaEvo prompts.
Was he actually doing this? Risking his game time and stats and personal dignity to try to win Ashley back? Zack looked down again and smiled. Yeah, he was. Even if it ended in flames and disaster, he had to try. He was going to win Ashley back. What prompted your new fitness routine, Zack? Zoe prompted again. How has it helped your Star Fury game? What? Yeah, it helped, Zack said as he tried to pull his mind back to the interview. What were they talking about again? Fitness. Zoe had asked about fitness. Fitness is great. It gives you energy. Zack realized he was still looking at Ashley and turned away, his face burning bright red. Chapter 60. The rest of the interview passed in a blur. Zack was vaguely aware of Zoe asking questions, of his teammates answering. He answered a few and hoped he didn't say anything too ridiculous. He couldn't remember what he said. Ashley was distracting. DaEvo's constant notifications that he shouldn't ogle other women didn't help matters either. He wasn't ogling Zoe, but he did have to look at her as part of the interview. He didn't really have a choice there. Stupid DaEvo. He sighed with relief when the interview was finally over. It was the last one of the day, so the production crew turned off the lights and packed up their equipment. The crowd either dispersed or crowded around Zoe, asking her to sign things. What time is it? Foz asked. You think we can catch the end of the 𝙬𝙬𝙧 signing if we hurry? Yeah, Greg said. Then he looked at Ashley, who was still sitting in her place in the front chair, as though she was waiting for something. Zack hoped she was waiting for him. Oh, coffee girl, Greg said. I was going to ask her out. Why don't you think I should, Zack? Because you'll miss the 𝙬𝙬𝙧 signing, Zack said. You can talk to her later. Greg gave him a suspicious look, then shrugged and seemed to accept the explanation. You want to come? Foz asked. Zack snorted. The last thing he wanted was to see Kayla. Foz and Greg laughed and hurried away. So, you going to talk to her? Jenny asked, nodding toward Ashley. Yeah, Zack said. I have to. The app. I thought you had plenty of game time. More never hurts, Zack offered lamely. Just don't mess this up. See you back at the suite. Wait, where are you going? Don't tell me you want to see Kayla. Jenny laughed. Hardly. David Davidson is giving me a gown to wear to the ball, and he needs to shorten the hem. She hurried away and met David Davidson at the back of the room. Zack watched them go, then turned back to Ashley. The production crew was putting away the chairs, so she had moved to stand in a corner of the room. DaEvo chimed. Relationship milestone. You have unlocked relationship milestones. Gain bonus points and progress your relationship by completing any of the following. First significant physical contact. In-depth exchange of history. Your first kiss. Schedule a second date. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. Your first, Dev note. Are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become select variable, relationship type, exclusive, primary, secondary, pair bonded, metamor. Get engaged. Note, due to previous relationship with Ashley Barnes, relationship milestone increases to your love meter will be at a lower level. You can repair your relationship and remove the X relationship penalty to relationship goals for your love meter by trying the following. Showcase your value, i.e. physical, material, or social value. Acknowledge what went wrong and apologize. Remind her of the good times by repeating a familiar date. Show your affection with a grand gesture. Zack stared at the notification. Apparently, DaEvo had meant it when it said he'd have to start from scratch. The love meter dropping to 0 had erased everything, even their kiss. Stupid buggy app.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making .Evo a success.
Zack swiped away the notification and hurried over before Ashley could leave. Hey, what are you doing here? He mentally slapped himself in the forehead. Very smooth. At this rate, he'd never get a second first kiss, or any of the other relationship milestones he was supposed to complete. He felt his face going red. Ashley laughed a little. Once I explained to my manager why I didn't want to work the Kayla signing, he told me to stay as far away from the Gord's booth as possible until it was over. Talk about an awkward conversation. Oh, gosh. Sorry.
Relationship milestone hint. Be specific. When apologizing, be specific about your apology to gain the most from the act.
Zack's heart raced as he thought back to the night of the gala, of the spectacular way both those relationships had ended. And yet, Ashley was here. Was he a complete idiot for thinking he could smooth things over with her? She could have gone anywhere in Vegas to get away from the booth, and she was here. Thanks for coming to watch my interview. I didn't come for you. Amber's watching the live streams from home. I thought they might show the crowd in one of their shots, so I came. She'll get really excited if she sees me. Oh, right. Zack's face flushed even hotter. Of course she wasn't there for him. He was stupid for thinking otherwise. He fumbled to say something else and grabbed the first thing that came to mind. How is Amber? She's doing well, thanks. That's good. An awkward silence fell between the pair, thankfully interrupted when the production crew herded everyone out of the room so they could finish tearing down the set. Zack felt a small jolt of panic when they ended up in the hallway and Ashley turned to go. He couldn't let her go yet. He might not get another chance to talk to her, and he hadn't completed any of DaEvo's quests except for spending time with her. Hey, do you want to go for a walk? A walk? She looked confused, but not angry. That was a good sign, right? Yeah, a walk, to look around. I haven't seen much outside the hotel yet. We could walk around and look at things and talk to each other. Zack shut his mouth to cut off his incoherent rambling. Ashley waited so long to answer that he thought she wasn't going to, but eventually she nodded. Yeah, okay. Let's walk. They walked down the hallway together, getting a little lost before they eventually found their way out of the hotel. The sun had almost set. The lights of the Vegas Strip were on, but not showing much since it wasn't completely dark yet. It was a weird kind of transition state, not blazing daylight or brilliant nighttime light shows, but something awkwardly between. Even the temperature was in that in-between stage, having cooled down a little from the blazing heat of the day. DaEvo chimed again, reminding him that he still hadn't offered a specific enough apology. Zack gathered all his resolve. He was still playing by DaEvo's rules. He would have to do this and do it right. Hey, I'm sorry for how things worked out, he said. I'm sorry I went out with Kayla while I was dating you. I'm sorry I cost you your job. Ashley narrowed her eyes. Did your digital wingman tell you to say that? She gestured to the opti-glasses just as DaEvo chimed and offered points for the apology. Zack pulled the opti-glasses off his face and stuffed them into one of the many insulated self-charging pockets on his star-fashion jacket. The world looked strange without the opti-glasses. It was like trying to fly his starship without his navigation computer. Not only was he cut off from DaEvo, he lost all his other apps as well. He didn't know what time it was, or if someone was calling, or how to get to wherever he was trying to go. Only he wasn't trying to go anywhere. He and Ashley had ended up in front of a fountain. Not one of the ones that did an elaborate show on the hour, just a pool of bubbling water a little off the beaten path. She sat on a nearby bench, and Zack sat with her. There. No dating evolution, he said. Now will you believe me when I say I'm sorry? She laughed. I believed you the first time. But shouldn't you be talking to Zoe or Kayla to get points for the tournament? They're way higher level than me. I have enough points to get through the weekend. Even without the opti-glasses, Zack knew that was the wrong thing to say as soon as the words left his mouth. "And I'd rather talk to you," he added quickly. "What is this? Some kind of bonus level? Win back the girl you cheated on?" "I don't think that bonus exists, and I wanted to talk to you. Kayla hates my guts, and I feel about the same about her. Zoe's just a friend. We're working together for the Foundation. I swear, that's all." Zack wondered if Ashley would believe him if he showed her the quest log where he had chosen her over Zoe when given the option, but he decided against it. She didn't seem to be a fan of DaEvo. Neither was he, but he found he missed the app's prompts. The silence was getting a little awkward. "I suppose I should say thanks for the new job," Ashley said. "And I suppose I'll be seeing a lot of you at work, so we should at least be civil to each other." "No, it's not like that. We don't have to work together at all if you don't want to. You can have space. I'll give you space." "But it's your company." Ashley looked a little confused. Zack sighed. "Yeah, I know, but I didn't recommend you for the job so you'd feel obligated to spend time with me." "I can get another job, you know. I don't want to push you out of your own foundation." "You're not. I barely worked there anyway. I'm not really qualified." "That's a shame," Ashley said. "I was looking forward to having some help with the spreadsheet." Were her eyes twinkling, or was it just the setting sun? "I mean, I can help if you want me to," Zack said. He was starting to feel confused. Where was DaEvo when you needed it? Right or wrong, the app would at least offer a suggestion for what to do. They were sometimes helpful. Then again, Ashley was smiling at him, so maybe he was doing all right on his own. "Let's try working together," she said. "I miss our lunch meetings." "I can still bring you lunch?" Ashley raised an eyebrow, and Zack mentally kicked himself. He could practically hear DaEvo chiming and telling him not to be desperate. He was the textbook definition of desperate, and apparently he had no game at all without the app's help. He tried to remember the relationship milestones, but all that came to mind was the first kiss. He didn't think they were quite there yet, and he didn't want to blow this a second time. He added, "Or not. I don't have to bring you lunch." "I'd like lunch sometime." Even without DaEvo's cheerful chime, it felt like a win. He had practically asked her out on a date, and she had practically said yes. "Hey, don't you have another long day tomorrow?" Ashley said. "You should probably get to bed early and rest." Zack swiped his gaze up to check the schedule and stared at that point a few moments before realizing he wasn't wearing his opti-glasses. It seemed he had almost forgotten how to function without them. "Can't. We're supposed to be reviewing the battle footage for the opposing teams later tonight." "Oh, right. You mentioned that in the interview," Ashley said. "You should still get some rest. It's a lot of gaming, even for you." Zack smiled at her words of concern. She still seemed to care if he won. That seemed like a good sign. Yeah, I guess you're right." Zack flashed her a tight smile. Maybe there was more than one thing he could win. Chapter 61. Bright lights filled the screen, shrapnel spun off into the void, and Zack listened to the final rumble of their loss. He made a face, pulling off the headset rather than listening to the announcement, only to hear Greg speak. "Sorry, guys. I tried," Greg said. His ship had been the last to fall, leaving them 1 point behind their opposition. At the start of the second day of the tournament, 6 teams had already been disqualified. Halfway through the day, another 2 had been kicked out, leaving 16 teams in the tournament, many of them, like their team now, down a loss. "Don't worry about it," Zack said, shaking his head. "Sometimes you just mess up, like putting the wrong protein mix and fruit cocktail together." "What?" the rest of the team cried. "Oh, right, never mind," Zack flushed. "Damn DaEvo." Greg said, Wait. You've been drinking protein shakes?" "Well, yeah, it's filling, healthy, and you get all the calories you need. Why do you think I lost so much weight?" Zack said. "I thought it was all the exercise," Foz said. "That too." "You sound like you actually enjoyed those drinks," Greg accused Zack. "Nah, well, Sort of, Zack said as he stood after receiving another notification from DaEvo. He paced in the space behind their table, getting in his steps while he spoke. It really isn't bad. If you want, I'll order you one for lunch. And miss out on the pizza you've been getting for us? Greg said. No thanks. Yeah. Then again, we could just quaff the drinks and see if we can sneak into 𝙬𝙬𝙧's second signing session today before it closes when we're done, Foz added. I thought you guys went to see it last night. Nah, it was all booked out. You have to pay $50 for a single photo. Foz rolled his eyes. No way was I paying that. Well, she does put her hand around your shoulder, Greg said. There's a, Foz said. Jenny warned him, if you finish that sentence, I'll kick you. Chuckling, Zack watched the byplay between the group. While they talked, he called up the division rankings, eyeing the loser bracket they were in. The good news, the loser bracket would be easier than the winners. Of course, at this point, the difference was marginal. The winners bracket was filled with a small but elite number of teams that had yet to lose a single round. If Zack's team wanted to win, they couldn't afford to lose another fight. The stakes were higher than ever. But for all that, Zack couldn't help but think about later tonight, when he and Ashley were scheduled to work on the spreadsheet further to show it off to Star Forward at the end of the convention. Maybe there were 2 events he couldn't afford to fail today. Stop moving. You're making me seasick, Foz complained to Zack, breaking him out of his thoughts. You guys should try standing and moving too. Get your blood flowing, Zack retorted. And mess with this beautiful body? Greg ran a hand over his plush body, the jacket he wore doing wonders to hide it until he pushed the material together. Jenny snorted, but surprisingly stood and joined Zack in his pacing. You got to admit, these are actually quite comfortable. Except the vampire collars. Foz tugged on his. I kind of like it now, Greg said, preening a little at the pair who kept walking. You still have all that energy, eh? Maybe I should look at all this fitness stuff. Maybe you should, Zack agreed. Just hook me up with DaEvo, Greg said, grinning. And 𝙬𝙬. A low buzz sounded, reminding everyone they had 5 minutes. The team sobered, and Zack and Jenny hurried back to their seats. They turned to Zack in unison, staring at him as he debated what to do. Since they never knew till the last minute who they'd be fighting, they couldn't pre-plan builds or order of the individual matches beyond the most basic configurations. All right, let's go with configuration 6, Zack said. Zack tapped the logout button, watching as Star Fury played its exit screen. He leaned back, exhaling loudly and finally letting himself relax. Nice one, Zack, Jenny said. Thanks. He looked up, almost expecting the conversation points to start again, but ever since his decision to continue the relationship with Ashley, he was no longer getting conversation points from talking to Jenny. Luckily, anything he'd banked was still available to him, so he was coasting on his remainder minutes till he started the relationship anew with Ashley. Or whatever DaEvo considered a relationship. Yeah, great flying at the end there. I thought he had you for sure, till you dropped those heat seekers, Greg said. Zack looked at his friend, who'd taken off Davidson's jacket sometime in the afternoon, and found his lips thinning a little. Greg looked tired, his usual exorbitant cheer dialed way down. Foz poked Greg in the side. Come on, we've got to get in line for 𝙬𝙬. Just give me a moment. Greg levered himself out of the chair. Almost automatically, he swiped his jacket off the back of his chair. You okay? Zack said with a frown. A little tired. Nothing a gamer juice can't fix. Greg flashed a grin. Or maybe a cup of coffee. You think Coffee Girl's still there? Jenny rolled her eyes. Don't you guys dare take too long. We still need to review the battle footage tonight. We can't afford to get caught out again. There were serious nods all around. Anything they could glean about their future opponent's tactics would be important. Wait, you're not coming with us? Greg said. Jenny arched a single eyebrow. Pay money to take a photograph with that woman? Greg flushed. Yeah, maybe not. So, what are you going to do? Zack asked as he stood and stretched, having shut down his computer. Luckily, the tournament would be locking everyone out of the venue, so they didn't need to carry their gear everywhere.
There are a few seminars I want to visit, Jenny said.
Like what? Foz asked.
The female gaze and male sexuality in games, Jenny deadpanned.
Ew, nope. Kate it is, Greg said, bouncing on his feet and grabbing Foz's arm. He pulled the amused man away. The tall Sikh's turban quickly lost in the crowd.
And you?
Jenny said, still smirking. Got a meeting with the foundation, Zack said. Jenny's eyes narrowed a bit before she nodded.
Don't mess it up. And don't be late.
With those words, she strode out, leaving him wondering whether she meant late to their meeting tonight or to his not date with Ashley. Zack drummed his fingers on the table, trying to focus on the battle videos he was watching in his opti-glasses of his opponent's matches. But he couldn't focus, not when Ashley still hadn't appeared. He looked up, once again scanning the plushly appointed business center in the convention's connected hotel. A variety of tables, some just big enough for a laptop and a pair of drinks, and others fit to hold a board meeting upon, lay scattered through the business center. Comfortable, adjustable seats surrounded the tables, faux leather a cool covering for the seats. Soft light filled the business center, though the lack of individuals within the room spoke of the current convention's clientele's predilections. He drew a deep breath, grateful he had had time to take a shower after DaEvo's usual prompting, and change into something a little less ostentatious. The buttoned-down shirt and pants gave him decent style points, while not being too out of place in the business center. Though, was he trying too hard? After all, Ashley was used to seeing him in his gamer shirts. He pulled up DaEvo's helpful notifications again.
You can repair your relationship and remove the ex-relationship penalty to relationship goals for your love meter by trying the following. Showcase your value, i.e. physical, material, or social value. Acknowledge what went wrong and apologize. Remind her of the good times by repeating a familiar date. Show your affection with a grand gesture.
He was showcasing his value, wasn't he? This way, miss. The voice of the business center's attendant broke Zack's thoughts. He blinked as he realized it was Ashley, still dressed in her Gord's uniform but holding onto her laptop, who had arrived. Zack hastily stood, smiling at her. Hi. Stupid. He should have said something else. Hi. This place is nice, Ashley said, looking around the business center. When the waitress asked if she wanted something to drink, Ashley hesitated. Go ahead, it's all being expensed. They also do food, Zack said. Ashley's eyes narrowed. Not a date, just, I'm hungry, you know? We don't get many breaks. Oh, right. Orange juice, if you have it, Ashley said to the hostess. She nodded, then Zack ordered some healthy options for finger food. Hopefully, the curried cauliflower fries were edible. In the ensuing silence, the pair looked at one another before looking away. You should eat. I did notice they didn't give you much time to eat, Ashley said. Zack blinked, then his eyes narrowed. She knew his schedule? Was that a good sign? Yes, it was a good sign. It had to be. Yeah. Zack fell silent, and then, casting around for a change of topic, spotted the laptop. So, should we… Yeah. Ashley booted up the computer before spinning the screen so they both could see it. So the big problem I'm having is the KPIs. We need to work out the balance between getting the best patient outcomes, most frequent use, and the space within the hospital. Don't forget skill use, Zack said. Training. No use having gear if you don't have training. Ashley nodded. Right, good point. I have that, but I'm not sure where to get that information. HR, right? Zack nodded, tapping on the spreadsheet she'd pulled up. He bit his lip, thinking, before he flicked his fingers. We could create a secondary database that it would pull data from, with a preset value for now, while… He barely even noticed when the waitress arrived with her drink and their food. So engrossed were the pair in their discussion that when his opti-glasses chimed, letting him know it was time to go, he almost dismissed it. Spotting the way Zack stopped talking and glanced upward, Ashley's voice cooled again. Your app again? Got a lot of points for this conversation? No, nothing like that. Zack made a face. I have to go. I've got to do the battle review with my team. Ashley blushed, looking down. Oh, right. I guess you should go. Yeah, Zack said. He didn't move.
You can repair your relationship and remove the ex-relationship penalty to relationship goals for your love meter by trying the following. Showcase your value, i.e. physical, material, or social value. Acknowledge what went wrong and apologize. Remind her of the good times by repeating a familiar date. Show your affection with a grand gesture.
Acknowledge and apologize. He took a deep breath. About Kayla. Ashley's face froze, growing blank. I'm sorry, he finished as best he could. You should go. Zack stood. The spreadsheet. I can finish it, Ashley said. Thank you for your help, Mr. Moore. Eyes wide, Zack bobbed another bow before he scurried off. Stupid, stupid, stupid. DaEvo sucked. Chapter 62. Zack groaned as he pulled on the joystick, trying to get his ship to reorient. In his other monitor, the tracking carrots still had his opponent highlighted, so Zack kept his thumb depressed on the fire button, cycling through the artillery rounds. A tank and artillery loadout? Zack grinned as his opponent's voice went shrill as he vented his frustration with an impressive string of swearing. Last night's decision to mix up their normal loadouts to deal with their new opponents had gone well. Knowing the majority of their opponents were running short-range lasers, both Zack and Greg had switched out the individual fight loadouts to counter their attackers. 𝙤𝙧, with his faster ship, still ran his original build. It made little sense to adjust to heavier, laser-resistant armor when his ship was so light. He would do better dogfighting, as he always did. Even Jenny had switched tactics a little, multiplying her mine carrier drones and webbers, focusing on keeping her enemies webbed and at a distance while she picked away at them with her onboard weapons. Stand and fight, you cowardly corsair! Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to mute opponents during tournament rounds. I am standing still. I'm so slow even your grandmother could catch me. Not my fault you hit like a Tier 5 droid. The frustrated snarl over the headset made Zack grin as he shrugged. The breathable weave in the star fashion outfit really was nice, and even better, they were given a new set for each day of the tournament. He kind of liked this one, even if it was more mercantile Captain Space Vampire than rakish Corsair Space Vampire. And one more. An explosion rang through his headsets as the programmed series of artillery shells went off, blasting his opponent to so much space dust. Smirking, Zack leaned back and cracked his knuckles. Perfect. Last night's planning was perfect. He'd even taken the idea of using personnel skills from the medical spreadsheets and plugged it into his own. Now, if only everything else last night had gone as well. Nice one, man! A clap on his shoulder made Zack smile at 𝙤𝙧. You're up next. Yeah.
Loadout for the team match? We going to, D4?
Jenny said, scrabbling to remember the loadout number. Zack checked his glasses and nodded. Yup, D4. Luckily, they designated each build in Star Fury, so it was super simple to swap out, rather than requiring them to individually adjust each component. As 𝙤𝙧 ported in, Zack grinned. They could do this. Already nearly 2/3 of the teams had been knocked out. If they kept this winning streak going, they could become one of the 4 teams remaining for tomorrow.
So, how was your foundation meeting?
Jenny asked while they rested between rounds. Even Zack was sprawled in his chair, the entire group exhausted after hours of competitive gaming. Great. Foundation meeting? Isn't that Zoe Cross? Greg said, perking up. You met with Zoe again? Nice. You taking her to the ball tonight? Zack made a face. No way. No way? You're not interested in Zoe Cross? Greg's jaw dropped. Are you sure you're fine? Nah, I bet he asked and got shot down, 𝙤𝙧 said. Oh yeah, that makes more sense, Greg said. Jenny was silent, instead watching Zack. I didn't ask, or get shot down. Zoe's nice, but not for the ball, Zack said. We're business partners. So take out the business. Greg waggled his eyebrows. Foz groaned. It's not like that, Zack said, shaking his head. I'm here for the tournament, remember? We all are. If K-Tay had said yes, I'd take her, Greg said. You asked? Jenny said. Of course. Greg pulled himself up. What do you think I paid so much for the photo for? Because you're desperate? Jenny smirked. He threw up his hands and clutched his chest. Ouch. Just remember, we're wearing Davidson's clothes to the promotional shoot after this, and to the ball, Jenny said. The group groaned in unison, though it was more to tease her than with any real heat. The clothes were actually comfortable, and having the charging ports and hidden pockets had been quite useful for all the swag they had been getting. 5 minutes, a voice called. Another buzzer, and the group spun around to begin the warm-up process. Another fight, another battle, another dance. Then a different kind of dance this evening. Zack sighed, wishing he did have someone to bring. But Ashley had looked so angry last night, he hadn't had a chance to ask her to come with him. And now he didn't have the time. Maybe she'd be there? Smiling at the thought, Zack waited till the notification of their new opponent appeared. Then he focused, because he wouldn't be doing any promo shoots or going to the ball if he lost. Chapter 63. 1 minute to grand entrance, the production assistant said. The harried-looking, floppy-haired brunette production assistant looked stressed, his head cocked as he listened to his earpiece for directions. You said that 5 minutes ago, Foz said. Sorry, we're running behind. The team stood in a small room near the grand ballroom, where apparently they were going to make a grand entrance as VIPs. As one of the last 4 teams and the only Corsair team, they were the de facto choice to represent the best of the best for their side. Thanks to Jenny, they all wore star fashion formal wear with the high-tech pockets filled with various devices, many of which had been gifts. Everything from smartwatches to tiny tablets, cameras, and even a tiny drone had been handed to them as part of their sponsorship. Don't forget to pull the toys out from time to time and use them. Comment on how nice it is that they stay charged, Jenny said. She pulled a handheld gaming console from a pocket hidden somewhere in the depths of her black ball gown's enormous skirt and waved it at them. Foz, Greg, and Zack groaned. I did not sign up to be a walking advertisement, Greg said. I hate this. Hey, sorry I'm late, Kayla said as she burst into the room. She stopped and stared at the team with surprise. What are you all wearing? Star fashion, Greg said eagerly, forgetting his earlier complaint. Hey, we matched you, Foz said, sidling toward Kayla. I guess that means we should spend some time together this evening. She sidestepped and moved toward Zack. Why in the world are you all wearing star fashion? Foz was right in saying they matched. Kayla's star fashion dress was a form-fitting gown that Zack doubted had room for the pockets that everyone was so obsessed with, but the color and cut had the same space vampire vibe as the rest of them. Of course, she pulled hers off with grace and beauty. Our team is being sponsored by David Davidson, Jenny said. She and Kayla gave each other appraising looks and wrinkled their noses in disapproval. All right, Corsair VIPs, the production assistant said. Time to make your grand entrance. Is that why you're here? Zack asked as they followed the production assistant through a hallway. Because you're the face of the Corsairs? Why else would I be here? Kayla said. I'm the face of the Corsairs and you're the top Corsair players right now. I guess the publicity team decided to group us together. Great. Zack briefly wondered how much trouble it would be to switch to the Armada side. It might be worth putting up with their ridiculous notions of honor and crappy ship designs if he could get away from Kayla. I'll be conducting your interview tomorrow as well, Kayla said. Apparently someone realized we have a history and thought it would be fun for us to be seen together. Oh. Zack had other, choicier words in mind, but there were too many cameras to let those out. Great, Foz said with a wide smile. We're looking forward to it. Please welcome the Corsairs, the Star Fury AI voice announced over loudspeakers. Kayla's disgusted frown morphed seamlessly into her modeling smile. She strutted into the room as if it were her personal runway, and the crowd went wild. They cheered again as Zack and his team walked in, but with significantly less enthusiasm. Zack looked around the ballroom, admiring the decor. It was like walking into a space station. Twinkling stars hung from the ceiling and showed through fake windows, giving the impression that the crowd was floating in space somewhere. The ballroom had been divided into several sections, where various dungeons or online hangouts had been recreated. Kayla walked toward a corner decorated as Corsair's Cross, and the team followed her. A bouncer dressed as a combat android removed the red velvet rope marked VIP to let them in. "This is cool," Jenny said. "Yeah," Greg agreed. "Hey, look, it's us." The publicity photos they had taken during a break in the tournament had been edited into Armada bounty posters, printed, and hung around Corsair's Cross. Zack grinned. That really was cool. Maybe they had a wallpaper version for his monitor? The bouncer replaced the rope, and another door across the room opened. "Please welcome the Armada," the AI voice announced. Zoe Cross led the top Armada team toward a sleek, military-inspired corner of the room marked Armada Officers Lounge. The crowd went wild as she waved. She wore the sexy version of the Armada uniform that she wore in her posters, and seemed completely at home as she settled into a sleek armchair in the lounge. "Why don't you play to the crowd, too?" Jenny asked. "I'm here to model the clothing," Kayla said. "Interacting like Zoe is optional." That seemed to be the case. About half of the attendees sprinkled around the room were cosplaying either their own avatars or famous Star Fury characters. The rest wore varying levels of formal wear or Star Fury t-shirts. "Okay, Star Fury players," the AI voice said. "Let's party." The Star Fury theme music blasted through the ballroom, morphing from the standard version into a peppy dance remix. "Hey, do you want to dance?" Foz asked Kayla. She narrowed her eyes at him. He shrugged. "Worth a try. Let me know if you change your mind." He turned and asked a girl dressed in an elaborate Corsair cosplay instead. She grinned and took his hand. The bouncer lifted the rope for them, and they disappeared into the crowd of people already dancing. "Hey," Greg began. "No," Kayla said. Greg shrugged and offered a hand to Jenny. She glared at him. "So I'm your second choice?" "I didn't technically ask her, so you can still be my first choice if it makes you feel better." Jenny rolled her eyes, but took Greg's hand and pulled him out to the dance floor. The other VIPs also hurried to the dance floor. That left Zack and Kayla standing alone together in Corsair's Cross. "Don't even think about it," she warned. "Think about what?" "Asking me to dance. You're the reason I'm in this mess right now." She gestured to the lively party, as if it were an annoying flash mob that had popped up out of nowhere with the sole purpose of destroying her peace and invading her personal space. Zack looked around, not sure what Kayla objected to. "You like to dance," he said finally. "Yeah, but not like this. This is the lamest thing I've ever seen." Zack could almost swear that DaEvo's annoying "Your lady is upset" notification had appeared, though of course it didn't. Not now that he was with Ashley. Still, he spoke without thinking. "Sorry." "You should be. This is your fault. I need something to drink." She raised her hand and waved at the nearest waitress. The serving staff were all dressed in sleek white uniforms that made them look like the androids that served as Star Fury's NPC assistants in various outposts. The servers wore tight hoods pulled over their heads and white face makeup to complete the robotic look. The production team really had gone all out for this event. The waitress moved toward them, carrying a tray of drinks. She looked almost unrecognizable with her auburn curls covered by the hood and her face covered in makeup. Almost. Her eyes widened when she saw Kayla, and that familiar gesture was enough for Zack. "Hey," he said. He should have known Ashley would be working the ball too. She was always hustling, looking for a way to make money. Once more, Zack felt a flash of guilt at his own circumstances, but pushed it aside. Ashley glared at him as the word made Kayla look a little closer as she took her drink. "You look familiar. Do I know you?" Ashley shook her head and offered the drink tray to Zack. He waited for DaEvo to populate a menu, letting him know what he could have. It rejected everything on the tray as too unhealthy, and he sighed. He could have used a drink as well. "Nothing for me, thanks," he said. "Stick around," Kayla said as Ashley turned to go. "I have a feeling I'm going to need more of those." "I can leave the tray." "No, I want you to stay. I might need you to get something for me." Ashley frowned, then offered the small bow that the androids always did in Star Fury. She moved a few steps away and stayed there, holding the drink tray as she stared straight ahead. DaEvo chimed, belatedly recognizing Ashley with its facial recognition software. "Warning! Please pay attention to your date. No one wants to play second fiddle on a date. Make sure to keep your attention on the individual you are on the date with to increase intimacy levels." Zack briefly considered strangling the developers, or at least writing a strongly worded letter asking them to write new algorithms that recognized the nuance of social situations. He stepped away from Kayla, moving closer to Ashley. "Nice disguise, Viridian, but you can't fool me." Ashley's gaze remained focused straight ahead, but the corner of her mouth twitched up slightly. It was too subtle for DaEvo to acknowledge it, but it was enough encouragement for Zack. "It takes some nerve to infiltrate Corsair's Cross. I wonder who your target could be." He looked around the VIP lounge before settling his gaze on Kayla. He gave a small nod in her direction and raised an eyebrow, and Ashley's lips twitched again. She was trying hard not to smile. The waitresses had probably been instructed to keep straight faces, so they appeared more android-like. Zack was determined to make Ashley smile. "Or maybe you're here for me. There's quite a bounty on my head, although I didn't take you for the bounty hunting type." He nodded toward the bounty poster hanging on the wall, then forced his face to go serious. "I should warn you. The bounty is well earned. I won't go down without a fight." Ashley snickered. "Please, I could totally take you." "Ah, so you are here for me." "A Viridian never reveals her mission. I'm just here to serve drinks." She winked at Zack and moved toward Kayla, who had emptied her glass and set it aside. Kayla took another drink from Ashley's tray without acknowledging the woman who held it. For some reason, that made Zack mad. It was as if Ashley didn't exist, as if Kayla thought she really was an android, there to serve her. He was still scowling when Ashley returned. "There's no need to look so upset about your eventual capture," Ashley said. "I'll give you a head start." "Dance with me," Zack said. DaEvo chimed points for his asking, and Ashley stared at him. "What?" "Dance with me. It's my fault you have to work right now. You should be having fun." "Yeah, it's called a job," Ashley said. "That's the thing about jobs. You work." "Another drink," Kayla said. Ashley offered the tray and stepped back into the shadows. "You have a job with the Foundation," Zack said. "And a job at Gord's," Ashley said. "They're sponsoring this event, so I have to work." She had that stubborn set to her jaw that she sometimes got, and Zack sighed. He wasn't going to win this one. "I can't just neglect my responsibilities because I want to spend time with you," Ashley said. "Wait, you want to spend time with me?" Zack said. She glared at him, but the damage was already done. Zack didn't try to hide the grin that spread across his face, which only made Ashley glare harder. Kayla noticed them talking and turned around. "Wait, I do know you. You threw drinks at me at Zoe's gala." Ashley shrugged and didn't deny it. Zack held his breath, waiting for the inevitable blow-up. Only it didn't come. Kayla looked Ashley up and down, then sniffed derisively and turned away. She pulled a phone from a hidden pocket in her dress and handed it to Zack. "Take pictures of me so I can post something. You know my good side." Zack was too busy noting that the dress did indeed have pockets somewhere to protest. He fell into the familiar rhythm of taking pictures while 𝙤𝙠 modeled, striking a variety of poses in quick succession. After Zack handed the phone back, 𝙤𝙠 flipped through the photos and smiled at him. "You've gotten better." Then she tapped furiously on her phone as she posted to her various social media accounts. Zack turned back to Ashley, but Ashley was gone. He looked around Corsair's Cross and searched the dance floor, but she had disappeared. Damn. "Take some pictures with me," 𝙤𝙠 said. "The fans will love it, and so will the Star Fury executives." She held an arm out to Zack, inviting him to sit beside her on the bar stool that was clearly meant for one. He took a step toward her, falling into the familiar rhythm of doing whatever 𝙤𝙠 wanted, then shook his head. What was he doing? This was exactly the kind of thing that had gotten him into trouble before. "I've got to go," he said. Zack nodded to the bouncer and hurried out of Corsair's Cross, leaving 𝙤𝙠 staring after him with her lips pursed. It was loud and crowded outside of the VIP area. Zack found himself swept up in the mass of bodies swaying to the rhythm. And soon he was dancing alone at the center of the dance floor. He caught a glimpse of Foz in the distance. He was the only one of Zack's teammates tall enough to see over the crowd. He seemed to be having a good time. Zack briefly considered joining his team, then shook his head and worked his way to the opposite end of the dance floor. A plan was forming, and he needed to act on it before he lost his courage. He found a waiter dressed in the same android costume as Ashley and hurried after him. The man offered a tray of drinks, which DaEvo once again rejected, and Zack shook his head. "I'm looking for a manager." He flashed his VIP badge in case that was necessary. The waiter shrugged and pointed across the room toward the Armada officers' lounge. "See that door? There's a kitchen and staff room through there." "Thanks." Zack smiled at the waiter and hurried toward the door. He pushed through it and found himself in a sea of white-clad waiters. They deposited empty drink trays on the counter, picked up fresh ones, and hurried out again. The only person in the room not in white was a stout man wearing a black t-shirt. Zack hurried toward him, hoping he was the manager. "Hey, I have a question about a waitress." Zack flashed his VIP badge, not above using his status to get what he wanted. The man groaned. "Not another one. For the last time, I am now very aware that the VI-534 model androids are incapable of showing emotion, but I am not going to buy masks and force the waitstaff to wear them all night. This is not up for debate." His eyes bulged as he said it, and Zack couldn't help chuckling. The man reminded him of Phil. "No, that's not why I'm here. One of my friends is working tonight, but I was hoping I could ask her to dance. Is that all right?" "You want to dance? With one of the waitresses?" Zack nodded. "And you're not here to complain about masks?" Zack shook his head. He nudged his jacket open so the VIP badge showed and smiled. "I think you're doing a great job with this event. I'll tell the executives that it was very authentic, and I had a great time." The manager sighed. "Fine, you can dance with your friend, but she needs to change first. The last thing I need is a swarm of nerds yelling at me about androids dancing." "Great," Zack said. "Could you write a note giving her permission? I'm not sure she'll believe me without it. Her name is Ashley Barnes." The man rolled his eyes and muttered something about more drama than a high school prom as he scribbled on a sticky note. "There, but if I get even one complaint about dancing androids, I will hold you personally responsible." "No complaints," Zack promised. He scurried out of the room before the manager could change his mind and stared at the crowded ballroom. Now he just needed to find Ashley. It took longer than he expected. If Ashley had actually been an undercover Viridian, the android disguise would have been an excellent choice. Zack wandered around the ballroom, searching for the bright white uniforms and chasing down waitresses to check their faces. He circled the ballroom twice without any luck. He checked both VIP areas just in case. He was about to give up when he noticed a flash of white in the center of a crowd of cosplayers. He hurried toward them, catching snatches of their conversation when the music went quiet. "One of the better ones. She has a good poker face." "Still think they should have worn masks." "Hey, take a picture of us together. I've always had a thing for these androids." Zack pushed through the crowd and found Ashley standing against a wall and staring straight ahead. Her eyes sparked with rage, But the rest of her face remained stoic as a guy in an Armada uniform leaned close to her for a picture. Zack's anger grew as he recognized Steve from the gourds in Oklahoma City as the ringleader of the group. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Zack said. Steve looked up, and his eyes narrowed in recognition. "Oh, it's you. You've got some nerve coming into Armada territory, Corsair. Don't you know there's a bounty on your head?" He pulled a crumpled poster from the pocket of his uniform and handed it to one of his buddies. They passed it around and glared at Zack. The group tightened into a circle around him. "There's a ceasefire tonight," Zack said. "Yeah, we don't trust Corsairs to honor that," one of Steve's buddies said. He pointed at his left eye, which was slightly bruised and swelling. Zack swallowed. Had they actually gotten into a fistfight with someone? He didn't think security would let things get out of hand at the ball, but the group might land a few punches first. They had obviously been drinking, and looked as if they would love to start something. "You guys remember the hyperbomb that caused a black hole in my quadrant?" Steve said. "This is the guy who dropped it." The other gamers swore and closed in even tighter around Zack. He backed up until he was standing beside Ashley, pressed against the wall. He looked at her and met her gaze. Her lips turned up in just a hint of a smile before she spoke. "If you get thrown out, you'll miss Zoe's big announcement." "Announcement?" one of the drunk Armada players said. "There's no announcement tonight." "There is. It's on the agenda they gave us with androids." Ashley quickly corrected herself. "What's it about?" Steve said, frowning with disbelief. Ashley gave a nonchalant shrug, as if they'd tell the help. "I think it has something to do with a new ship release or something." "You're lying," Steve muttered. "Maybe," Ashley admitted. She kept her poker face, made all the harder to read with the white paint. Zack grinned slightly, though he made it disappear the moment they looked his way as Ashley bluffed her way through. "Hey, I heard that new Corsair model muttering something about getting out of the Corsairs as soon as possible. Maybe they're adding a new faction," another of Steve's groupies said. Now that the initial anger had dispersed, the group looked a little more uncertain about starting stuff. It helped that the imposing security guards, decked out in station security outfits, had drifted closer. "Fine, let's just go. Maybe we can get the scoop from her," Steve said, gesturing back to the dance floor. The group grinned and dispersed, searching for Zoe or Kayla, taking Steve's non-specific language as befitted themselves. Zack breathed a sigh of relief as the Armada scum dispersed, leaving him alone with Ashley. Together they slumped against the wall, then looked at each other. Then they laughed. "Thanks for that," Zack said. "I think they really were going to attack." "Well, that's what you get for crossing into Armada's space. There have been a few fights already." Ashley rolled her eyes. "Gamers and drinks don't mix well." "Right." Zack stared at her, trying to see her expression beneath the thick layer of white makeup. He suspected Ashley might be blushing, but it was impossible to tell. "I should get back to work," she said, turning to go. "No, wait." Zack pulled the sticky note from his pocket and handed it to her. "I talked to your boss. You have permission to dance." Ashley read the note and shook her head. "He says I have to change first. I don't have any other clothes here." "Wait." Zack's mind raced. No way was he going to miss the chance to dance with Ashley because of something so stupid. He pulled off his jacket and handed it to her. "Wear this. It will cover most of the uniform." Ashley considered it for a moment, then grabbed the jacket and put it on. She twirled. "How do I look?" "Like an android wearing an oversized suit jacket," Zack admitted. "Oh, I know. Pull down your hood and uncover your hair. Androids don't have hair." He thought it was a good idea, but Ashley scowled. "My hair will be a mess underneath." "So?" She kept frowning, and for a moment Zack was afraid she was going to turn him down. Maybe the hair was just an excuse, and she really didn't want to dance with him. Then she shrugged and pulled down the hood. Zack tried not to stare, but he felt his eyes bulging as Ashley's auburn curls escaped. Her hair stuck out on all sides in a frizzy mess. It was like multiple squirrels had been electrocuted and stuck onto her head. "Is it that bad?" Ashley said. "No, you look great." Ashley raised an eyebrow, and DaEvo remained silent other than to update her style stats and drop it to the low 20s. It seemed even the Buggy app had recognized the compliment as a lie. With her riot of red hair and white face makeup, Zack couldn't help thinking she looked a bit like a clown. But he knew better than to say that, even without DaEvo prompting him. "You don't look like an android," Zack said quickly. "No one will mistake you for an android. That's what matters." He offered his arm and smiled as she took it. They pushed through the crowd to the Corsair side of the ballroom just in case any other Armada scum were also watching for an opportunity to collect bounties. They finally reached an open spot on the dance floor. Zack listened to the music, trying to catch the beat. It was a pulsing oompa techno rhythm that seemed vaguely familiar somehow. "Hey, do you want to polka?" he asked. Ashley listened to the music for a moment, then grinned and placed her hand on Zack's shoulder. It was too crowded for them to polka properly, but they still managed to work their way through the crowd. Other dancers watched them and cheered as Zack and Ashley showed off the moves they had learned in dance class. The crowd clapped when the song ended, and they stopped dancing. To Zack's surprise, he found a new notification awaiting him in DaEvo, one that he'd missed entirely. "Relationship milestone achieved. Significant physical contact. Elongated and significant physical contact is an important part of a relationship, creating endorphin and emotional triggers in your date, plus 2.5 to Ashley Barnes' love meter level." Sweat ran down Ashley's face, taking some of the white makeup with it. It dripped onto Zack's jacket, leaving a splattering of white on the lapel. His arms were still around her waist, and the moment was achingly familiar. He leaned in closer, staring into her eyes, wondering if he should kiss her. Ashley blinked and pulled away before he could decide. She smiled at him and pulled him toward the edge of the room. "Is it weird that I kind of miss the tubas?" Zack laughed, then stopped abruptly as she took off his jacket and handed it back to him. "Thanks for the dance, Zack." "Don't you want to dance again?" "Yeah, but I have work to do, and so do you. They'll be gathering the VIPs soon for a photo shoot." VIP status was nothing but trouble. Zack watched in dismay as Ashley shoved her hair back into the hood and patted her face to remove the sweat. It was like she was slipping away again, becoming invisible. "I'll see you around," Ashley said. She winked at him and disappeared into the crowd. Zack stared after her, then at DaEvo's notification. "Congratulations! You have reminded Ashley Barnes of the good times. Relationship milestone penalties reduced. You can further repair your relationship and remove the ex-relationship penalty to relationship goals for your love meter by trying the following. Showcase your value, i.e. physical, material, or social value. Acknowledge what went wrong and apologize. Show your affection with a grand gesture." Zack was barely aware when Foz dragged him over for a team photo. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Zack tried to keep up with his teammates' excited chatter when they headed back to the suite, but their stories blended together. "And then Zack danced with Clown Girl," Jenny said. "What?" That snapped his attention back to them. Jenny waved her phone at him, showing pictures that someone had snapped while he and Ashley danced. "She's really cute. Someone linked her and Kayla's and Zoe's blog, and there's now an entire meme about clowns and vampire chic going around the fashion circles. Everyone is saying that clown chic is the next bold step in fashion. David Davidson is thrilled. He's thinking about doing a clown-inspired line once he wraps up Star Fashion."
"I will quit," Greg said. "Sponsorship or not, I will quit if you make me dress up like a clown."
"So, who is she?" Foz asked as he scrolled through pictures and read the comments. "Nobody seems to know. They're saying she appeared and disappeared like Cinderella."
"A clown Cinderella," Greg muttered. "You guys are so weird."
"She's a friend," Zack said. When the boys pushed him, Zack kept his mouth shut. He wasn't willing to say more than that. He still didn't know how Ashley felt about him, and he couldn't claim her as his girlfriend until he did. Also, he had to admit, it was kind of fun having a secret, especially since Greg seemed to have stopped focusing on Ashley. Well, not any more than any other cute girl who wasn't Jenny, anyway. Chapter 64. All right, you're on. The production assistant shuffled them onto a stage that was much bigger than the last one. In spite of their morning call time for the interview, Zack's team looked moderately alert thanks to a ridiculous amount of coffee and energy drinks. Whoever had decided to run the interviews in the morning before the final rounds and after the ball that had ended way too late in the night was a sadist. If Zack ever found him, he would strangle him. Struggling through the morning's physique quest while mildly hungover and sleep-deprived had been a nightmare, but at least he'd finished it. "Oh, good. A crowd," Jenny said. She strutted over to her seat, sticking her hands in the high-tech pockets of her star fashion outfit.
I swear, if she says anything more about those pockets, I'm going to throw up in them, Greg said.
He did look a little green as he looked nervously at the crowd. Zack slid as far over in his chair as he could, nearly colliding with Foz, who was waving enthusiastically. Zack slid back to the center of his seat and squinted into the lights. The stage was surrounded by stadium-style seats, and each seat was full. Was Ashley out there somewhere? The bright studio lights made it impossible for him to see faces in the crowd. DaEvo chimed. Zack took that to mean Ashley was out there somewhere. The app could see her, even if he couldn't.
Relationship target Ashley Barnes is present. Current love meter level 2.1 of 100. Your relationship with Ashley Barnes is being penalized due to past experience. You can repair your relationship and remove the X-relationship penalty to relationship goals for your love meter by trying the following. Showcase your value, i.e. physical, material, or social value. Acknowledge what went wrong and apologize. Reminder of the good times by repeating a familiar date. Completed. Show your affection with a grand gesture.
Zack had tried the apology multiple times, and that hadn't gone well. Ashley didn't seem impressed by his wealth. That left him with one way to level up the love meter. What counts as a grand gesture? Zack muttered. DaEvo responded with a more helpful than normal tutorial, showing movie clips of over-the-top romantic gestures, as well as a list of suggestions. Some of the options almost made Zack choke before it displayed them all in a checklist format. Some of the ones that jumped out to Zack were:
sing to her. Use a boombox to declare your love in public. Give up something she doesn't like so you can spend more time with her. Fight your rival for her hand in marriage. Tell her you love her in front of a crowd.
Well, crap. None of those looked like good options. Zack stared at the list. Singing was out, way out. And he definitely wasn't ready to tell Ashley he loved her. And there wasn't a rival, not that he intended to fight anyone anyway. That left giving up something she didn't like. Maybe he should ignore the quest. He and Ashley had parted on good terms last night. The relationship seemed to be heading in a good direction. He didn't need to keep pushing things. Then again, maybe he did. She had hurried away last night and hadn't responded to any of his texts. Damn, he said. The word echoed through the auditorium, and Zack gritted his teeth. It was like the audio engineers wanted to ruin his life. "It sounds like you're excited for the final round," Kayla said. Her voice sounded friendly, but Zack recognized the nasty gleam in her eyes all too well. Why did they have to switch to her from Zoe? There should be some law against having to do an interview with your ex right before the biggest games of your life. "Sure," Zack said weakly. DaEvo chimed again to remind him of the quest. Zack looked at the list. DaEvo was wrong as often as it was right. The grand gesture for Ashley was probably a terrible idea. And yet there was a reason it ended up in so many movies. There must be something to it. Kayla leaned forward. The seemingly casual gesture made her cleavage spill out of her shirt, and DaEvo flashed a warning that Zack shouldn't ogle other women while he was pursuing a committed relationship. Zack glared. That was kind of tough when you were sitting close to a woman sticking her chest in your face. What was he supposed to do? Run away? Actually, maybe that was a good idea. He could swap seats with Foz and stay on the other side of the stage. That would make both of them happy. The production team gave the sign for them to start, and 𝙤𝙧 turned to smile for the cameras. Zack sighed and leaned back in his chair. So much for that idea. Welcome to the final round of interviews for the Star Fury tournament. I'm 𝙤𝙧 Taylor, the new face of the Corsairs. Today we've got the only Corsair-only team to make it to the last 4 rounds with us. The crowd cheered. 𝙤𝙧 waited, basking in their praise until it died down enough for them to hear her. Are you guys excited for the finals? The crowd cheered again. She had them eating out of her palm and clearly loved every minute. Zack sighed and rolled his eyes. This was shaping up to be a long interview. So, your team's new look has been generating a lot of buzz, 𝙤𝙧 said. Jenny, tell me what prompted the change in outfits. Jenny launched into what had become her usual spiel promoting star fashion. Wow, 𝙤𝙧 said, cutting Jenny off. You certainly know your stuff. Stand up and let's see these clothes in action. Jenny stood and gave her usual twirl. 𝙤𝙧 stood as well and joined her in the center of the stage. She wore an outfit nearly identical to Jenny's, but it was skin-tight and much shorter. You know my favorite thing about David Davidson's work, 𝙤𝙧 said. He knows how to make clothes for all kinds of different body types. Jenny and I couldn't be more different, but he still makes us look good. She gave a spin of her own, and the crowd roared in approval. Jenny rolled her eyes and sat down with her arms crossed. The clothes have to be cut differently, Jenny said. Your job is to sit here and host events, so it doesn't matter that everything is tight. Since I'll be playing Star Fury, I need to actually be able to move. She smiled sweetly at 𝙤𝙧, who returned the gesture with an overly sweet smile of her own. The tension in the room was making Zack sweat. Or maybe that was the stage lights. Either way, he was once again putting David Davidson's extra breathable fabric to work. I'm sure everyone here wants to know, 𝙤𝙧 said. Jenny, are you the clown Cinderella who has been generating so much buzz? A blurry picture of Zack and Ashley dancing appeared on the screen behind them. Jenny shook her head. No, and I don't know who she is. It's very mysterious and exciting. I haven't seen a fashion trend cause so much excitement in years. She's trending at the top of every chart. The memes that have been generated are so much fun. Don't you think? Jenny said this innocently, but 𝙤𝙧 ground her teeth as she turned to Zack. So, are you going to tell us the mystery girl's identity? No. 𝙤𝙧 waited, clearly expecting him to say more, but Zack kept his mouth shut. He wouldn't let 𝙤𝙧 bait him, and he wouldn't expose Ashley as his mysterious dance partner until he knew her thoughts on the matter. Well, I guess she'll remain a mystery, 𝙤𝙧 said finally. You've been very caught up in the fashion world lately, Zack, much more than the average gamer. Tell me, how do you think star fashion compares to some of these more flamboyant trends? Yeah, it's great, Zack said. My favorite. I love it. He heard cheering from the back, which could only be coming from the designer. Zack had no idea if the sponsorship was helping Davidson sell any clothes or not, but the designer seemed to be having a good time. At least someone was. You guys may not know this, 𝙤𝙧 said to the crowd, but Zack and I go way back. He's actually the reason I became interested in Star Fury. The crowd cheered again. Why were they cheering for everything 𝙤𝙧 said? She wasn't that great. 𝙤𝙧 patted Zack's leg. It was a brief gesture, almost an accident, although Zack knew better than to believe that. DaEvo chimed. Relationship warning. Initiating contact with members of the opposite sex will impact your existing relationship. If you would like to pursue multiple relationships, please complete the necessary survey and paperwork. Ashley Barnes' love meter level, minus 0.1. Damn it, he wasn't hitting on 𝙤𝙧. Zack squinted into the crowd, trying to see Ashley. Did she think he was hitting on 𝙤𝙧? She wouldn't, would she? The lights were too bright for him to see, but he scanned the part of the crowd that had triggered DaEvo before, and the app flashed a warning. Your lady is upset. Try the following to make her feel better. Flowers, chocolates, an apology. Pay attention to her.
Relationship warning. Your love meter levels are extremely low. If your love meter level's empty, your relationship will automatically terminate.
Damn it. If this was Kayla's way of getting revenge on him, it looked as though it was working. Was Ashley actually upset? Or was DaEvo imagining things? With the level of light glare, Zack couldn't even be sure it was seeing her properly. If DaEvo was right, what could he do about it? He couldn't go out and buy her a gift. If he yelled at Kayla or ran away, he would cause a scene. Then again, maybe causing a scene was the answer. Zack opened the quest menu and stared at the relationship repair options. He could possibly still manage a grand gesture, or a public declaration. He'd tried apologizing to her, and that had failed. He hadn't even gotten it ticked off, so maybe he needed to do it in public. Declare his love for Ashley. "So, you've leveled up your fashion," Kayla said. "Do you think that will help your love life as much as it has helped your gaming?" She brushed her hand against Zack's leg again, lingering longer this time, and DaEvo once again warned that Ashley was upset. He barely had any points left thanks to all that. Foz started to answer the question, but Zack cut him off. This was his chance, and he wouldn't blow it. "It helped," Zack yelled. His teammates and Kayla stared at him. The entire auditorium went silent, and Zack swallowed. He had their attention now. "It helped," he said again. "The fashion helped my gaming, but something else helped more. Actually, it was someone." "Oh?" Kayla said. "What are you doing?" Greg whispered, looking even more green. Zack stood, fully conscious that he looked ridiculous in the star fashion outfit. "Our team has had a lot of success, but I owe some of mine to someone else." "I knew it! He's been cheating!" Someone who sounded suspiciously like Steve called from the back of the room. Zack ignored him and turned to Ashley. Well, he turned to the part of the crowd where DaEvo said Ashley was. He really hoped she was there. Otherwise, he went from kind of looking like an idiot to absolutely looking like an idiot. "I found someone who helped me put the pieces together, who helped guide me in finding the perfect ship build, who helped me think of weapon combinations I never would have. She's beautiful and smart and fun, and I wish I had treated her as well as she deserves." The production team shone a spotlight into the crowd, and suddenly, Zack saw Ashley. She was staring at him with wide eyes. He couldn't tell if she was pleased or horrified, maybe some of both. "Hey," Greg said, "isn't that Coffee Girl? Were you dating Coffee Girl?" "Oh, some kind of scandal," Kayla said. "A love triangle within the team." She was trying to regain control of the situation, but for once, the crowd ignored her. They were all staring at Ashley. A few murmurs about the clown Cinderella circulated through the room, but Ashley looked nothing like a clown right now. Most of her red hair was hidden under a hat, and she wore jeans and a slightly wrinkled t-shirt. "I'm no good at this sort of thing," Zack said, "but I messed up, and I wanted to say, I'm sorry. Nobody compares to her, and if there's a chance we can work it out, I want to take it." Ashley's cheeks burned bright red with embarrassment, and her mouth hung open. It seemed Zack had caught her by surprise. Hopefully, that was a good thing. DaEvo chimed.
"Congratulations! You have made a public declaration of affection to Ashley Barnes. Relationship milestone penalties reduced. +10 to Ashley Barnes' love meter level. Relationship hint. Keep going. Sing to her. Use a boombox to declare your love in public. Give up something she doesn't like so you can spend more time with her. Fight your rival for her hand in marriage. Tell her you love her in front of a crowd."
Zack was on a roll, and his instincts took over, refusing to let up on the kill. No way was he letting his target escape him. He selected the third option and spoke without thinking. "Ashley, if you'll take me back, I'll give up Star Fury for you." A collective gasp spread through the audience. Zack's teammates yelled in protest. Kayla was stunned into silence. Zack blinked, slowly coming back to his senses. His face drained of blood as he realized what he had said. Damn it. Why had DaEvo told him to say that? He wouldn't let his team down like that. Star Fury was his life. What would he be without it? The production crew pulled Ashley from her seat and hurried her to the stage. She protested, then gave up and hurried toward the stage, moving so quickly that she outpaced the production team. Zack had the distinct impression that she was running toward him. Maybe it had worked. Had he won her back? Maybe DaEvo knew what it was doing, and it wasn't such a stupid gesture after all. He had won her back. Wasn't love what mattered in the end? Zack closed his eyes, and memories of the last few months, the last few days of playing in the tournament, came back to him. Spending long hours shooting the breeze with his friends, literally and figuratively, in Star Fury. Working out the spreadsheet, poring over it. The chance for his friends to actually make something for themselves, to fulfill their own dreams. The never-ending landscape of the game. His throat clenched and his stomach fell as Zack tried to reconcile himself to his declaration.
Are you really abandoning us for a girl?
𝙤𝙧 said. Zack turned to face his teammates. They were staring at him with equal parts surprise and horror. Jenny looked ready to jump up and pound him into the stage, while Greg didn't seem to have any blood left in his face. Zack swallowed. He couldn't leave them like this. He couldn't abandon them right before the final round of the tournament. By the time Ashley reached the stage, Zack's forehead was soaked with sweat. Cameras followed her, capturing more drama than they had planned to. Zack stayed frozen on the stage, although every instinct screamed at him to run. DaEvo had created a situation where he couldn't win. If Ashley said no, that meant it really was over. That he had miscalculated and blown his chance to get back together with her. If she said yes, he would either have to abandon his team or backtrack and say he hadn't really meant the offer to give up Star Fury. Either scenario left him looking like a massive jerk and losing something he really wanted. What had he been thinking? His life had been blissfully simple before the app got involved, and now everything was ruined. Ashley stood there for a minute, catching her breath and getting her bearings. Then she walked toward Zack, her face set in a scowl. "Did you really just promise to give up Star Fury if I date you?" Zack nodded, not quite able to speak. Ashley crossed her arms, and her eyes sparked. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered, some laughed. Some, and Zack was pretty sure they were his competition, screamed in unison for Ashley to reconsider Zack's offer and have him quit the game. "It's manipulative and pointless," Ashley continued. "I won't like you more if you give up the game for me, and you won't be happy either. Something like that would make both of us miserable."
"Wow," someone in the crowd said. "My girlfriend just nags me to get a job."
"So that's a no?" Zack said, trying to sort through her answer and still finding himself confused. "No," Ashley said. "You came here to play in the tournament. You're playing in the tournament." Behind him, his teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Zack wanted to feel relieved, but he was too stung by Ashley's rejection. DaEvo chimed to let him know he had failed the grand gesture quest. Ashley noticed his eyes tracking the notification. She snorted in disgust. "I knew it. This is just a stunt for that stupid app. I really hate those optiglasses sometimes." Zack pulled up the quest and stared at it. Give up something she doesn't like. Maybe this could still work. He'd just given up the wrong thing. Zack pulled off the optiglasses and snapped them in half. They broke cleanly with a sharp snap. The crowd gasped, and at least one person screamed. Zack ignored their reactions and tossed the pieces on the floor. "There," he said. "No more optiglasses. No more DaEvo." It wasn't that simple, of course. DaEvo wouldn't just go away because the optiglasses were out of commission, but he had enough game time for the tournament, and he could figure out the rest after that. Ashley looked from Zack to the broken optiglasses and back to Zack. She seemed to be having a hard time processing what he had done. "So now that you know I'm not doing this for points, I'll try again. I like you, Ashley. Will you go out with me? Can we try again?" Do you have any idea how much those things cost? Zach blinked in surprise. He'd made his grand gesture and confessed his feelings, and she was talking about money? He really didn't understand women sometimes. But there was a spark of something in Ashley's eyes that he liked. Respect, maybe? Cautious optimism? She looked down at the opti-glasses, then up at him again, and smiled. Zach took Ashley's hand. She closed her fingers around his, holding tightly, and Zach grinned. I don't actually remember how much they cost, but it was worth every cent. Ashley snorted, at which point Jenny, fed up with it all, kicked Zach in the back of his leg. You're lucky she turned you down the first time. Hopping on one foot, the crowd laughing at the antics, and Kayla scowling at her interview session being taken over, Zach couldn't help but grin. Maybe everything would work out with Ashley. If she was still standing with him on the stage after everything that had happened, he had a feeling things would go well. And they were definitely going to win the tournament. Epilogue.
Next time, we get Zach's business manager to go over the contracts.
Greg scowled as he tugged on the high collar. They were waiting backstage, about to do the press room interview as the winners of Star Fury's Pro Tournament and a new addition to the pro circuit. The entire team was standing around, clad in Davidson's star fashion clothing.
Actually, Miss Romero did a good job with the agreement. There might be a few clauses I would have added, but considering the time frame she completed the deal within, she did well,
Phil said as he eyed Jenny speculatively. To Zach's chagrin, his trustee had flown all the way to Las Vegas for the press conference. The fact that Jenny and Phil had hit it off on both giving Zach a hard time and talking business made Zach wince. He had a feeling avoiding Phil and his responsibilities to the trust was going to become much harder. Of course, Zach was a lot less motivated to avoid them, especially since his and Ashley's presentation had done so well with Star Forward. Between Star Forward and Zoe's organization, the trust's already doubled budget had nearly doubled again. Between Zach's and Zoe's commitments, the Star Fury tournament circuit was likely where most of their meetings would be held from now on.
Told you,
Jenny poked Greg in the side.
And I noticed you didn't say no to your share of the sponsorship check.
Well, yeah, but these things are still kinda stupid,
Greg said, offering her a weak grin. I'm grateful, Foz said, throwing an arm around Jenny's shorter form. It made my family shut up, at least for a little while. They still going to make you give up gaming and go to med school? Ashley asked, chiming in from where she'd been leaning on Zach's arm. Zach sneaked a kiss now that she had reminded him she was there. Or maybe because she was cute. Maybe a little of both. Yes, but we've compromised, and I'm taking some classes for now, Foz said. That way, when I'm ready to go, I'll have less to catch up on. The rest of the team grimaced, making faces as they contemplated the future. But Zach found himself breaking into a grin as he looked at Ashley again. She smiled back, and he marveled at her appearance without DaEvo or the opti-glasses in play. She was radiant, almost literally glowing. Maybe it had something to do with how well they'd done on the presentation, or the late-night talk they'd had afterward, with neither gaming, presentation, nor DaEvo in the way. DaEvo was now gone for good. Phil had gotten the developers to uninstall everything and remove Zach from intervention mode. And then refused to let Zach buy another pair of opti-glasses, instead directing him to be a Luddite and use a smartphone. A smartphone! Zach had cheated and gotten a smartwatch too, which helped. A little. They were definitely less intrusive, if more inconvenient, and it made Ashley happy. Which, Zach had to admit, was kind of important.
Well, I'm not going anywhere,
Jenny said, drawing the conversation back on topic.
In fact, I have another half-dozen sponsorship meetings lined up this week. By the time I'm done, we are going to have a real professional team with newbies, training camps, and all.
Greg groaned, and Zach laughed. You know, you can just go with Jenny to the meetings. That way you can make sure she doesn't go crazy.
But that sounds like work,
Greg whined in high falsetto. But he did eye Jenny and the clothing with some consideration, so Zach let the topic drop. And you? Ashley said, thumping the side of her head into Zack's shoulder. You made it. You're a professional gamer now. What's the next mission? Zack considered the question. He found himself smiling at Ashley, then at the others who looked at him speculatively. Phil most of all, the trustee nervously tugging on his suit with his long dark fingers. He let the silence linger a little longer, just to make his trustee suffer. Next mission? Zack shook his head. I think I'm done with missions. And quests for a bit. I think I'm going to focus on leveling up somewhere else. He kept looking into Ashley's eyes as he said it, quite seriously. Ashley met his gaze resolutely before blushing and ducking her head, even as the group let out boos for the cheese and Greg fake retched.
All right, 5 minutes. Now remember your places.
The public relations assistant for Star Fury scrambled over to them, waving to get their attention. He was wearing a pair of opti-glasses, the latest version to be released. It had a sleeker frame and even better graphic fidelity. Zack sighed in jealousy. The PR assistant turned to Ashley and Phil.
You two, please take a seat in the back of the room if you wish to view the press conference. Please stay silent.
After a beat, he fixed Zack and Ashley with a glare.
We will not be having any disruptions, will we? No public declarations of love, no tomfoolery. I know it may be part of your brand,
Zack winced,
but let's keep this professional. Yes?
The pair nodded, then, seeing each other mimicking the other, burst out laughing. The PR assistant rolled his eyes as he checked his watch.
Idiot lovebirds.
Zack leaned in and whispered into Ashley's ear.
I think he's jealous. Maybe we should help him out and get him an invitation to DaEvo too?
About Tao Wang. Tao Wang is an avid fantasy and sci-fi reader who spends his time working and writing in the north of Canada. He's spent way too many years doing martial arts of many forms, and having broken himself too often, now spends his time writing about fantasy worlds. For updates on the series and other books written by Tao Wang and special one-shot stories, please visit the author's website, www.mylifemytao.com. Subscribers to Tao's mailing list will receive exclusive access to short stories in the Thousand Li and System Apocalypse universes. www.subscribepage.com/Tao Wang. About A.G. Marshall. A.G. Marshall loves fairy tales and has been writing stories since she could hold a pencil. She perfected her storytelling by entertaining her cousins at sleepovers and writing college papers about music, which is more similar to magic than you might think. She fills each book she writes with magic, adventure, romance, humor, and other random things she loves. Her stories are designed to sweep you away to magical places and make you laugh on the journey. You can find her on her website or social media, www.AngelaGMarshall.com. About the publisher. Starlit Publishing is wholly owned and operated by Tao Wang. It is a science fiction and fantasy publisher focused on the LitRPG and cultivation genres. Their focus is on promoting new, upcoming authors in the genre whose writing challenges the existing stereotypes while giving a rip-roaring good read. For more information on Starlit Publishing, visit their website. You can also join Starlit Publishing's mailing list to learn of new, exciting authors and book releases. This has been Leveled Up Love, a game-lit romantic comedy. Written by Tao Wang and A.G. Marshall. Narrated by Natalie Naudus. Copyright 2020 by Tao Wang and A.G. Marshall. Production copyright by Tao Wang and A.G. Marshall.